He was the favorite son of the god El and the most prominent enemy of the
Yeah,
god Baal.
yeah. Now
Mhm.
see, El is the Christian god and the Jewish god. The Canaanites all practiced El, and every one of them had like their different versions, kind of like what the Egyptians did. And each city within the Levant worshipped El in a different way. That's
And
why.
that's crazy
That's
because
why.
have you heard of Asiatics?
Hmm.
Yeah, they use L and Bay, L at the end of their surnames.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And Baal is also supposed to be the son of El. Baal.
No, it's a. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Mahaba was
MOT.
annually killed by Baal's sister, and it aided in Anath, and she aided in Baal's resurrection. Da, 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 da. But see, he was sometimes called the creator, possessor of heaven and earth, father of all the gods except for Baal. See, look. Hold on. El was described as the titular head of the pantheon, husband of Asherah, and father of all the gods except for Baal.
Yeah. They, I mean, I was under the impression that Baal was his son. You know what I'm saying? But
God.
it it got really like muddied in that area. Like El, people today are trying to relate El to freaking Enki, and I've found no evidence that Enki and El are the same, one and the same. If anything, El would be more closely related to Enlil. You know what I mean?
And
But
here it says it's commonly used as synonym for Yahweh.
yeah,
Mm,
Yahweh is the God,
God.
is the Jewish God, which is very controversial, and like Jewish people really don't like being included into the
Mm-hmm.
Canaanites. You know what I mean? They like to be distinct and set aside on their own. Which I can understand that too, because like their beliefs are a lot more passive than what the other Canaanite beliefs are. I mean, they were pretty out there. But okay, now after that, it goes on to talk about the birth of mortal men in a divine race. No, birth of mortal men of a divine race. The mortal men Aeon, and Protogonos were born of the wind Calpea and his wife Ba'u. Aeon discovered the food provided by trees. They were the parents of Genos and Guinea, or Genos and Guinea, who lived in Phoenicia. Great droughts came, and they reached up their hands towards the sky and the sun. He says that they regarded the sun as the master god of the sky and named him Belsalmon, which in Phoenician means master of the sky. He was the Zeus of the Greeks. Then Philo attacks the error of the Greeks. It is not without reason that we make this distinction known. It is in order to establish the true meaning, which has been misinterpreted, of these names applied to objects. Misled by the uncertainty of translation, the Greeks took them in another meaning. From Genos, son of Aeon, or Aeon, and
Aeon.
Aeon, Aeon and Protogonos were born new mortal children named Phos, Pyre, or Pyre, and Phlox, light, fire, and flame. They invented fire by rubbing pieces of wood against each other and taught its use. They had children of great size and marked superiority, who gave their names to the mountains of which they were the sovereigns. It was from them that Mount Cassius and the Lebanon Mountains and the anti-Lebanon Mountains took their name.
Cassius?
Cassius, yeah. It was from them that Mount Cassius, the Lebanon Mountains, and the anti-Lebanon Mountains took their names. They gave birth to the Sumimrumus and the Hepsurianos, celestial height. Sanchuniathon observed that men were named after their mothers, and that women shamelessly gave themselves to any man they saw. Then he says, Hepsurianos lived in Tyre and invented huts made of reeds, rushes, and papyrus. He had a dispute.
Philabilius is from, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, he had a dispute with his brother Usus, who was the first to think of taking the skins of animals he had killed and making them into a covering for his body. Torrential rains and violent winds devastated Tyre and broke the trees. The forest was swept by fire. Usus took a tree, stripped it of its branches, and was the first to venture into the sea. He consecrated 2 steles to fire and the wind, and worshipped them by spilling on them the blood of animals he had taken in his hut. Many centuries had gone by since the age of Hepsurianos, when Agrius and Alius, inventors of fishing and hunting, were born. It was they who provided those arts with their implements. From them came 2 brothers who invented iron and production of all things that makes use of it. One of them, Chrysor, devoted himself to sorcery, predictions, and the composition of discourses. He was the same as Hephaestus, who invented the fish hook and bait, the fishing line, and the raft. He was the first of all men to sail on the sea, and that is why he was worshipped as a divinity after his death. He was called Zeus Mitius. So it goes on even further right there.
Okay, so who's Poseidon? Like, in regards to this, would it be possible that that guy would have been correlated to, or to be kind of like, or no relation possible, or is it just definitely always the possibility but not likely?
Now, at the beginning, if you remember what they were saying, these are mortal men of a divine race, and it also mentions that they were also giants.
Okay. Where have you been?
So it's kind of interesting on that aspect. Like and a lot of this correlates with the Old Testament too, with what the Old Testament was saying. It's kind of interesting. I could see where the Canaanite beliefs kind of filtered their way into Judaism too, and it's all Semitic. Like, people think that Jews are the only ones that were Semitic, but they aren't. They're just a distinction of Semitic people, you know.
And I wonder why that is. Like, why is it to where that's the only culture associated with being quote unquote Semitic, but there are so many cultures that actually were Semitic? You know what I mean? Like, hey, that's not making sense to me there.
Well, a lot of the northern areas that were above what would be now Saudi Arabia, that was all they were either Semitic or they were Aryan, and like a up around Iran, those were the majority of those were the Aryans and stuff, and a lot of the Semitics were from Iraq all the way to Lebanon. You know what I mean? And then what happened was is the freaking the Arab invasion, where the Arabs came up out of like Saudi Arabia and those areas, and they invaded the rest of them. They took over Turkey.
When did this happen?
This happened back during the time of Muhammad, just as Christianity was starting off.
To develop. Okay, so and you said this called what was it called? The invasion.
Arab invasion.
Arab invasion.
And
Okay.
see,
I just want to look it up. That's why I'm asking.
that whole region, I mean, like, people have a hard time understanding the history of it because of how much chaos is going on in the Middle East and stuff, you know what I mean? But if you have patience and you actually focus on it and spend time on it, you can kind of figure it out. And I still don't know a lot about it. I mean, that's what's so fascinating about that region is it's immersed.
A
in
lot to
history.
learn.
I mean, there's so much history in that area. So much different cultures.
Put this on my tabs because I have a bunch of stuff I have to do, and like this is from my history, just from my knowledge, the stuff that I've been doing with you, a lot of it, and as it relates. But eventually, how you do this type of stuff that I'm fluent in, I'd like to be able to be like present, like, so I'll probably be like reading some of the books that I'm reading and stuff like that, just a little bit, not much, but the stuff that you're doing is the stuff that for whatever reason it's related to what I'm studying, and it'll explain why and how these laws that we have now currently have been developed, just not even the laws, the culture itself. And so that's why it's significant. That's why I feel like it's significant what you do, because maybe not a lot of people understand it, or maybe they're not present for it. But, the answers that we're looking for is in what you're doing right now.
Well, like, a lot of, like, they make statements that just, if they really would pay attention, they'd understand that it's not true. Like, even in this one, they mention the fact that that Philo is he's introducing atheism, okay? And if you read what Philos is really saying, he's actually talking about paganism, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know why it said that, because I didn't hear anything about until you said it just now. I didn't understand a correlation to atheism. Yeah. So that's why I was just going to do more digging, because I heard you say that today, but I didn't get that. See, there it is. I knew I had already.
I didn't get that either. Like, a lot of the stuff that he mentioned here had more to do with paganism than it did anything to do with atheism.
But that would be why they say it's atheism, so that way people will denounce it, and they'll say that it's, but because paganism, people like to incorporate it even if they're quote unquote Christians, or regardless of the fact, they like to overlap it and say, oh, this is acceptable. And like, so if we say you get your pagan holidays, you have your, you know what I mean, we're going to incorporate what benefits us. So if he's attempting to tell you, hey, this is what you're doing in regards to this, and this is what should be done, then they'll just correlate. They'll say, oh, okay, actually, we'll just charge this as atheism, so no one pays that much attention.
Cock Lane Ghost. The Cock Lane Ghost is a reported haunting that attracted mass public attention in 1762. The location was in an apartment on Cock Lane, a short lane adjacent of London's Smithfield Market, and a few minutes' walk from St. Paul's Cathedral. The event centered on three people: William Kent, a usurer from Norfolk; Richard Parsons, a parish clerk; and Elizabeth Parsons, Richard Parsons' daughter. Kent's wife, Elizabeth Lymes, was the daughter of a grocer from Limeham. They moved to Stoke Ferry, where Kent kept an inn, and later the local post office. They were apparently much in love. Their marriage was short-lived, as within a month Elizabeth Lymes died during childbirth. During her pregnancy, Elizabeth's sister Franny had moved in with the couple in order to stay and care for the infant. The baby didn't survive long after Elizabeth's death, and Kent became romantically involved with Franny, but canon-law prevented them from getting married. After traveling to London seeking advice, Kent was told that Elizabeth had borne him a living son. A union with Franny was impossible. Nevertheless, in January of 1759, Kent gave up the post office, left Franny, and moved to London, intending to purchase a place, and in the hope that business would erase the passion he had for Franny. Meanwhile, Franny stayed with one of her brothers in Limeham. Despite her family's disapproval of the relationship, Franny began to write passionate letters to Kent. Letters filled with repeated entreaties about spending the rest of their lives together. He eventually allowed her to join him in East Greenwich, near London. The two decided to live together as man and wife, writing wills in each other's favor, but also hoping to remain discreet. They moved into lodgings near a mansion house, but their landlord there may have learned of their relationship from Franny's family. Cock Lane was then owned by Parsons, and he was a landlord of Kent's and Franny's for a short time. While at Cock Lane, several accounts of strange knocking sounds and ghostly apparitions were reported, although they stopped after the couple moved out. While Kent was away at a wedding in the country, the first reports of strange noises began. Parsons had a wife and two daughters. Kent asked the oldest, Elizabeth, to stay with Franny and share her bed while he was away. Franny was several months pregnant by this time. The two reported hearing scratching and rapping noises. These were attributed by Mrs. Parsons to a neighboring cobbler. When the noises reoccurred the following Sunday, Franny asked if the cobbler was working that day, and Mrs. Parsons told her that he wasn't. The landlord of a neighboring public house, after visiting the house, reported seeing a white-figured ghost ascending the stairs to the house. Frightened, he returned home, and Parsons later visited him, claiming to see a ghost also. With weeks away of Franny's giving birth, Kent made arrangements to move to a property at Bartlett Court in Clerkenwell. By January, the property wasn't ready, so they moved to an inconvenient apartment nearby intending only to stay for a short while. But by the end of January, Franny fell ill. The attending doctor diagnosed the illness as early stages of an erupted fever and agreed with Kent that their lodgings were inadequate for someone in so critical a stage of pregnancy. Franny was thereby moved by coach to Bartlett Court. The next day, Franny's doctor returned and met with her apothecary. Both agreed that Franny's symptoms were indicative of smallpox. On hearing this, Franny called for an attorney, making sure that her will was in order and that Kent would inherit her estate. An acquaintance of Kent's, Steve Aldridge, rector of St. John's, Clerkenwell, reassured her that she would be forgiven for her sins, and she died in February. Fearful of buying a coffin for Franny out of fear for prosecution if the true nature of their relationship became known, Kent asked that the purchase be made nameless. On registering the burial, though, he was forced to give the name, and gave her name. Franny's family was notified, and her sister Ann Lyons, who lived nearby, attended the funeral at St. John's. When Ann found out that in Franny's will, she and her family would only receive a crown each, and Kent would receive the rest, including Franny's share of their dead brother's estate, and attempted to block Franny's will in Doctors' Commons and failed. Because of the dispute, though, legal problems over land owned by Franny's deceased brother occurred. Following Franny's death and Kent's successful legal action against Parson over an outstanding debt, the hauntings resumed at Cock Lane. Parsons claimed that Franny's ghost haunted his property, and later his daughter. Regular seances were held, and a ghost would appear claiming that Franny had been poisoned with arsenic, and Kent was publicly suspected of being her murderer. Because of the dispute with Franny's family and her deceased brother's property, each of her brother's beneficiaries had to pay compensation to the purchaser. Kent refused to pay, claiming that he had already spent the money paying off Franny's debts. In October, John Lyons began legal proceedings against Kent in the Court of Chancery. Meanwhile, Kent became a stockbroker and remarried.
Within the lands of a far-off place, Lycia is a kingdom that spans 3 spheres of the known planes. Within it are streets of jeweled splendor and golden sunshine. These are not the only lands of Lycia, though. There are many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations that dwell here, among the different planes of existence. Lands that are unforgiving, primal, and filled with wild beasts. Jungles that reach up to the sky, can take a person without ever leaving a trace of that person ever being there. Planets so unforgiving, the ground itself has the power to kill. Within the center of a divine throne room, a throne sits upon a dais. The dais rises about 2 feet above the floor, and each side of this dais has steps that lead up onto it. Transparent crystals were used in order to create most of the things within this throne room, making the environment bright and full of reflections. Pillars stretch high within the room, to a ceiling that is so high it can barely be seen. Rumor have it that these pillars don't even connect to the ceiling, and their mysteries are but a wonder. They too cast off reflections of a mystical blue aura of beauty. Strange symbols are carved into these pillars and the dais as well. Energy flows along the surface of these pillars, swaying like snakes, swimming upon the surface of a stream. The bright reflective glow of the throne, dais, and divine pillars cast off of the walls, and down onto a mysterious pool of visions below. Visions bounce in and out within the waters of this mystical pool. A blue aura hangs over it, and the water itself never sits still, as if it is boiling in low temperatures. The water itself, though, isn't cold at all. Still, it produces a mist that rises above itself into the divine throne room above.
Birth of the twins. An Omaha woman was pregnant with twins. Before her husband went out hunting, he used to warn her, "If any strange person comes here while I'm out, just don't look at him. You could be in danger." One day an old man came to the lodge while the man was hunting, and the woman sat with her back to him. She didn't look at him. He came back the next day, and she still did not look at him. On the third day, he came back to the lodge again, but the woman still would not look at him. But on the fourth day, when he came back, she couldn't stand it anymore, and she peeked. She saw a two-face, a man-eating ogre. Everyone who looked at him died. The Omaha woman died as soon as she laid her eyes on him, and the two-face cut her up and ate her. He took one of her babies out of her body and threw it in the woods, but he didn't notice the other one. When the woman's husband came back and saw her remains, he knew what had happened. He started to grieve, but then he noticed the baby was still alive, so he had better take care of him. He didn't know that there were two babies. The other one was still in the woods. A bean mouse adopted him and fed him on beans, so the first twin grew up wild. When the twins got older, they met each other again and knew they were brothers. They grew up to become heroes and have many adventures together. But that is another story for another day. Creak. A sound, faint distance, but still heard. Crack, something snapping or being trampled on. The man sits in his room reading. The room is silent except for the quiet fire burning. Creak, just the house settling, nothing more. Crack, perhaps some small animals outdoors. Whoosh, was that the wind? The man stands up and peeks out the window. A clear night is all he sees, the full moon brilliant in the sky. Laughing at his nervousness, he returns to his book. Creak, the man now silently chuckles at the sound. Crack, how could he have been scared of some sounds? Whoosh, must be breezy out tonight. Thump, did that come from within the house? The man stares into the fire, trying to calm his jangled nerves. Creak, crack, whoosh. Will the sounds never cease? Thump, thump, thump. Closer, he thinks. The sounds are getting closer. He shuts the book and closes his eyes and thinks of something besides his wild imagination. Creak, thump, crack, thump, whoosh. Thump, thump, thump. A pause. The man moves quietly, slowly towards the door with a nervous gait. Thump. A step back. Thump. Yes, it's getting closer. Thump. He stares at the door, trying to somehow see through it. Thump. He reaches slowly for the doorknob, hand shaking, no longer able to take, not knowing. creak. A loose floorboard near the door outside. Thump. He slowly opens the door. A scream. Silence. In shadows, keep in whispers fold, lies a tale of secrets old, a hidden trove of silent words, a nest of songs unheard by birds. Beneath the surface, quiet lies, a world unseen by prying eyes, where truths are cloaked in clever guise, and only the curious may claim the prize. In every heart a secret dwells, a silent story each soul tells, of dreams untold, desires unseen, a life unlived, what might have been. The secrets call to those who seek to brave the depths, to climb the peak. For in the quest to find the light, the hidden truths will come to sight. So let the secrets softly sleep in chambers vast and oceans deep. For those who find them, bold and wise, will read the stars in ancient skies. Once, in an age long forgotten, when the world was still young and the continents were untamed, the deep dwellers ruled the abyssal plains and the dark trenches. They were a noble and wise race, with knowledge that stretched back to the very beginnings of the ocean's memory. Their cities were grand, carved with the very bedrock of the ocean floor, with towering spires and luminescent streets, all bathed in the soft glow of bioluminescent flora. The deep dwellers lived in harmony with the sea, their culture intertwined with the ebb and flow of the tides. But the deep dwellers were not alone in their underwater kingdom. They shared their world with the old ones, ancient entities whose power was as vast as the ocean itself. The old ones were revered and feared in equal measure, for they held the secrets of the cosmos and the keys to unimaginable power. The deep dwellers had a pact with the old ones, a sacred agreement that granted them protection and wisdom in exchange for their loyalty and service. This pact kept peace in the depths for eons, but as with all things, change is inevitable. It came to pass that a young deep dweller, curious and bold, ventured into the forbidden zone, where the influence of the old ones was strongest. There he discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of his world. The old ones were not the benevolent guardians they had claimed to be. They had plans to ascend from the depths and claim the surface world, casting down the sun and sky to reign in eternal darkness. Armed with this knowledge, the young deep dweller returned to his people and warned them of the impending betrayal. The deep dwellers, realizing the gravity of the situation, decided to break their ancient pact and stand against the old ones. A great war ensued, a war that raged in silence beneath the waves, unseen by the eyes of men. The deep dwellers fought with bravery and cunning, using their mastery of the sea to outmaneuver the old ones. In the end, they emerged victorious, but at a great cost. Their cities lay in ruins, and their numbers were greatly diminished. The deep dwellers, now wary of the surface and the dangers it posed, retreated further into the abyss, vowing to guard against the return of the old ones. They became legends, whispers, and the tales of sailors and the dreams of poets. of the mystery that lurked in the heart of the deep. And so the deep dwellers remain hidden in the darkness, watching over the world from their sunken thrones, ever vigilant, ever mysterious, the eternal guardians of the deep. In the dense jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, hidden beneath the tangled canopy and guarded by the spirits of the ancient Maya, lies the fabled treasure of the Emerald Serpent. The legend tells of a powerful artifact, an emerald so large and pure that it was said to be the heart of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god. The gem was placed within the deepest chamber of a temple, and a curse was cast upon it to protect it from the greed of men. It was whispered that any who dared to claim the Emerald Serpent would be met with a fate worser than death. The jungle itself would rise against them, the animals turning into fierce guardians, and the very earth seeking to swallow them whole. Centuries passed, and many adventurers, lured by the promise of untold riches, ventured into the jungle's heart. None returned, their fate sealed by the curse. The most famous of these was the conquistador named Hernando Cortez, who, driven mad by his lust for gold, led an expedition to seize the emerald. His men spoke of walls that moved and whispered, of shadows that took the form of fearsome warriors, and of a serpent that watched from the darkness with eyes like burning coals. Cortez and his men were never seen again, and the jungle reclaimed the temple, the Emerald Serpent waiting in silence for the next soul brave or foolish enough to seek its power. To this day, the treasure remains untouched, a glittering prize veiled by the curse that has claimed so many. It is a tale that warns of the perils of avarice and the lengths to which the earth will go to guard its secrets. So as you sit by the campfire, let the story of the Emerald Serpent be a reminder that some treasures are best left undiscovered, and some legends are best left as just that, legends. May your curiosity always be tempered with respect for the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our world. Deep within the heart of the forest, hidden by thorny brambles and the whispers of the ancients, lies Echo Cave, in a place few dare to tread, for it is said that those who enter are never the same when they emerge, if they emerge at all. Legend has it that the cave is alive, its walls pulsating with the echoes of 1,000 souls. They say it was once a sacred site where rituals of great power were performed under the watchful eye of the stars. One fateful evening, a group of friends, fueled by curiosity and the thrill of adventure, decided to explore the cave. They were armed with nothing but their flashlights and a sense of invincibility that only the young possess. As they ventured deeper into the cave, their laughter and chatter echoed off the walls, creating a cacophony of sound that seemed to mock their bravado. The air grew colder, the darkness thicker, and soon they realized they were not alone. For the shadows from the shadows emerged a figure, ethereal and shimmering, with eyes that held the depths of the cosmos. They spoke in a voice that was both beautiful and terrifying, a symphony of every voice the friends had ever known. "You have awakened me," it said, "and now you must pay the price." The friends huddled together, fear gripping their hearts as the figure approached. It reached out, it touched, its touch like ice, and whispered a secret into each of their ears, a secret that was theirs alone to bear. With each word, the cave seemed to grow brighter, the echoes louder, until the friends were overwhelmed by a blinding light and a sound that was the very essence of creation. When they awoke, they were outside the cave, the sun rising on the horizon, but something had changed. Each friend found themselves gifted with a strange new ability, a piece of the cave's ancient knowledge. They never spoke of what happened that night, and they never returned to Echo Cave. But sometimes, when the wind is just right, you can hear the echo of their laughter mingling with the whispers of the cave, reminding us that some mysteries are best left unsolved. So as we sit by our campfire, let's enjoy the warmth and the company and leave the secrets of the Echo Cave to the forest and the stars. Let me grab something real quick out of my files, Karma. I wanted to actually read something that I'd written a while ago that kind of gets an idea across of what I've been talking about when it comes to conspiracies and stuff.
Okay.
It's kind of like my take on a lot of it. I've actually gotten into them, or I've gotten into them more than what I have most other things, and I think this will pretty much sum it up on a lot of the stuff that I have. If I can get it real quick. Yeah, here it is. Let me read this real quick, and it'll kind of get an idea of where I'm going with it. I did a video series on YouTube called Into the Abyss, and I had a note in my notepad that I did on the computer for it, and I want to just share it. It goes, "Without shame, most people are cowards, filled with greed and vanity, always competing for resources, power, and notoriety. In order to gain these things, it's required that the masses must be controlled and influenced. In order to acquire resources, blood has to be spilled, and our young have to be sacrificed for the greater good. A life for a life, for the sake of the spring, blood sacrificed in order for the water to flow. Lotteries created, evolved into words like the draft, and our children soon marched blindly into death's shadow. This was all done in the name of patriotism. Still, we are told that we must sacrifice our young for the sake of the many, and we do not take a moment to figure it out. We and the elites are not one and the same. we are segregated with two separate purposes and standards. The rich enjoy their wealth by manipulation through standards and symbolism, while exiled in Babylon, the Jewish created their texts in order to retain their identity as God's chosen people. They were living with pagan barbarians, of course, weren't they? People who worship gods by laying in their own excrement, yet understood the moon cycle by the 5th century BC. It is also a wonder how Babylonian ideology found its way into the Talmud and then eventually into the Quran. We are placed in positions accordingly. If we are smart enough, though, we can climb our way out of the cesspool through the use of fame, intellect, money, and beauty. Even then, though, we are still called upon to sacrifice ourselves or loved ones for the greater good. The greater good, of course, is a small percentage of people who enjoy living in penthouses or in the south of France. It's all about wants and needs, and the object of the game is the rich manipulating the poor in order to gain what they want, usually by monopolizing resources, then extorting us with laws that we then submit to without disagreement. It is only with laws it's only when laws affect the elites negatively that those laws change. Poor people and their families are nothing more than pawns on a chessboard. Still, the ruling class was gracious while they changed from kings and queens into elites, changing their personas and status while meeting their growing needs, building towers that climb above their surroundings, overwhelming us in hypnotic spells of grandeur. We worship the Eiffel Tower, Golden Gate Bridge, and even the Twin Towers that fell in recent years. The blood of children is smeared upon the foundations of those structures, but do we care? We place our vanity at the doorstep of two buildings while victims still perish today. We send our children off into the darkness and some don't return. The world is actually overpopulated, and some believe that sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. This seems to be a common theme in every issue too, but what is the greater good though? WHO, the World Health Organization, actually has statistics on how many people are estimated to die within the next 50 years. John found out too, in order for the environmentalists to achieve what they want, carbon levels in the atmosphere need to go down to 165. In 1985, carbon levels were at 225. By the year 2000, levels were down to 185. In order for carbon levels to make it down to 165, the human population has to decrease. With a population of over 7 billion, we can't achieve a carbon level of 165. In other words, population control is top priority in geopolitics. To achieve these goals, people must die and sterilization laws enforced. How proud we were when those towers were built with foundations strong and sure. Under these towers, a spring was buried, filled with chaos and fury so pure. This is a poem. A battle raging so strong and silent, and the people without a clue, hidden away within isolated bubbles so far away from the world and all of its troubles. The earth began to rumble and the ground began to shake, while foundations began to crumble and those towers fell to the floor. Under the foundations we found two enemies battling one another, each burning with hatred, neither more furious than the other, battling over the spring, neither wishing the bloodshed to end, though if the bloodshed ends, the earth will no longer rumble, the ground will no longer shake, and the towers will no longer fall. Brainwashing was with propaganda, listening to stories that are told. Boys and girls wish to adventure, glossy eyed, young, and wanting to shoot a gun while playing with black powder. Searching for adventure, fortune, fame, they travel to far off lands. Mystery and adventure is all they see. Yet, the more that is seen, the more they want, and the more will be revealed. So sail across to that faraway land, map the skies as they go. The young shall create, not destroy, or be hypnotized. The young should create, not destroy, or be hypnotized and mesmerized either. Kids, though, will see what they only wish to see. When they go just over that hill, they will see what was once golden orchards, pastures once filled with rose petals, now nothing but scorched land. Looking towards the horizon, they will speak of way back when, remembering how it used to be, when grass grew green and we were truly free, while in the back of their minds lay all the shame, what they truly became the day they decided that they had to be, that the day they decided what they had to become, the lies they fell for, and the leaders they followed, who selected only the best of the stock, those who decided who shall live and who shall die. And that's the end of it. But that was one of the last things that I ended up writing about the subject. Or that was the last.
You wrote that?
Yeah, I wrote that.
Nice.
That's the I believe that was the last thing that I did for that series on YouTube. But I mean, whenever I talk about conspiracy theory, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think there's a lot of people out there who honestly believe that these things that are going on in our day-to-day lives aren't a part of a conspiracy when it's not the truth. It's like right there in front of our faces. We just don't see it because it's been happening for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, have you ever heard of the Dredger Guidestones in Eberton, Georgia?
Yeah. As a matter of fact,
yeah, it's written in stone about the separation of the languages, then what languages should sustain, as well as the population control agenda, New World Order.
If that was the one thing about chemtrails that I'd like to have him on here for, because like he really gets into stuff like that. You know what I mean? He really talks about it and everything with his with his record or streams, I guess, or no, uploads videos. So I mean,
Yeah.
I have my disagreements with some of the stuff he says because he believes that it's connected to like aliens and things like that. But there's people who believe in aliens who believe like there's this contract that keeps aliens away from the humans. So as long as we follow that contract, we're okay. And I told him in a comment, I'm like, I don't believe that if there's aliens that had all that technology and were so much more advanced than us, they would, abide by a contract between Earth and aliens from outer space. I don't feed into that.
But if they're not, aliens are just higher form of intelligence, and also too, they're not combative. Aliens are more loving and more friendly than we are, because we're actually, I don't want to say trickled down versions, but again, our DNA has been altered because initially we started out. I don't want to say we started out as aliens. It's not true, but the the same genetic capabilities, our DNA. We had the same makeup, and it was installed in us. But then, like I said, there was a separation. Again, the same thing for the desire of power. Kind of like the separation of bicameral mindset, where we were two hemisphere excuse me, where we were operating on one hemisphere, and then we go from one to having two, and then the separation of astrologically thinking and doing as opposed to just actionary and turning towards just doing stuff based off of instinct. I don't want to say that the contract, I don't want to say it's not true, because on the IRS has documents, and I think I shared it in your chat too, just even with like some of the communications and some of the quote unquote requests, it's the actual contract of saying, hey, yeah, stay away from us. But you can see where there are relationships and correspondences with foreign life. And here I am in these circles again. I like walk in circles and it's just crazy. But here they are, like I said, not, I don't want to say that they are like, oh, we're telling them to stay away. It's kind of one of those things to where there's no real reason to not, and to the point where because of the separation, because of negative influence, negative impact, the negative connotation put on their presence, it was more of, it's like one of those things, they don't do drama. And I know that as a surprise, everyone thinks that aliens would walk around and want to fight, but they're not. They're very loving beings, and they would prefer to project love, but we don't project that type of love. And so if there was a, excuse me, desire for an invasion, quote unquote, or a war, it would be as a result of, excuse me, in the name of love. As crazy as it sounds, it would be to restore the natural order in which we came from, and or which we started from.
Abtu's imprisonment within the lower levels of the Divine Palace leaves him isolated, separated from the known planes of existence, and unable to escape his capture. The lower levels of the Divine Palace is by far not as divine as the throne room above. 2. Legends of Abtu grow throughout the generations, while he sits imprisoned within the Divine Palace. 3. Darkness consumes Abtu within the lower levels of the Divine Palace, but he is used to that. Abtu is a Draco from the Saurian planes of existence, a place where the sun never shines and there are no stars in the sky. 4. Thoughts of his home constantly enter Abtu's mind. He thinks of Saurian, Serpentine, and Ophidian, planes ruled by his kind, the Draco. 5. The absolute darkness within the Saurian planes create an environment that strains resources. Reptilians consume the weaker of their kind and scavenge what they can. Humans are delicacy among all of the Draco within the Dark Realms, but they are herded like cattle and rationed, used as slaves, a food source, and experimentation in genetics.
Thoth was inserted in many tales as the wise counsel and persuader, and his association with learning and measurement led him to be connected with Seshat, the earlier deification of wisdom, who was said to be his daughter, or variably his wife. Thoth's qualities also led to him being identified by the Greeks with their closest matching god, Hermes. with whom Thoth was eventually combined as Hermes Trismegistus, also leading to the Greeks naming Thoth's cult center as Hermopolis, meaning city of Hermes. It is also considered that Thoth was the scribe of the gods rather than a messenger. Anubis, or Hermanubis, was viewed as the messenger of the gods, as he traveled in and out of the underworld and presented himself to the gods and to humans. It is more widely accepted that Thoth was a record keeper, not a divine messenger. In the Papyrus of Ani, copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the scribe proclaims, "I am thy writing palette, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me." That is chapter XXXB Budge of the Book of the Dead, and is by the oldest tradition said to be the work of Thoth himself. There was also an Egyptian pharaoh of the 16th dynasty in Egypt named Djehuti, who is Thoth after him, and who reigned for 3 years. Now, Thoth, his titles were Thoth, like many Egyptian gods, and Thoth, like many Egyptian gods and nobility, held many titles. Among these were Scribe of Ma'at in the company of the gods, Lord of Ma'at, Lord of divine words, Judge of the two combatant gods, Judge of the Rekhekhekai, which is spelled Rekhekhui, the pacifier of the gods, who dwelleth in Anu, which is capital UNNU, the great god in the temple of Abtiti, Abtiti, capital A at the beginning, and twice great, thrice great, 3 times great, and also the timeless. So that is Thoth. Now that we're done with Thoth, I want to go from there and discuss the Osiris. No, the Osirian. I'm sorry, I have a bad time with remembering and saying names properly. Now, when it comes to alchemy and the history of alchemy and the Hermetic traditions, Thoth is the one that you really have to pay attention to. A lot of things rotate around him and his cult, and even with Greek beliefs. The Osirian is what I'm going to read about. It's just a short little bit. The Osirian, or Osirion, spelled Osirion or Osireon, is located at Abydos at the rear of the temple of Seti. It is an integral part of Seti's funeral complex and is built to resemble the 18th dynasty valley of the king's tomb. It was discovered by archaeologists Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray, who were excavating the site in 1902 and into 1903. The Osirian was originally built at a considerably lower level than the foundation of the Temple of Seti, who ruled from 1294 to 1279 BC. While there is disagreement as to its true age, despite the fact that it is situated at a lower depth than the structure nearby, that it features a very different architectural approach, and that it is frequently flooded with water, which would have made carving it impossible had the water level been the same at the time of construction. Your brand says it can be dated confidentially to Seti's reign. Now, I've seen videos of the Osiris too, and there's a lot more there that's involved than just what was mentioned there. These areas within the Osirian have tombs that are in there where they had literally mummified oxes, cows, and they had put them inside of these structures. And these are huge structures, and you walk through and you can actually see where these cows have been mummified and pretty much worshipped and idolized. Basically, it's really strange how it looks, but if you get a chance, check it out, and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a lot more to it than just that little bit. At the time when I did this stuff, I didn't really dig too deep into it. I just recently, within the last year, started watching and seeing things being posted on YouTube and in groups about the Osirian. But it is pretty interesting. Because cattle worship is fun. It's very important when it comes to the old religions, and there's a lot of people who do believe that these religions spawned from one central group, so it's pretty good and interesting stuff to really look into. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the Valley Temple of Khafra. Khafra, also read as Khafre, instead of Khafra, Khafra. It also reads as Khafre, Khafre, Khefren, Khefren, and Chephren, Chephren, was an ancient Egyptian king, pharaoh of the 4th dynasty during the Old Kingdom. He was the son of Khufu and the throne successor of Jeffrey, Djedefre, which is capital D, and it's also the name for Thoth. According to the ancient historian Manetho, Khafra was followed by King Bakhiris, Bikheris, but according to archaeological evidence, he was rather followed by King Menkaure, Menkaure. Khafra was the builder of the second largest pyramid of Gaza, or of Giza, not Gaza, Giza. Some of the Egyptologists also credit him with the building of the Great Sphinx, but this is highly disputed. There is not much known about Khafra except the historical reports of Herodotus, who describes him as a cruel and heretic ruler who kept the Egyptian temples closed after Khufu had sealed them. Khafra was the son of King Khufu and the brother and successor of Djedefre. Khafra is thought to be the son of Queen Merititis the First, due to an inscription where he is said to honor her memory. king's wife, his beloved devout to Horus Martitus, king's wife, his beloved Martitus, beloved to the favorite of the two goddesses, she who says everything whatsoever, and it is done for her, great in favor of Snefru, great in favor of Khufu, devoted to Horus, honored under Khafre, Marta Titus, breasted ancient, and these are ancient records that was written from. Others argue that the inscription just suggests that this queen died during the reign of Khafre. Khafre may be a son of Queen Henutsen instead. Khafre had several wives, and he has at least 12 sons and 3 or 4 daughters. Queen Marisanak III was the daughter of Kawab and Hatefers II, and thus a niece of Khafre. She was the mother of Khafre's son, Nebamakhet, Duanri, Niasir, and Kentetka, and a daughter named Shepsetsku. King Cameronnebitil Caperanebti the first was the mother of Menkari and his principal queen, Cameronnebitti the second. Hekin Ahejet was a wife of Khafre. She is mentioned in the tomb of her son Sekhemkar or Ker. Persenet may have been a wife of Khafre based on the location of her tomb. She was the mother of Nekar. Other children of Khafre are known, but no mothers have been identified. Further sons include Akmar, Akar, Lunman, and Lunar. 2 more daughters named Rakhetre and Hemetre are known as well. There is no agreement on the date of his reign. Some authors say it was between 2558 BC and 2532 BC. This dynasty is commonly dated 265 BC to 2480 BC, while the Turin King list length for his reign is blank, and Manethos exaggerates his reign as 66 years. Most scholars believe it was between 24 to 26 years, based upon the date of the will of Prince Nekur, which was carved on the walls of this prince's mastaba tomb. I must add a picture there. The will is dated anonymously to the year of the 12th count and is assumed to belong to Khufu since Nekur was his wife. Khafre's highest year date. The town of Maplewood was adorned with the warm hues of autumn, a picturesque backdrop for the annual Thanksgiving festival. In the heart of this idyllic community, families gathered to give thanks feast and celebrate the bounties of the harvest. Yet beneath the surface of this seemingly perfect setting lay an unsettling legend that had persisted for generations, a tale that would soon come to fruition on this fateful Thanksgiving Day. Whispers began in hushed tones among the townsfolk, typically as they prepared their holiday meals or arranged festive decorations. They spoke of a cursed recipe, one passed down through the hands of a long-dead matriarch known as Agatha Wainwright. According to local lore, Agatha had been a remarkable cook, renowned for her mouth-watering dishes, especially her famous Thanksgiving turkey. However, her culinary prowess was shrouded in mystery and a hint of malice. As the story went, Agatha had made a pact with an ancient spirit of the harvest, a spirit that demanded a tribute each year to exchange for bountiful crops. Those who dared to alter her recipe or disrespect the traditions associated with it faced dire consequences. The townspeople recounted chilling tales of cursed feasts where the food turned to ash in the mouths of the unsuspecting, or worse, where guests vanished without a trace. Samantha and Tom Reynolds, a young couple new to Maplewood, heard these tales with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. They had recently purchased a quaint farmhouse on the outskirts of town, eager to settle into the close-knit community. On Thanksgiving morning, they awoke to the crisp, golden sunlight streaming through their kitchen window, the aroma of spices and roasting turkey filling the air. "Are you ready for our first Thanksgiving here?" Tom asked, his enthusiasm palpable as he chopped vegetables for the stuffing. Samantha smiled, her eyes glimmering with excitement. "Absolutely. I can't wait to host our feast and invite the neighbors. Maybe we can even ask about the cursed recipe. It sounds like quite the story." Tom chuckled. "You and your fascination with local legends. Just make sure not to stir any pots, okay?" With a playful nudge, Samantha continued her preparation, oblivious to the shadows that loomed over the town. The couple spent the morning bustling about the kitchen, preparing a feast worthy of the harvest. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm glow that belied the unsettling tales whispered by their neighbors. Later that afternoon, the couple delivered invitations to their neighbors, welcoming them to join their Thanksgiving feast. As they walked from door to door, they encountered a mix of reactions. Some were eager to attend, while others offered cautious smiles and vague warnings. "Be careful with the turkey," an elderly woman cautioned, her voice quivering. "Agatha's recipe is not to be trifled with." Tom and Samantha exchanged bemused glances. "We'll keep that in mind," Samantha assured her, laughing lightly. "Thank you." As they returned home, Samantha's curiosity grew. "Do you think there's any truth to the legend?" she asked, her brow furrowing with thought. Tom shrugged. "Legends are just that, stories. But if it adds to the flavor of the feast, who am I to argue? Let's just focus on making it a great Thanksgiving." As evening descended, the couple finished their preparations. The dining table was adorned with a cornucopia of dishes: golden brown turkey, savory stuffing, cranberry sauce, and pumpkin pie. As the guests arrived, The atmosphere buzzed with laughter and conversation, but a sense of unease lingered in the air, uninvited yet undeniable. Among their guests was Mr. Peterson, an elderly man who lived in Maplewood his entire life. He was a font of local knowledge, and the couple invited him to share his tales. As they settled in for the meal, Tom raised a glass to toast. To new friends and old traditions. Cheers, the guests chimed in, laughter ringing through the room. As they began to eat, Samantha noticed Mr. Peterson watching her intently. "You remind me of Agatha," he said, his voice low and gravely. She had the same sparkle in her eyes. "Really? I'd love to hear more about her," Samantha replied, intrigued. Mr. Peterson leaned in closer, his expression darkening. "She was a remarkable cook, yes, but there was a darkness in her kitchen. She loved her recipes. There was a price to pay for that love." The laughter around the table faded as the guests listened intently. "What do you mean?" Tom asked, his curiosity piqued. "Those who tried to alter her recipes," Mr. Peterson hesitated, as if weighing his words. "They vanished without a trace. Some say she cursed them. The last time I saw her, she was muttering to herself, stirring a pot of something vile." Samantha's eyes widened, but Tom scoffed, shaking his eyes. "Come on, Mr. Peterson, surely you don't believe those old wives' tales." The elderly man fixed him with a piercing gaze. "You would do well to respect the traditions of this town, young man. There are things that lie beyond our understanding, things that demand reverence." Ignoring Mr. Peterson's foreboding warning, the couple continued their feast, but the tension hung thick in the air. The food was delicious and the laughter resumed, yet Samantha felt an inexplicable chill creeping up her spine. It was as if the walls themselves were whispering secrets long buried. As the night wore on, Samantha began to feel lightheaded, her visions blurring. She blinked, trying to shake off the sensation, but it only intensified. She glanced around the table, noticing her guests exhibiting similar signs of discomfort. One woman clutched her stomach, her face pale, while another leaned heavily against the table. "Is everyone okay?" Samantha asked, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine," Tom said, though his tone lacked conviction. But as if in answer, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the room. The laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling silence. The food on the table seemed to shift before their eyes, the turkey taking on a more sinister hue, its glistening skin now resembling the leathery texture of something otherworldly. Mr. Peterson's eyes widened with terror as he pointed towards the table. "The curse! You've unleashed the curse!" Samantha's heart raced as she felt an overwhelming presence in the room, a weight that pressed down upon her chest. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows stretched and writhing like living creatures. The guests exchanged fearful glances, uncertainty gripping them. "I think we should end this," Tom said, his voice trembling. He stood up, trying to restore some semblance of normalcy. "Let's all just take a breath but before he could finish, the ground shook beneath them, sending the dishes clattering to the floor. The turkey twisted grotesquely, its skin stretched and contorting, morphing into a figure that resembled Agatha Wainwright herself. "Fool," she hissed. her voice echoing in the chaos. "You dared to disrupt my feast." Panic erupted among the guests as they scrambled for the door, but it slammed shut, locking them inside the haunted dining room. The apparition loomed closer, her eyes filled with a blend of rage and hunger. "You've awakened the curse," Agatha's ghost figure spat, her voice dripping with disdain. "You will pay for your insolence." Samantha clutched Tom's arm, her heart pounding in her chest. "What do we do?" "Stay together," Tom shouted, pulling Samantha closer as the apparition's laughter echoed around them. "Your ignorance will cost you dearly," Agatha warned. "You have disturbed the balance, and now the harvest spirits demands its tribute." Suddenly the room darkened further, and the shadows began to swirl, forming ghostly figures of past guests who had succumbed to the curse. They reached for the living, their faces twisted in agony, lost in a never-ending cycle of despair. As the spectral figures advanced, Samantha felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She remembered the tales Mr. Peterson had shared about the pact Agatha had made, the necessity of paying homage to the harvest spirits. "Agatha," she cried, her voice rising above the chaos, "we honor your tradition. We mean no disrespect." The ghostly figure paused. Her expression shifted as she regarded Samantha. "You seek to appease me." "Yes," Samantha pleaded, her heart racing. "Let us make amends. We will honor your recipes, keep your traditions alive. Just spare us." Agatha's figure flickered, torn between fury and contemplation. "You think you can undo the curse with mere words?" "I believe we can," Tom interjected, stepping forward with newfound resolve. "We will respect your legacy. We will keep the harvest spirit in our hearts. We will share your recipe with the town and honor your name." The room fell silent as Agatha's ghost considered his words. The spectral figures halted, their hollow eyes fixated on the couple. "Very well," Agatha finally replied, her voice softening. "You may yet preserve the essence of my legacy, but know this: the darkness can never be fully eradicated. Your promise must be kept, or you shall join the ranks of the cursed." With those words, the darkness began to recede, the ghostly figures dissolving into the shadows. The dining room transformed back into its warm, inviting state. The remnants of the feast scattered, but the air now lighter, free from the weight of Agatha's wrath. As the last vestige of the curse lifted, Samantha and Tom found themselves alone at the table, the other guests having vanished as if they had never been there. Shaken yet relieved, the couple shared a silent understanding. They had survived the night, and more important, they had forged a bond with the legacy of Agatha Wainwright. "We did it," Samantha whispered, her heart still racing. "We appeased her." Tom nodded, a mixture of awe and relief washing over him. "But we have a responsibility now. We need to keep her memory alive and honor her recipes. It's our duty." In the days that followed, Samantha and Tom dedicated themselves to preserving the traditions of Maplewood. They organized community dinners, shared Agatha's recipes, and invited neighbors to partake in the feast. Each gathering served as a tribute, a reminder of the fragile balance between honor and despair. As Thanksgiving approached the following year, the town buzzed with anticipation. The couple had become the stewards of Agatha's legacy, assuring that the stories and traditions lived on. And as the sun set on the eve of the festival, Samantha looked out over the gathering crowd, feeling a sense of peace enveloping her. "Do you think she's watching over us?" Tom asked, standing beside her, his voice a very low murmur. "I hope so," Samantha replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. "We'll keep her spirit alive." As the first guest arrived, the aroma of the feast wafted through the air, a celebration of life, love, and the echoes of the past. They embraced the essence of gratitude, forever intertwined with the legacy of the Thanksgiving feast of the cursed. And somewhere in the shadows of Maplewood, a spirit watched with a satisfied smile.
In the vast cosmos of the Nexus of Igthala, where shimmering stars converged in a tapestry of light and shadow, the essence of existence pulsed rhythmically through the realms. It was a domain where the fabric of reality interwove with the primal energies of creation and balance. The cosmic threads danced in a symphony, echoing the heartbeat of the universe, the interrelationship between structure and chaos, strength and vulnerability. At the core of this existence lay the center of harmony, an ethereal sphere of pure energy that pulsed with the collective consciousness of the great serpent beings known as the Tikar. This sacred center served as the nexus of sensory and motor connections, akin to the role of the central relay within the living beings of the cosmos. It was here that the dual aspects of life were sensed and harmonized, where the cosmic symphony was orchestrated by the intricate interplay of energies and forms. The Tikar, a majestic race of serpent beings, coiled gracefully around the center of harmony. Each Tikar was adorned with scales that shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue telling a story of its own, a reflection of its experiences and genetic lineage. These scales were not merely protective layers, they were conduits of energy, transmitting information and sensations throughout the collective consciousness of the Tikar. Elder Nisara, a majestic figure among the Tikar, uncoiled from her position at the center of harmony. Her scales, adorned with rare prismatic scales, glimmered like the dawn. With a deep, resonant voice, she called forth the assembly of the Tikar. "Gather, brethren of the flame and frost, for the resonance of the center calls to us," she intoned. "Today, we shall weave our energies together, creating a tapestry that reflects the harmony of our existence." As the Tikar gathered, they formed intricate patterns around the center. Nisara began to channel her energy into the sacred sphere, her scales vibrating in unison with those around her. The center of harmony responded, pulsating in waves of light that danced like ripples across a cosmic pond. The warm hues of the Drakfire, who radiated the energy of creation, blended with the cool tones of the Veshlaan, who maintained calm in the face of chaos. Together, these serpent beings moved in a graceful dance, embodying the duality that defined their existence. The alchemical forces of simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation flowed through them, creating a cosmic weave that enveloped the temple and resonated with the energies of the Nexus. In this moment of unity, Nisara envisioned the realm of simplicity, where the essence of creation was pure and unadulterated. Here, the cosmic scales shimmered with the light of potential, reflecting the clarity that simplicity brings. Within this realm, the flow of energy was gentle yet profound, inviting all beings to embrace the beauty of the uncomplicated. It served as a reminder that true strength lies in the ability to distill existence down to its core, where simplicity reigns supreme. "Remember," Nisara proclaimed, her voice resonating through the assembly. "We are not merely guardians of this realm, we are its embodiment. Our scales tell the story of our trials, our triumphs, and our commitment to maintaining the balance between fire and frost." The alchemy of stability emerged in the next realm, characterized by the presence of mighty mountains and valleys. Here, the cosmic scales stood as monumental pillars, representing the strength and resilience necessary for life to flourish. In this environment, the energies of stability formed robust structures, embodying the foundation upon which existence is built. The Tikar understood that stability is not merely the absence of chaos but the presence of strength, providing a sense of security and grounding. "Through solid foundations, we can weather the storms of life," Nisara reminded her kin. The cosmic scales whisper of resilience, urging us to find our center and cultivate a sense of purpose amidst the swirling energies of the universe. As the alchemical dance continued, the realm of versatility emerged, where change was the only constant. In this vibrant landscape, the cosmic scales transformed with every shift of energy, illustrating the adaptability inherent in all things. This realm vibrated with dynamic energies, showcasing the beauty of transformation. The alchemical forces encouraged exploration and experimentation, urging all beings to embrace the unknown. The lessons of versatility emphasized that life is fluid, and one must learn to navigate its currents with grace and agility. In the realm of versatility, we learn that adaptability is the key to survival, Nisara taught. Each moment presents an opportunity for growth, urging us to flow with the rhythm of existence. Next, the Tikar moved to the realm of purification, a serene sanctuary where clarity and renewal reigned. The cosmic scales radiated with cleansing energies, inviting all beings to immerse themselves in the transformative waters. The essence of purification flowed like a gentle stream, washing away the impurities of the past. The alchemical forces emphasized the importance of letting go, allowing the energies of transformation to cleanse the spirit. As they chanted in unison, their voices harmonizing into a melodic resonance that echoed throughout Igthala, the center of harmony erupted in a radiant burst of light, casting intricate shadows that danced across the chamber. The Tikar felt a surge of power coursing through them, a profound connection transcending individual existence. With the completion of the ritual, the Tikar ascended to the final realm, the realm of transformation. Here, the energies coalesced into a brilliant display of colors and shapes, symbolizing the essence of alchemy, the art of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The Tikar witnessed the metamorphosis of energies, realizing that within every challenge lay the seed of opportunity. The cosmic scales became a canvas of possibilities, illustrating the endless cycles of creation and destruction that governed existence. Nisara raised her voice, resonating with the harmonies around her. "We are the weavers of balance in a universe of contrasts. Our journey through these realms is a testament to our commitment to harmony." With this awakening came visions, insights into the nature of existence and the intricate web of life binding all beings together. They perceived the balance of forces that governed the cosmos and understood that the contrasts within them were not sources of conflict but vital parts of their identity, a harmony enriching their existence. As the Tikar emerged from the ritual, they understood their roles as the guardians of harmony. They were not just serpent beings, they were the custodians of a delicate balance extending far beyond their realm. Their scales glimmered with renewed purpose, and their hearts resonated with the promise of protection and unity. Nisara coiled gracefully, her prismatic scales shimmering like a rainbow in the light of the twin stars. "Together, we will ensure that the harmony of Igthala remains intact," she declared. "We are the embodiment of balance, the guardians of the Nexus, and we shall stand against the forces that seek to disrupt the harmony of our existence." In the heart of Icthala, beneath the shimmering stars, the Tikal stood resolute, guardians of a legacy that would endure for eternity, a symphony of scales woven into the great tapestry of existence, an everlasting reminder of the contrasts that bind us all. As the Tikal stood vigil, the tides of the cosmos ebbed and flowed around them, like the heartbeat of a living entity, shaping the very core of existence.
Jupiter's rising in the dawn, foretold by mystics in their scroll.
Evil, good, evil, good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, evil, good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, evil, good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, evil, good, evil, the masculine and the feminine.
With every hum and drum, the dead and roads, like waves on beats, went to and fro, in a breath of silence before it began. So, right is fundamental within. I crave music through at night to night. Lick my spirit and take it down flight. When the bass and the chords and the chorus calls, I'll be lost in the magic where eternity falls. Is it something bigger? Is it something bigger? Find a brief on life. Because that to me, you're already hungry. If I was a full brain, when is your will to? On the passion of me way, I can't stand so feel. Check the dawn of thoughts. You run the same appeal. To the road so gone. You are like a dream star drift and blind. In the dark out now where the night is too long. I'm out down in the galaxy dash. Everything's so moment left like healing. You are like heartbreak down to my goal. Where the waves and music up in every sound. In the cold side of night I'm gonna know. Now I'm singing about a big world.
Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine.
Is it something bigger? Is it something bigger? Try to bring my life because that's to me. You're already hungry. If I was a full brain, what is your will do? On the passion of your way, I can't just so feel. Set the tone of thoughts. You run the same idea. To the road so gone. You are like a dream star drift and life.
Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine.
Before the day I wake, I feel the pulse of dreams. Eat the rhythm that makes the dance of a left beat. Also bright, guiding me through shadows into the light. It's strong with the electric string, fire and night. In the morning breeze, the melody takes flight. Every chord is the first secret to unfold. Let the symphony sound, let the story be told. It's all in trigger, but the breeze on land. Don't get to me. You're already on bread. If I was a full brain, what is your will do? On the passion of your way, I can't just so feel. Set the tone of thought. You run the same idea. To the road so gone. You are like a dream star.
Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good and evil are constantly at war with each other. Good and evil are constantly at war, constantly at war, constantly at war with each other. Good and evil are constantly at war with each other. good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Cross, pillar, the masculine and the feminine. Cross, pillar, the masculine and the feminine, made out of metals. At the base is lead, followed by tin, iron, copper, silver, mercury, and at the top is gold. The feminine axis is the horizontal arm of the cross, and it surrounds the masculine axis like a nebulous cloud of unseen energy. This feminine energy is both chaotic and orderly at the same time, and can be understood as being made up of the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good and evil are constantly at war with each other. Good and evil are constantly at war, constantly at war, constantly at war with each other. Good and evil are constantly at war with each other. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, good, 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 evil, 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 good, evil, the masculine and the feminine. Cross, pillar, the masculine and the feminine. Cross, pillar, the masculine and the feminine, made out of metals. At the base is lead, followed by tin, iron, copper, silver, mercury, and at the top is gold. The feminine axis is the horizontal arm of the cross, and it surrounds the masculine axis like a nebulous cloud of unseen energy.
We go get to me. You're ready for break.
The world is balanced, balanced, balanced.
When it's gonna do? On
The
the
world
passion
is
of me
balanced,
way.
balanced, balanced.
I can't just so feel.
Four
Set the
forces,
tone
four
of heart.
forces, four forces.
You understand my fear. If the road is so gone, you are like a dream gone through some life. The pain of love, where the mind is too loud. I'm down in the galaxy glass. Everything's so marvelous, like it loud. You are my heart right down to my goal.
It could perhaps be helpful to typify the feminine axis as a cylindrical cloud surrounding the metallic pillar of the masculine axis. The state of the feminine axis depends on where it is in relation to the masculine axis. Four forces, four forces, four forces. Four forces, four forces, four forces. The world is balanced, balanced, balanced. The world is balanced, balanced, balanced. Four forces, four forces, four forces. The cloud is strongly influenced by the metal section of the pillar that surrounds it. So, for example, the feminine axis at the level of gold on the masculine axis will be infused by the attributes of gold, but will still strive to find balance along the axis of earth, water, air, fire. Four forces. The world is balanced, balanced, balanced. The world is balanced, balanced, balanced. Four forces, four forces, four forces. It is also important to note that the feminine axis is cylindrical in shape, implying the cyclical nature of the feminine, and also is gaseous as opposed to the solid masculine axis. This illustrates the eternal flux of the feminine. Four forces, four forces, four forces. The world is balanced, balanced, balanced. bottom of the cloud, the feminine is infused with the principles of lead men, whereas the men's consciousness is raised, so too the consciousness of the women around them on the feminine axis. In the dance of life, the male leads and the female follows. In the dance of life, the male leads and the female follows. The male leads, the male leads, the male leads. In the dance of life, in the dance of life, in the dance of life. And the female follows, and the female follows, and the female follows.
It's a light of world, I just don't grow. Where the neon peace must be to my stars. The mountain take no people tapestry. Dying on the mind, makes why I'm free. This living thoughts, no more electric breaks. Every mountain come, take me to another place. To the rhythmic noise, light breaks the storm. In the form, the sound, my spirit is reborn.
In the dance of life, in the dance of life, in the dance of life.
Holding me deep in the soundscape, techno karate. You can see the sound where I'm fighting tempo, just to the rhythm of my soul.
Each season occurs at its own time, and yet during each season the weather can change so that elements of the other seasons appear.
It's a thing called sound and it makes the love. It's a thing called sound and people know. And though I'm sound is a galaxy cross, and things are bubbling like you know. Okay, outside that people know.
Feminine enhances the masculine.
Like the feeling you know.
Enhances the masculine. Enhances the masculine. Enhances the masculine. Feminine enhances the masculine. Enhances the masculine. Enhances the masculine. Enhances the masculine. Proceed smoothly, 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 smoothly.
For the finger, but the great contact, because that to me, you're ready for the break. If I was a full brain, what is your woman do? On the passion of your way, I can't just so feel. Check the tone of cost. You are the same idea. If the road is so gone, you are like a dream start drift on life. Out now, where the mind is tonight. I'm my own sound in mechanic device. Everything's on marvelous, making lies. You are best heart right down to my goal. Where the waves and music up and down your soul. It's a concert. It's a light of world, I just don't grow. Where the neon peace must be to my stars. The mountain take no people tapestry. Dying on the mind, makes why I'm free. This living thoughts, no more electric breaks. Every mountain come, take me to another place. To the rhythmic noise, light breaks the storm. In the form, the sound, my spirit is reborn.
The solidity and stability of the masculine throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life, proceeds smoothly, smoothly, smoothly. As the masculine expresses itself, proceeds smoothly, smoothly, throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life, smoothly, smoothly, smoothly. The solidity and stability of the masculine proceeds smoothly, smoothly, smoothly throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life. As the masculine expresses itself throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life, throughout a person's life. The weather can change. The weather can change. The weather can change. In the dance of life, in the dance of life, in the dance of life. The weather can change. The weather can change. The weather can change. In the dance of life, in the dance of life, in the dance of life. Stages of development, stages of development, stages of development. Progression to higher states, infused with energy, infused with energy, infused with energy. Stages of development, stages of development, stages of development. Progression to higher states, infused with energy, infused stages of development, stages of development, stages of development. Progression to higher states, infused with energy, infused with energy, infused with energy. Progression to higher states. Quality and inclusivity, quality and inclusivity, quality and inclusivity. The mistress of balance, cooperation, fairness, cooperation, fairness, cooperation, fairness. The mistress of balance, quality and inclusivity, quality and inclusivity, quality and inclusivity. Progression to higher states. The function of the feminine is to temper the masculine. Temper the masculine, temper the masculine, temper the masculine. Progression to higher states, quality and inclusivity, quality and inclusivity, quality and inclusivity. The mistress of balance, cooperation, fairness, cooperation, fairness, cooperation, fairness. It is not good for man to be alone, grounded in the reality of his materialism, reflected opposite, reflected opposite, reflected opposite. Grounded in the reality of his materialism. He is a creature of extremes, grounded in the reality of his materialism. The feminine abhors extremes. The male leads, the male leads, the male leads in the dance of life, in the dance of life, in the dance of life.
Just to the rhythm of my soul.
my mistakes in this stroke.
There's a discrepancy between an artist member and a fan member. And you have to focus on what each of those bases get. So like fans would get early access to music and special deals or like exclusives, and then the artist members would get promotions. And but you need to phrase it and word it better so other people understand the difference between the tiers and like what you get as a base member and like how that process works. So it's like when you're looking at it as a musician, it's easy to understand and it's easy to say, oh, okay, this is what I get. But as a fan, when you're looking into it as like a music lover, you're kind of like, why would I do this? Like, what is the benefit for me at this stage? There's music and exclusive content. I mean, you need to focus on those fans. I want to share a hint with you. As a fan of music, I don't care of anything about other than what do I get to hear.
Right, exactly. When I was talking about Spanish punk bands, like that's me personally. Okay, that's what I want. When I join any kind of that's about that, it's hearing freaking stuff that you have that's unique that I'm interested in.
You have to market it to your fans a certain way, and you have to market it to artists a certain way for it to succeed. That's what we're telling you. It's a great idea, but
like
there you go. You will get releases. You will get original music. You will get this. That's what fans want to hear. That's what they want to hear. You will get this. I do like that flame where you're like, you get this.
You don't create short trailers, put them on YouTube, and that's what you got to do. You got to create video trailers showing content, and this is what we're offering, and then they'll be drawn in by that.
Like
you got to get on there sometime. You know what I mean?
Of course. I have it in my mind.
Pull together some short clips of you guys hanging out, chilling out, and then say something. That's all you got to do. It's free. One thing people like is before these shows start, have them like film them setting up their equipment. And then like the group showing or the people showing up for the events when they do it. Like little clips like that. You know what I mean? And then each week you freaking put that out and say, this is what's going to be on the footage. You know what I mean? You're going to actually see them behind the scenes, setting up their equipment, showing up for the event, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Small talk. But never give them the music because they'll have to go to your hub to get that.
Just go through what you think you need to promote because as I said, like, I understand it because like I have that kind of mindset of an artist, but like when it comes to like music fans, it's like you're gonna want both the musician and fans will get started. So you kind of have to just work on ways to promote to both and word it for both, and and we can work on that and like how to promote to both and kind of when we get there. It's just something that we need to be aware of as well.
Wear a camera on your forehead, and then like when you're jamming out and shit, looking around, everybody can see you guys.
To you,
does it work? Yeah, as a fan, you want to hear "You're Gonna Get." Those are words you're gonna get.
It's a dream, actually.
It's all marketing.
Now think about it like this too. Vacuum. Like this conversation right here, okay? Like right here, what's being said and how you're saying it and everything. So understand this is content that can be used, okay? Because what you're doing is you're in here and you're talking with passion about something that you believe in, and people are going to go for that. They're going to love that, okay?
Sure.
Now, that's promotion too.
But that's one of the things that we need to get people to come to the meetings.
Get
people to come and listen to Within the Vacuum explaining his concept, and they'll be like, where can I join? Where? Show me. How do I sign up? How do I make a token? What's this place? Show me the rules. People will be begging for it.
Now if you want Bob, you could go and edit that.
Proton pump inhibitors. Used for short-term relief of PUD and GERD. MOA blocks last step in gastric acid secretion by combining with H+, K+, and ATP in parietal cells of stomach. Enteric-coated equal bypasses stomach and will dissolve in small intestine. Side effects: abdo pain. Take before eating. Pantoprazole can be taken with or without food. Swallow the tablets or capsules whole, don't crush or chew them. Adsorbent drugs. These drugs are antidotes for ingestion of toxins that can lead to OD or poisoning. Most commonly prescribed equal charcoal. MOA, drug attracts, binds to toxins equal inhibits toxins from being absorbed from GI tract equal toxin is excreted with the activated charcoal, body does not metabolize this. These drugs don't prevent the toxic effect brought on before the adsorbent drug was administered. It is important to administer charcoal as soon after the toxic ingestion as possible.
Antidiarrheal and laxative drugs. Goal of antidiarrheals equal treat primary condition, then reduce frequency of bowel movement by inhibiting peristaltic movements. In constipation, there is a decrease in frequency plus fluidity of bowel movements equal stools can become hard and dry equal difficult to pass. After giving meds for constipation, use bowel sounds as an indicator that peristalsis is occurring. All laxatives are contraindicated in obstructions or fecal impactions. Opioid-related antidiarrheals. Used for diarrhea. MOA. Decrease peristalsis by depressing the muscles in the large and small intestines equal prolongs transmit of GI contents. Side effects: abdo-distension, fatigue, CNS depression, tachycardia, paralytic ileus. Non-opioid related antidiarrheals. Used for diarrhea. MOA. Acts as adsorbents, bind to bacteria, irritants, equal excreted in feces. Side effects: constipation. Monitor for fluid and electrolyte imbalance. Contraindicated in dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, kidney, liver disease, glaucoma. Bulk forming laxatives. Used for constipation. MOA. Fiber not absorbed by bowel equal creates bulk that passes quickly through bowel. Should be taken with water. Side effects: flatulence, sensation of abdo fullness, intestinal obstruction, fecal impaction, severe diarrhea.
Act 3. Break into 3, 80%, the aha moment, the lift yourself up and try again moment. Show the protagonist realizing what they need to do in order to tackle their problems, both external and internal. Finale, 81 to 99%. The protagonist does what they decided to do in the break into 3 beat. And because of all the learning and growing they've done and the support or insight from the B story, their plan works. The bad guys are defeated, the world is changed for the better. What are the battles? How will the protagonist triumph, or not? This is another longer section, so you've got the space to make things dramatic and intense. Final image, 99 to 100%. This is the opposite of the opening image, the after snapshot instead of the before. Show the reader how the protagonist and their world have changed.
Legend tells of a time when man was first born into existence. He was from the land up high, and slowly descended into the realms below. Within this higher plane of existence lived a mighty overking, and his beautiful subjects. They lived in a land that was commonly referred to as the higher heavens of Lisha, where each man lived peaceful lives. Each unburdened with the toils of man, and each with a desire for more out of life. Within the higher heavens of Lisha lived imams, sentinels, hunters, woodsmen, and all manner of creatures in the wild. No draconians lived here. This was a place only for humans. The beginning of their kind started here. The beings who occupy this land are no strangers to evil, which lay outside. Warriors trained to defend the freedoms they have, for the sake of their people. Most of the inhabitants have strong mental abilities, which stretch further than that of the ordinary human. These humans believe in honor and staying close to the powers of light. rather than giving in to the darkness from below.
With powers of extraordinary ability, they can lift their arm and command nature itself. Foresight is common among these humans, able to see in the future. Some can see seconds, minutes, and only hours, while others can see ahead in cycles. Above all things, the people respect all life, not just their own, but every creature that exists and draws a breath. Though the high heavens of Lisha is untouched by any draconian attacks that occurred within the Lishan Empire, they still have the ability to travel freely among the planes and realms outside of the high heavens that they call home. Usually traveling to places for a good hunt, trade with other beings, and teaching others about freedom, inner truths, and independence. Most of the time though, they travel to other realms of splendor, adventuring into areas that most wouldn't dare go. Mapping out areas of the unknown is one of the highest honors to any individual within the high heavens of Lisha. It is the highest form of intellect among the scholars within the realm. Discovering the powers of the outer worlds in order to harness it, and bring those powers within their grasp.
The ground within the realm of the high heavens consists of precious gems, diamonds, emeralds, and gold. Structures are built in strange angular shapes, some reach high into the sky, while others shoot out like blades of grass in all different directions. These structures were originally a part of the landscape, but were hollowed out and made into places for the people of this realm to live. Wildlife still roams the countryside, and the grass still grows, but not as softly as that of grass on the lower realms of Lisha. The sparkle of grasses and soil reflect everywhere as the golden sun shines. At night, the sky is filled with a beautiful borealis of lights, stretching across the sky with a wondrous amount of bright blue stars in the background. Gentle snow sits upon mountaintops high above and can be seen from the warm, tranquil towns below. The cold air on these mountaintops are dry, making life there easy to live in too. The air itself is fragranced with scents like that of perfumes. Fountains of healing water are scattered throughout these lands, free to all who wish to use it. After the invasion of the Draconian, the high heavens of Lisha was untouched, but, in place, where the divine palace once stood, the city of Novar was built. Its mighty ziggurat gleams in the beautiful sunlight of the higher heavens, and the people tell the stories, written on the murals of its walls, about the mighty Zithra.
The concept of WYRD is deeply rooted in Germanic culture, particularly within the contexts of Old English literature and mythology. Derived from the Proto-Germanic word is, meaning, fate, or destiny, WYRD embodies the intertwining of personal agency and cosmic forces. This article explores the multifaceted nature of WYRD, tracing its historical origins, philosophical implications, literary representations, and relevance in contemporary society. The etymology of the word, WYRD, traces back to Proto-Germanic wordis, which is related to the Old High German word and the Old Norse yor, both of which signify fate or destiny. In Old English, WYRD is often depicted as a personified force, akin to the Norns of Norse mythology. The Norns, Yor, Varandi, and Skuld, are three female figures who weave the fate of gods and men, symbolizing the interconnectedness of all beings within the fabric of existence. The concept of WYRD is not merely a representation of fate but is also imbued with a sense of inevitability and continuity. It emphasizes that past actions influence present circumstances and future outcomes. This cyclical understanding of time is significant in Germanic belief systems, where the past, present, and future are interwoven. WYRD appears prominently in several Old English texts, most notably in Beowulf. In this epic poem, WYRD is invoked as a guiding principle in the lives of heroes and warriors. For instance, when Beowulf prepares to confront Grendel, he acknowledges the influence of Wyrd on his fate, understanding that his actions are part of a larger cosmic tapestry. The line, "Fate goes ever as fate must," encapsulates the inevitability of Wyrd, emphasizing that while individuals may strive for glory, their destinies remain entwined with forces beyond their control. In the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Wyrd is referenced in various historical accounts, reinforcing the idea that fate governs the lives of individuals and nations alike. The Chronicle serves as a reminder that historical events, like battles and the rise and fall of kings, are often attributed to the influence of Wyrd, blending historical narrative with mythological understanding. Additionally, the use of Wyrd in legal contexts within Anglo-Saxon culture highlights its significance. Legal texts often invoke Wyrd to explain the outcomes of conflicts or disputes, suggesting that justice is also influenced by fate. This incorporation of Wyrd into legal frameworks further demonstrates its pervasive influence on societal values and perceptions of morality. In the broader context of Germanic mythology, Wyrd is intertwined with the concept of fate as a deterministic force. The idea of Wyrd challenges the notion of free will, suggesting that individuals are part of a preordained path. This perspective is echoed in other cultures, where fate is similarly depicted as a powerful, often inescapable force. In Norse mythology, the Norns play a crucial role in shaping the destinies of gods and men. Their actions reflect the belief that every life is subject to a predetermined fate, reinforcing the concept of Wyrd as a universal principle. The Norns' influence on both mortal and divine realms illustrates the interconnectedness of all beings, highlighting the complexity of existence within the cosmic order. Moreover, the Germanic view of Wyrd is often contrasted with the notion of greeting fate, a term that suggests an acceptance of one's destiny while simultaneously acknowledging the importance of individual actions. This duality is fundamental in understanding the cultural approach to fate, where individuals are encouraged to confront their Wyrd with courage and integrity. The Germanic understanding of Wyrd encompasses a complex interplay between fate and free will. While Wyrd implies a certain determinism, it also allows for personal agency. Individuals can make choices that influence their paths, but those choices exist within the larger framework of fate. This duality invites philosophical reflections on the nature of existence. The question arises, to what extent are individuals responsible for their fates? In a world governed by Wyrd, the tension between choice and predestination shapes human experience. The notion that one's actions resonate through time and space encourages a sense of moral responsibility, emphasizing the impact of decisions on the collective tapestry of life. This interplay is often mirrored in the stories of heroes in Germanic literature. Characters frequently face choices that could lead them toward glory or doom, and their decisions are a testament to their character. Thus, Wyrd serves not only as a force of fate but also as a reflection of an individual's moral compass. When comparing Wyrd to similar concepts in other cultures, intriguing parallels emerge. In Hinduism, the concept of karma embodies the idea that actions have consequences that influence an individual's fate. Like Wyrd, karma suggests a cosmic balance where every deed, good or bad, shapes future experiences. This comparison highlights the universality of the human struggle with fate and moral responsibility. In Greek mythology, Moira represents the concept of fate. The Moirai, or Fates, three sisters who control the thread of life for each individual. Their actions illustrate the inevitability of fate, akin to the determinism implied by Wyrd. This interplay of personal agency and cosmic forces resonates across cultures, emphasizing the shared human experience of grappling with the unknown. Furthermore, exploring these cross-cultural concepts reveals how different societies understand the relationship between the individual and the cosmos. While Wyrd emphasizes a deterministic perspective, the interpretations of karma and Moira include an aspect of moral reciprocity. This nuanced understanding suggests that the perception of fate is deeply influenced by cultural beliefs and societal norms. Wyrd manifests through various characters in Old English literature, illustrating how individuals navigate the tension between fate and agency. In Beowulf, The titular hero embodies the struggle against WYRD as he confronts formidable foes. His journey reflects the interplay of personal choices and the larger forces guiding his path. Beowulf's interactions with WYRD culminate in his final battle with the dragon, where he confronts the reality of his impending doom. Despite recognizing that WYRD has led him to this moment, Beowulf displays bravery and honor in his actions, embodying the ideal hero who meets his fate head-on. This portrayal emphasizes that while WYRD dictates certain outcomes, how one faces their destiny defines their legacy. Another notable example is the character of Wiglaf, who stands by Beowulf in his final battle against the dragon. Wiglaf's loyalty and courage demonstrate the importance of personal agency in the face of impending doom. His actions highlight the idea that while WYRD may dictate outcomes, individuals can still choose how they respond to their circumstances. Additionally, the portrayal of Grendel in Beowulf adds another layer to the understanding of WYRD. Grendel, as a creature born of darkness, embodies the antithesis of WYRD's order. His chaotic nature disrupts the societal fabric, showcasing the consequences of ignoring one's fate. The conflict between Beowulf and Grendel represents the struggle between light and dark, order and chaos, ultimately reinforcing the significance of accepting one's WYRD. In contemporary literature, the concept of WYRD continues to resonate. Authors often explore themes of fate and agency, drawing on the rich tapestry of mythology to craft compelling narratives. Works like Neil Gaiman's American Gods and J.R.R. Tolkien's The Silmarillion incorporate elements of WYRD, examining the relationships between characters and the larger cosmic forces at play. In American Gods, the characters' interactions with gods and their struggles with fate illuminate the tension between personal choice and external influences. The protagonist, Shadow Moon, grapples with the idea of destiny as he navigates a world filled with mythical beings. His journey reflects the complexities of modern existence, where the influence of WYRD is palpable yet often obscured by the chaos of contemporary life. Similarly, Tolkien's works emphasize the significance of fate and free will within a richly woven narrative. The fate of Middle-earth hinges on the choices of individuals, particularly the hobbits, who embody resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. This portrayal of WYRD in a fantasy setting invites readers to reflect on their own lives, illustrating that while fate may shape paths, the choices made along the way are equally important. Furthermore, the reinterpretation of WYRD in modern fantasy literature invites readers to reflect on their own lives. The exploration of fate, choice, and consequence serves as a reminder that individuals possess the power to shape their destinies, even within the constraints of a predetermined path. The legacy of WYRD extends into modern English, influencing language and expressions related to fate and chance. Phrases like, "what will be," echo the sentiment of WYRD, suggesting an acceptance of life's unpredictability. The concept has permeated popular culture, where references to fate and destiny abound, often framed within narratives that explore the human condition. Additionally, the word weird in modern English has evolved from its original connotation of fate or destiny to describe something uncanny or bizarre. This linguistic shift illustrates how the ancient understanding of WYRD has adapted to contemporary contexts, often stripped of its philosophical implications. In contemporary media, WYRD is often represented in films, television shows, and video games. For instance, in the God of War series, characters grapple with the notion of fate as they confront gods and titans. The narrative explores the cyclical nature of fate, echoing the themes of WYRD in a modern setting. Television series like Game of Thrones also reflect the complexities of fate and choice, as characters navigate treacherous political landscapes while facing the consequences of their actions. The notion of WYRD is apparent in the series' exploration of power dynamics, illustrating how individual choices shape destinies against the backdrop of larger forces. Moreover, the resurgence of interest in Norse mythology, particularly through the popularity of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, has reintroduced concepts like WYRD to a broader audience. These adaptations highlight the relevance of ancient narratives in contemporary storytelling, encouraging viewers to contemplate their own relationships with fate and destiny. Exploring WYRD from a psychological perspective reveals deeper insights into human behavior and decision-making. The acknowledgement of fate as a guiding force can foster a sense of acceptance, allowing individuals to navigate life's challenges with greater resilience. Understanding WYRD encourages a reflective approach to decision-making, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and responsibility. By recognizing the interplay between choice and fate, individuals can cultivate a mindset that embraces growth and adaptability in the face of uncertainty. Furthermore, the exploration of WYRD in therapeutic contexts can facilitate discussions about personal agency and the acceptance of life's unpredictability. Clients may find comfort in the idea that while they cannot control every aspect of their lives, they possess the power to respond to challenges with agency and integrity. The concept of WYRD weaves through the tapestry of Germanic culture, encapsulating the interplay between fate, choice, and moral responsibility. From its historical origins in Old English literature to its modern interpretations in contemporary media, WYRD remains a powerful symbol of the human experience. As individuals navigate the complexities of life, the acknowledgement of WYRD invites contemplation of the intricate dance between destiny and agency. By understanding WYRD, we can foster a deeper appreciation for the forces that shape our lives, empowering us to confront our paths with courage and purpose. Ultimately, WYRD serves as a reminder that, while fate may govern certain aspects of existence, the choices we make in the face of uncertainty define our legacies and the impact we leave on the world.
Yeah, I'll try my best. Well, it just happened.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another stream of ancient history that I'm doing here on Live with Roger Hanson. Today I have Karma back with me and we were going over Phoenician ancient history last week. There were a couple of interesting things that we came across that I'd like to review before we go on any further. If you don't mind, Carmen, would you mind doing that with me?
No, I don't mind. I'm going to put my headphones in so that way I can have a better sound and
Well, last week when we were talking about the Canaanites, and we came across the deity Mot, that really struck my attention. So I went back and I looked over some of the Egyptian stuff I had, and sure enough, Mot is in there, but it's spelled M-A-A-T, which could be Mot. Now, on the Canaanite version, how did they spell? Do you remember how they spelled Mot?
I think it was M-O-T. And let me just double check. I gotta find it because I have my, infinite amount of Windows 50 at this point. 50 at this point because I'm so working. Yeah, but let me just see the history. No, that's the wrong one. That's the Planned Parenthood thing. No, not at all. Right, that was from when we were talking about.
No,
that.
It's fine.
It's somewhere here. Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. I'm pretty sure it's M-O-T, but I don't want to tell you that it's M-O-T, so I'm gonna look for it, and then we can go back with it.
Now, Mot or Ma'at, it's referred to, or Ma'at or Ma'at comprise the ancient Egyptians' concepts of truth, balance, order, harmony, law, morality, and justice. Ma'at was also the goddess who personified these concepts and regulated the stars, seasons, and the actions of mortals and the deities who had brought order from chaos at the moment of creation. Her ideology opposite was Isfat, meaning injustice, chaos, violence, or to do evil. So that's where that comes from.
And so wait, and that was the M-A-A-T one?
Yeah, Ma'at.
See, that's crazy because I did find it was for the Canaanites M-O-T. That's what I thought, but I was just double checking if I had spoken correctly. But so the Ma'at is like,
it sounds like the complete opposite of what you described.
Yeah.
Do you still have the description of them?
Right here, it says blah 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 blah. Canaanite god of death, and so. Okay, the Canaanite god of death and the underworld. He was known to the people as Ugarit, and in Phoenicia, where Canaanite religion was widespread. The main source of information about Ma'at in Canaanite mythology comes from the text discovered at Ugarit, and so. But he is also mentioned in the surviving fragments of Phileo-Bibulus, Greek translation of the writings of the Phoenician, and Santrunatian. Sanchuniatheon. Okay, let me just slow down. I can see it. Sanchuniatheon. Yeah. Sanchun. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Sanchuniatheon. Sanchuniatheon. I'm gonna get this right. Sanchuniatheon. Thank you for saying it like that. That phonetic was so wrong. Sanchuniatheon. See, I can say it because you said it. Thank you. Sanchuniatheon. Yeah. So that's what it said. And you get my.
And I know it's not the proper.
Sanchuniatheon.
Okay.
You said that's not proper?
Yeah, that's not even the proper one, but it's the closest I could come. I've had to say it a few times.
So then you found this Ma'at, M-A-A-T. Yeah. And I still have his up here. And then you said the Ma'at comprised the ancient. Yeah, that's what I said. The Egyptian concepts of truth. That's what I know the Ma'at to be, and that's what they call it, the Ma'at, not Ma'at. And then but I guess it is pronounced that if you run it together, and then they have the Ma'at gods and their principles, like you just spoke on. truth, justice, harmony, balance, order, propriety, and reciprocity. So.
Now see, it's in Amtuat, which is the 12 gates, and that was in the 11th hour, and I'm pretty sure it's in other hours within the writings. It's just that's the first place I could actually find it. But the 11th hour is the majesty of this great God takes up his position in this circle, and he sends forth words to the gods who are therein. Second Tuatai, Tuatua.
Okay.
And it second Tuatai is the name of the gate of this city through which the great God passes. Re'in Corinth Epcot is the name of this city, the secret circle of the Tuat in which this great God passes on his way and comes forth at the eastern mountain of the sky, the eater of the eternity. The form there is the presence of the serpent Petra. And see right here, me and Rocket found out that that was a different interpretation in the 12 gates, or the 12 hours. The Book of Amtuat calls it Petra, which was something that we caught before. That was a It was a misinterpretation because later on they changed the name. I believe Budge did the interpretation of it, and if
I remember you saying this. Yeah, because I looked it up and it was these stones.
Yeah. Now it says, which dwell in this city, and they place themselves in the train of Ra when the birth of Keper upon earth is about to take place. Then right here is where it says it. Whosoever shall make an image according to the figures which are depicted on the east of the palace of Ament in the hidden of the Tuat, and whosoever know them shall be in the position that divide his offering, and is a spirit who is suitably equipped both in heaven and upon the earth regularly and unceasingly. Sebet neb ua kesef sabu im pert is the name of the hour of the night which guide this great God in this circle. So that is
but listen, did you see where I guess I can see where they parallel at? Because I just read it. Come back, lady with the wings. With her judging the souls, there it is. The goddess who judged the heart of the dead, and so doesn't that kind of technically go together?
Yeah, it could, because
Cana, god of death in the underworld.
Now you also with the Canaanites and the Egyptians. I mean, the Canaanites and the Egyptians had a real strange relationship too. You know, like the Egyptians used to hire the Canaanites as mercenaries and stuff like that. So they really did have a strange relationship, and they were kind of like what the Hittites were, but the Hittites had a lot like a family-like bond with one another with the Egyptians. Like they would, their kings would freaking correspond to each other, and they'd call up each other brother and stuff. You know what I mean? And they were freaking nice to one another.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
yeah, history doesn't depict the same storyline often.
Yeah, and the Canaanites were subjects, basically. The Canaanites were always rebelling against Egypt, and then they were always being captured. So they were either against them or paying tribute to Egypt. So they basically had to be nice, and in the process, like, a lot of their ideas got mixed in together. It's like even in the Jewish Torah and the Christian Bible, you know, well, especially the Christians. I mean, look where Mary went to have Jesus. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She went to Egypt.
Okay, so now I have a question. The mercenary, you said that the Egyptians would hire the Canaanites as mercenaries, or was it the other way around?
It was they would hire them as mercenaries because they were always having, well, let me see, the Hittites.
Who would hire whom, though? That's what I'm more so.
The Egyptians would hire the
Emma's hitman, yeah, because that's what I'm. So, also called a soldier of fortune, a hired gun, a freelance, or a sellsword as a private individual who. Because I'm just going to be completely honest, I had no clue what it meant, so I was looking it up. And that's why I was just wondering, like, what does this mean? And then I see here now. Hired for foreign. Now, see, it says different ones. It says for foreign services, but they were really hitmen.
What, the Canaanites?
Okay. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
and so then, okay, that's
Canaanites
different.
were, they were pretty rough.
It says a hired gun in big black letters. Like, that's all that keeps standing out. A mercenary, also called a soldier of fortune, a hired gun. It's like, what in the world? A freelance or a sellsword. But the hired gun is just like in the middle of the page, all black. And I'm just sitting here like, okay. Okay.
Now, let me see. I don't even have a clue where that Mott went to on that reading.
Which one are you looking for?
The one that I was just on, or I was reading it. I highlighted Petra because that was in the same area, and then I was going to see if I could find Mott written in that hour, and it's not there. But
yeah, the goddess of justice and law.
Now, right here, I went over and wanted to straighten it out too. Last time we were talking, I couldn't answer to you what the name of the sky goddess was. The old wine cabinet. This is the story of the old wine box, as it appeared on eBay. You form your own opinion. This first buy, an antique buy, and refurnisher, is the one who tells the story. All the events set forth in this listing are accurate and may be verified by the winning bidder with copies of all hospital records and sworn affidavits that I am including in the sale of the cabinet. It is actually a wine box, but referred to here as a cabinet. During the month of September,
Back in 2001, I attended an estate sale in Portland, Oregon. The items liquidated at this sale were from the estate of a woman who had been passed away at the age of 103 years old. The granddaughter of the woman said that she was born, grew up, got married, and raised a family in Poland until she was sent to a concentration camp during World War II. Out of her parents, brothers, a sister, husband, 2 sons, and a daughter, she was the only one to survive. She survived by escaping the camp with other prisoners, somehow making it to Spain, where she lived until the end of the war. I was told that she acquired the small wine cabinet listed here in Spain, and it was one of only 3 things that she brought with her when she migrated to the United States. The other 2 items were an old steamer trunk and a sewing box. I purchased the wine cabinet and the sewing box with some other furniture at the estate sale. After the sale, I was approached by the woman's granddaughter who said, "I see you got the Dybbuk box." She was referring to the wine cabinet. I asked her what a Dybbuk box was, and she told me, When I was growing up, my grandmother always kept the wine box in her sewing room. It was always shut and set in a place that was out of reach. Grandmother always called it the Dybbuk box, and when the girl asked her grandmother what was inside, her grandmother spit 3 times through her fingers and said, "Dybbuk and Kesselum," also saying to her granddaughter, "This wine cabinet is never ever to be opened." The grandmother had even asked that the box be buried with her. However, as such a request was contrary to the rules of the Orthodox Jewish burial, the grandmother's request had not been honored. I asked, "What's a Dybbuk and Kisselum?" The granddaughter replied, "I don't know." After her telling me that she didn't know what the Dybbuk was, though, I asked, "Would you like to open the box with me?" "No," she also replied again, adding, "My grandmother was very emphatic and serious when she instructed me not to do so, and regardless of the reason, I want to honor my grandmother's request." This seemed to be more of a sentimental keepsake. I finally added, after hearing her tell the story, "Why don't you keep it?" I offered her the box back, and her demeanor changed. She became insistent and replied, "No, no, you bought it." I exclaimed, "I don't want my money back. It would make me feel better by returning this to you as an act of kindness." She then raised her voice, saying, "You bought it. You made a deal." She then began to seem somewhat upset. Looking back now, the way she became upset was just plain odd. When I tried to speak again, she yelled, "We don't want it. Please leave." She then began to cry and quickly walked away. I wrote the whole experience off as stress and grief that she must have been feeling for the loss of her grandmother. I took my purchases and politely left. At the time when I purchased the cabinet, I owned a small furniture refurnishing business. I took the cabinet to my store, down to the basement, in my workshop, where I intended to refinish it and give it as a gift to my mother. I didn't think anything more about it. I opened my shop for the day and went out to run some errands, leaving a young woman who did sales for me in charge. After about a half an hour, I get a call on my cell phone, and the call was from my salesperson, who I had left at the shop. She was absolutely hysterical and screaming. "Someone is here in the shop, breaking glass and swearing," she also told me. "They locked the iron security gates and the exit. I can't get out." Just before my cell phone battery went dead, I told her to call the police. I drove over 100 miles an hour getting back to the shop when I found the gate still locked. I went inside and I found my employee in my office, huddled into a corner and sobbing hysterically. I ran to the basement and went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs, I was hit by an overpowering, unmistakably odor of cat urine. There has never been any animals kept or found in my shop. The lights didn't work, and as I investigated, I found that the reason why the lights didn't work was because all 9 incandescent bulbs in my basement was broken and were still in their sockets. 10 4-foot fluorescent tube light bulbs were laying shattered on the floor. That would also explain the sound of glass breaking, but I didn't find any intruder. And there was only one entrance to the basement, and there wasn't any way for a person to leave without meeting me head on. I went back up to the shop to speak to my salesperson, but she had left. She never returned to work after being with me for more than 2 years and refuses to discuss the incident to this day. I had never thought of relating the event to that day to what later happened because of the cabinet. Things got worse. As I indicated early, I had intended on giving the cabinet to my mother as a birthday gift. After about 2 weeks of the purchase, I had finally decided to get started at refinishing it. I was surprised to find out that the cabinet was a unique little mechanism. When one of the doors to the cabinet is open, the mechanism causes the opposite door and the little drawer below to open at the same time. It is very well made. Inside of the cabinet, I found the following items. 1928 United States wheat penny, a 1925 United States wheat penny, a small lock of blonde hair with a string, a small lock of brown hair bound with a string, a small granite statue engraved in gilt with Hebrew letters. I've been told that the letters spell out the words Shalom. A dried rosebud, a golden wine cup, very strange cast iron candlestick holder with octopus legs. I saved all the items in the box and intended to return them to the estate. The family refused the items. These items will also be included in the sale of this cabinet. After opening the cabinet, I decided not to refinish it. I cleaned it and rubbed it with some linseed oil at which point I discovered that there was some more Hebrew writing carved into the back of the cabinet. I have no idea what it says or if it is significant. I've included a picture of the inscription below. On my mother's birthday, October the 28th, 2001, my mother called and said she was going out of town with my sister for 3 days, and we postponed celebrating her birthday together until she returned. On October the 31st, 2001, my mother came to my shop. We were going to have lunch together, but before we left, I gave her the wine cabinet. She examined it and seemed to like it. I had to make a phone call and wasn't out of her sight for more than a few minutes when one of my employees came running into my office saying that something was wrong with my mom. When I returned to my mom, I found her sitting beside the cabinet with no expression on her face. The tears were running down her cheeks. She wouldn't respond, no matter how hard I tried to get her to. She couldn't respond because it turned out that she had suffered a stroke and was taken to the hospital by ambulance. She ended up suffering from partial paralysis and losing her ability to speak. She has since regained the ability to speak. She could understand things being said to her and responding by pointing out letters of the alphabet and spelling out words she wanted to say. When I asked her the following day how she felt, she teared up and spelled out no gift. She became even more agitated and also spelled out hate gift. I laughed and said, "Don't worry. I am sorry you didn't like the cabinet. I promise you, I will get you anything you want if you promise to get well soon." I still didn't associate anything that had happened with the cabinet itself or anything paranormal. Frankly, I didn't think that I had ever used the term paranormal until the last month. I gave the cabinet to my sister. She kept it for a week and gave it back. She complained that she couldn't get the doors to stay closed and that they kept coming open. There are no springs in the door's mechanism, and I have never found a reason for why the doors came open. I gave it to my brother and his wife, and they kept it for 3 days. My brother said it smelled like jasmine flowers, while his wife insisted that it put out an odor of cat urine. I gave it to my girlfriend, who after only 2 days asked me to sell it for her. I sold it the same day to a nice middle-aged couple. After 3 days, I returned to the shop to open for the day, finding the cabinet sitting in front of the doors with a note that said, "This is a bad darkness." I had no idea what that meant. Anyway, I ended up taking it home. Then things got even worse. Since the day I brought the cabinet home, I have been having the same reoccurring nightmare. Every time I have the horrible dream, it goes something like this. I find myself walking with someone I know well and I trust. At some point in the dream, I find myself looking into the eyes of the person that I am with, and it is then that I realize something different, something evil that is looking back at me. At that point in my dream, the person I am with turns into
something that I can describe as the most gruesome, demonic looking hag that I have ever seen, who proceeds to beat the living tar out of me. I have awoken numerous times to find bruises and cuts where I had been beaten by the old woman and the previous night before. Still, I never related nightmares to the old wine cabinet, nor do I ever think I would have. About a month ago, my sister, brother, and his wife came over to my house and spent the night. The next morning, during breakfast, my sister complained that she had a horrible nightmare. She had recalled having it a couple times before and went on to describe my nightmare down to the last detail. My brother and his wife froze as they listened and then claimed that they have had the exact same dream as what she had during the night as well. The hair was standing on the back of my neck and still is. As we continued to talk, it became clear that the common denominator was that we have each had the nightmare during the times that that cabinet was in our respective homes. I called my girlfriend and asked if she had any nightmares, and she described the same nightmare, same hag, same everything. I asked her if she remembered when she had the nightmare, and she didn't. I then asked her if it was the night before she gave the cabinet back to me, and she said, "Yeah." How would you know that? Since our family discussion, it seemed like all hell has broke loose. For a whole week afterwards, I had begun to see what I can only describe as a shadowy thing in my peripheral vision. In fact, numerous visitors to my house have claimed they have seen these shadowy things. I put the cabinet in an outside storage unit and was awakened with a smoke alarm in the storage unit going off in the middle of the night. When I went to see what was burning, I opened the door and didn't see any smoke. However, I did get a hit with the overwhelming smell of cat urine, and when I went back inside, the smell was there inside of my house. I do not own a cat and never have. I went back outside and grabbed the cabinet. I brought it back inside and tried to do research about it on the internet. While I was surfing the net, I fell asleep and had the same frickin' nightmare. I woke up at around 4:30 in the morning. It felt and smelled like someone was breathing on my neck. My house now smelled like jasmine flowers, and I could see the shadow thing just start its way down the hall away from me. I would destroy this thing in a second, except I do not know exactly what I may or may not be dealing with, and I am afraid, and I do mean afraid, that if I destroy the cabinet, what came with it may just stay here with me. I have no I have been told that there are people who shop here on eBay that understand these kind of things, who specifically look for these kind of things or these kind of items. If you are one of these people, please, please buy this cabinet and do what you do with a
thing like this. Help me. You can see that I have no reserved price or minimum bid. If I can do anything to make things easier, let me know, and I will do what I can do within my ability. One more note. On the same day my mom had a stroke, the lease to my store was terminated without a cause.
As energy springs up from the mystical pool of visions, an astute, discerned watcher stands above it, staring down into its magical waters, watching the visions as they pass in and out. As if he is watching, and deciphering those visions as they happen. Harnessing the great secrets that this pool brings, by deciphering its hidden messages. His name is Zuthra, and he is known as the Overking of Lisha. Zuthra's eyes glow a bright blue, with a gleaming transparent tiara upon his head. His long curly hair and a matching beard hang down past his shoulders and chest. As Overking, it is his responsibility to secure the future of his bloodline. That is his utmost responsibility above all others. Even more important than the responsibilities of being the Overking. Seclusion is the only life that the Overking knows. He must live his life alone, so seduction is a part of the role he must play. Energy spills upward out of the pool of visions, as Zuthra raises his arms into the air. This energy flows through his body, as Zuthra closes his eyes, and visions of the past enter his mind. The pillars begin to glow, as priests dressed in shrouded cloaks gather around him. Zuthra places his hands into the water of the mystical pool of visions, and opens his eyes as he raises his arms into the air. Lowering his arms, Zuthra takes the hand of one of the priests standing beside him, and they are all now circling the pool. These memories seem to transfer between them, like a conduit transferring energy from its source to its outlet. Afterwards, the priest returned to a corner within the throne room, and this ritual is then repeated over again, when Zuthra raises and lowers his arms. At the end of each ceremony, a priest will then announce in a loud voice that is heard across the entire throne room, the act of providence is knowledge of things to come, before they happen.
Long before the conquistadors set foot on the New World, people of Akakar lived under the guidance of the Great Healer, a leader who communed with the spirits of the forest and the stars. The Great Healer foresaw the coming of strangers from across the street, bearing weapons of fire and thunder. To protect their people, the Great Healer commanded the construction of a labyrinthine city, with walls that mirrored the serpentine rivers and the temples that reached for the heavens. The city was a marvel, a testament to the ingenuity and spirit of the Akakorians. But the Great Healer's visions grew darker. They saw the destruction of their world, the forest burning, the rivers running red, and a bid to preserve their knowledge. In a bid to preserve their knowledge, the Akakorians created the Chronicles, a series of codices containing the wisdom of their civilization. From the medicinal properties of plants to the alignment of the stars. When the strangers finally arrived, they found not a city of gold, but a ghost town. The Akakorians had vanished, leaving behind only the cryptic chronicles as a testament to their existence. The strangers, driven by greed and fear, destroyed much of what was left. The location of Akakar was lost to time. Centuries passed, and the legend of Akakor grew. Explorers and treasure hunters scoured the Amazon, searching for the fabled city and its hidden knowledge. Some claim to have found it, only to disappear without a trace, swallowed by the jungle's embrace. Today, the chronicles of Akakar remain a beacon for the adventurous, a surreal call to those who seek the mysteries of the past. They whisper of a time when humans lived as one with the earth, and they hold the key to forgotten wisdom that could change the world. But Akakar is more than a place. It is a symbol of the eternal search for understanding, a reminder that some secrets are meant to be kept, and that the true treasure lies not in gold, but in the journey itself. In the heart of the Appalachian Mountains, there's a trail shrouded in mist and legend. They say it's haunted by the lantern of lost souls, a mysterious light that guides the wayward spirit of miners who perished in a forgotten disaster deep within the earth. Long ago, a miner named Old Tom was known for his uncanny ability to sense danger in the tunnels. One fateful day, he warned his fellow workers of an impending collapse, but his pleas were ignored by the greedy mine owner. As predicted, the mine caved in, trapping many souls within its dark embrace. Old Tom survived, but guilt gnawed at his heart. Every night, he ventured into the mountains, carrying a lantern, searching for a way to free the spirits of his fallen friends. He never returned from his final journey, and some say he became one of the ghosts he sought to save. Hikers report seeing a ghostly light bobbing through the trees, accompanied by the faint sound of pickaxes against the stone. It's Old Tom, they whispered, still trying to lead the miners to salvation. One night, a brave soul named Eli, intrigued by the tales, decided to follow the lantern. As he walked, the forest grew silent, and the air turned cold. The light led him to the entrance of the old mine, now nothing more than a gaping maw in the mountainside. Eli felt a chill as he heard a voice, as brittle as dried leaves. Help us find peace. He realized then that the lantern wasn't just a beacon, it was a plea from the beyond. Summoning all of his courage, Eli stepped into the darkness, the lantern's glow, his only companion. Hours passed, and just as dawn's first light began to pierce the night, the lantern flickered out, leaving Eli in pitch darkness. But he wasn't alone. He could feel the presence of the miners, their gratitude palpable in the still air. With a deep breath, Eli promised to tell their stories, to ensure they would never be forgotten. As he emerged from the mine, the sun broke over the horizon, and the spirits, at long last, found their rest. The lantern of lost souls was never seen again, but the legend lives on, a reminder of the bonds of brotherhood and the quest for redemption. The legend of La Llorona. For centuries, children have been taught to fear the water, from the Japanese kappa demon, with its hunger for cucumbers and human organs, to the hideous frogmen of Slavic folklore, known locally as the Badianoi. Badyanoi. Danger has always lurked for any child who dared venture too close to the water's edge. In Latin America, the same can be said, and there are a few who take these warnings to heart as closely as those who've heard the tale of La Llorona, the weeping woman. For centuries, the name has instilled fear, whispered in the darkest corners of the forest and lingering on the lips of children who have been warned time and time again what happens to those who are naughty or wander too far from the safety of home, where the ghost of La Llorona waits. Believe it or not, this is no simple fairy tale, no campfire story. What makes La Llorona different from the others is that she wasn't some mythical creature born of the imagination of man. She was a person, a wife, a daughter, a mother of two, a flesh and bone woman a flesh and bone woman with hopes and dreams, and a family she loved, not unlike the devoted parents who have come to fear her. Simply, she was one of us until she wasn't. What turned La Llorona from just another face in the crowd to the subject of many of our nightmares was one simple act, a deed so tragic that it is unforgettable, so heinous that it is unforgivable. The cruel, heartless murder of her own very own children, the most heinous of crimes, the ultimate sin. It so happens that the father, her one true love, had abandoned her for another woman, breaking her heart and fracturing her mind, making her an outcast in her own community. Racked with the agony of his affair, she became bent on revenge, paying him back in the most horrific way imaginable, leading their children down to the water and drowning them both, one after the other. A true selfish act for La Llorona, but it did come with one consequence. But it did come with one consolation. So disgusted at the sight of what she had done, she decided to follow right after them, taking her own life in those very same waters. An easy way out for certain, but the only way for her to avoid the shattered reality she had created and wrap up this horrible tale of love and loss and a mother's betrayal. If only this story were that simple. The truth is, she never left. Denied from heaven and bound to purgatory, La Llorona still haunts our mortal realm, a divine punishment for the lives she took. Her spirit, trapped for eternity, now roams the waterways, crying, wailing, searching desperately for her lost children, or any other unfortunate souls who might tempt fate and happen across her path. Sometimes she can only be heard, her wails so hopeless, so shrill, that they are mistaken for the cries of a lost or endangered child, luring unsuspecting victims into her waiting arms. But more often than not, she is seen at night, dressed all in white, with long black hair falling over her face, standing at the forest edge. She beckons to lone children, making false promises, luring them past the tree line and towards the water, replaying her sins over and over for the rest of time. While the story has evolved since the day La Llorona took her life and those of her children, one fact remains the same. Those unfortunate enough to hear the cries of the weeping woman rarely live to tell the tale. Their bodies either found floating in the waterways, drowned, or never seen again. The legend of the Arkansas folk monster of Boggy Creek dates back to the 1800s, and it is an integral part of the local folklore. The monster is described as 7 to 8 feet tall. Like a primate or human, it stands on 2 legs, and its entire body is apparently covered with thick, long hair. It is also cumbersome and said to be over 300 pounds. There are many legends about folk monsters' behaviors. One that is more alarming to farm owners and pet owners is related to its diet. The monster has been known to feed on live dogs and chickens. It has also been said that it occasionally eats a hog or calf. The Arkansas folk monster is undoubtedly not a thing of the past, as there have been many reports of its sighting in recent times. Even today, residents and visitors to Arkansas sometimes see what they believe is this monster. In a land far away, nestled between the peaks of the forgotten mountains, there was a cave known only to the bravest of souls. It was said that the cave held a secret power, a crystal that shone with the light of 1,000 stars. Many had tried to claim the crystal, drawn by tales of its magic, but none had returned. The path was treacherous, guarded by riddles and traps laid by an ancient civilization lost in time. One day, a young adventurer named Elion decided to seek out the crystal. Armed with nothing but his wits and a heart full of courage, he set out on a journey that would become legend. Elion faced challenges that tested his spirit. He crossed the bridge of echoes, where one's true intentions were revealed in whispers. He navigated the labyrinth of shadows, where light and dark danced in a silent ballet. Finally, he reached the heart of the cave, where the crystal awaited. But it was not the crystal that was the true treasure. It was the wisdom Elion gained along the way. The crystal's glow was a reflection of one's inner light, a beacon for those who sought knowledge over riches. Elion emerged from the cave not with a physical treasure, but with a newfound understanding of the world and himself. And so the legend of the Crystal Cave lived on, a reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within. As the embers died down and the lights wraps up in its embrace, remember Elion's journey and know that within you shines a light just as bright as any crystal from the tales of old. Sleep well, for tomorrow is another adventure awaiting to be written in the stars.
I don't want to say we came from it, because not everyone has come from it. Some people still operate in that standard. It's just a lot more difficult to operate at such high functionality in regards to what's important when we're projecting something else as what the standard is. I have to mute for a second.
There's actually 3 or 4 different camps in the belief of aliens, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't know there was so many, or how many in particular. My knowledge again comes from more experience and just actually talking to these beings and talking to these creatures and talking to other beings. And I'm not one to run to social media as soon as something amazing happens to me. I'm not gonna put my homie the Pleiadian. I'm not saying that this is true. I'm not gonna put him on. Hey, look, I want you to get on my YouTube real quick so I can get up my life.
No,
No.
I mean like people that believe in it. There's 3 or 4 different takes on it. You've got the Pleiadians, like you said, and there's a lot of people that believe that they're about loving humans and taking care of them and stuff like that. Then you've got people who just downright believe they're evil and they want to take over the earth. Then you've got people who believe that they've already been here for thousands of years and they're not trying to take us over or destroy us or show us love. They're just trying to kind of
have you seen Men in Black?
They're kind of
have you seen the movie Men in Black?
Yeah, I've seen it, but I'm saying they're trying to guide us in the right direction and stuff like that. But there's at least 4 of them is all I'm saying. Not everybody that believes in aliens.
No, not just because you said someone believes, there's a group that believes they've been here. I say imagine them just being in human form. That's why I was reading it to Men in Black. How they would come and they would turn they would just be able to turn into human, and you didn't know that you were dealing with an alien. Well, some people knew, but you know what I mean? That type of thing. Could you imagine something, or do you fathom something like that being what happens or possible? How do you feel about that type of situation?
That actually goes across the spectrum. I wouldn't say all of them, but pretty much all of them believe that there are aliens that are on Earth that can actually disguise themselves to where they look like us. And David Icke, we were talking about him before, and that was one of the examples. He when he first started out, David Icke was actually a football player, according to over in England, which here in the United States it'd be a soccer player. He was an athlete, and he turned journalist, and just out of the blue, one day he's sitting there and he said that he was God. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, he got a lot of controversy over that, and he began to talk about how he was, or how reptilians were here on Earth, and that he had seen them, and that created a stir too. You know what I mean? So, in that aspect, there are people who've been talking about that, but he wasn't nice about the whole reptilian thing. He believes that the Queen of England, or the one, what's her name? She's the one that just passed away.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth.
He believed
she was a reptilian.
He believed 100% she was a reptilian, and
there are a lot of reptilians. She's not the only one, and she was not the only one, and she's still here. She's not dead, but okay. So when you're talking about people having a disconnection about the God complex, quote unquote, but saying that you're God, if you watch and if you read and you do researches, we are, and not
well,
just
I mean,
me.
I'm not saying that I have. I'm saying that's what happened with him.
Why people disconnected from him? Yeah, because he was telling the truth. Right? Absolutely.
He just out of nowhere, it just came out. And
what did he say he's in swear? Where did he experience for him to have these type of revelations? Excuse me.
Well, I mean, I heard there's video footage of when it happened, but I'm not sure. I haven't been able to find it yet. I heard that he was on stage whenever he was doing his announcements when he said it. He just blurted it out, but I've yet to find it, so I don't know exactly when that happened. So, but the queen.
What do you think intimidates people most about? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to ask you, what do you feel as though intimidates people most about the concept of them being in complete control or complete power, or as he said, God? Like, what do you feel as though would make someone feel that uncomfortable about this type of concept?
Well, because people are trying to get rid of the concept of God, first of all. Okay, like there's a large group of people in this world today that just do not feel that our generation or our generation in this day and time, that they don't feel that it's necessary to worship anything. You know what I'm saying? That we've pretty much decided that God doesn't exist, and so we need to just get rid of that. You know what I mean? Which, I mean, don't get me wrong. I ain't saying I agree with that at all. I'm not. That's not even.
No. I'm listening to you. You're just no.
But there
this is
are,
just information. I'm not.
you know,
This is not your. Yeah, we're just having a normal conversation.
No, I mean,
this isn't a. Oh, you're a God non-believer or anything. No. I get that.
But
I was just wondering what you feel.
There are people out there that are doing that, and that's another thing that.
Well, that's been forever.
I mean, no, it's like they're trying to say that it's freaking. I mean, you teaching your kids about God is like child abuse, according to some of them. You know what I mean?
And now I've heard that as well. And making them go to church is I saw memes about kids going to church being child abuse. Like, I'm not big with church at all, because that is propaganda. That is definitely, religion has been monetized. Like I said before, you learn a lot about it with that Ring of Power movie, when you're talking about the Vatican being in control of religion, and then the England being in control of the money, and then us in control of the military. So, well, the United States. But what I'm saying is, I understand that the propaganda is there, definitely. But to have disbelief in a power outside of yourself, I always ask people to supply their own oxygen. But they're not to use anything. They're not able to use anything. Like, no, do not use any supplies or anything that has come from God or a source or universe or the sustainability that was before them. Only from within self. So they have to supply their own supply of oxygen, their own type of food. And if they can grow this out of their butt crack, I say that, but I know that's just extreme. If they can, then by all means, I'll believe there's no power. But until someone starts growing the cherry tree from...
See, that's what it kind of gets what I was talking to you about yesterday, okay? And it's like, you just said that, okay? And it's like I said, you plant the seed, but you don't have any power over freaking that tree. I mean, you can't make it grow straight and long, you know what I mean? You can't stop a tree from freaking slanting to the side. You can't make sure that it freaking grows 100% perfect. There's just no way. You don't have that kind of control, okay? As a matter of fact, humans think that they have so much control that it's ridiculous, because in reality, we don't have that much control. I was having an argument with, what's his name? I keep calling him the Mexican, but he was on chat, and he kept arguing with me about this fact, you know, and all I was trying to say is, on a physical level, our bodies are not the most superior freaking bodies out of all the animals on the planet. You know what I'm saying? They're like, animals have freaking amazing bodies, just the structures of their body, you know, and he took it from that level all the way up to God's creation. We're the chosen ones, you know what I mean? That still doesn't come up with the fact.
But see, that's why we eat meat.
But on a physical level, with no tools, no intellect, nothing, okay? Our bodies are not set up as perfect as what a lot of these other creatures are. You know, there's animals that can run faster than us. There's animals that can freaking hunt better than us. There's animals that you just don't want to meet out in the woods by yourself. You know what I mean? Like
that was before we dimmed our mind, before we became our third eye became so calcified. Like nowadays, I can agree with you for how it is, but it's not something that we're unable to achieve again. It's not completely out of reach anymore. So I can also understand on the spectrum.
Well,
of still believing it.
Look at it this way, okay? All you got to do is watch maybe a month of Naked and Afraid.
I've seen that show is so funny. Those people are so. I mean, I don't want to say because they're going out there. Like I feel like when you mess with Source for the wrong purpose, first of all, you're basically doing it for money.
Go out in the woods and get butt naked and try to survive. That's all you gotta do, man.
That just sounds like a Saturday night to me, but I feel you.
No, I mean, out in the wild. I don't know for sure how long they stay out there. I've never actually seen any of them finish the competitions, to be honest with you.
No, I don't know anyone that has, but I don't watch that. I've watched like a few episodes. I don't watch TV.
My sister.
I watch TV strategically. Like I have to look for stuff.
But you know, and
we're talking about this, and then I received an email from the Illuminati saying they want to pay me $1 million a week. That's amazing. The first benefit amount is $1 million. It's so funny. I'm talking to you, and the Illuminati's attempting to recruit me. Anyway.
Oh, you've already been recruited.
It's just spam. You said you thought I've been recruited?
You already know that, right? Like, you know what that... Have you graduated from high school?
There we go. Right. Yeah, I did, actually.
You know that ritual they made you go through when you got up there on the... Or when you had to go and sit down? I don't know if you got up on the stand to take your diploma or not, but...
I don't even, like, what did we do for our graduation? It was just so, where I graduated from, like, I was in New Jersey,
did they
like,
make
Glassville
you,
High, like...
walk down the aisle and everything in a certain way and wear that funny little hat?
Yeah, the hat thingy, yeah.
You got recruited. The moment you were involved in all that stuff, you became a part of the old boys club right there. That's where all that stuff started, man. It started from the Rosicrucians. So, I mean, well, there's no really evidence that the Illuminati was like as big.
You are welcome to the Illuminati Brotherhood family. This is funny.
But
I'm just reading this. It's just like, yeah, okay. And I mean, well, I have the Nuevo Tech book. I'm not. This is not the first attempt of recruiting. But to be fair, when the book was sent, it was sent to my now ex-husband. But he was incarcerated, and the dates on it was the time that he would remain incarcerated. So it was pretty much, hey, this is your responsibility. Are you going to respond? Hey, I'll bite. What are you talking about? Because I didn't know what you two were talking about. So he sent this entry pantry, this orientation pamphlet. Now the orientation pamphlet is full of crap. And I'm like, man, this is nonsense. By now he's out and we're reading it together. And I'm like, this is nonsense. We're not going to deal with this. We're going to light this stuff on fire. So we lit the entire orientation pamphlet on fire, all down to ashes. Tell me why, like the next day or 2 days later, parts of the orientation pamphlet, what it looked like it had been singed or burned, was on our patio. And I'm like, wow, this is so crazy. Like, I believe in Illuminati. I know who they are. I'm very aware of their presence and their power and what they are capable of and what they do and what they do not do. That's why when people are anti-Illuminati, it's like, yeah, you can be anti against the evil stuff, but I'm kind of their type of person that is going to say, hey, the stuff you're doing is some bullcrap. Like, how dare you disturb our slumber? And it's like, yeah, I disturb it. What are you going to do? Like yelling in my face. You know what I mean? Like yelling in my face, like, no, you're not going to eat my kid. What do you mean?
you just say like, disturb our slumber? Like they're all just sitting around having a big old nap and shit. Like, yeah, dude, we're just out here chilling and you have
Beneath the stars that dim and quake lies a secret path none dare to take. Haunting stone walls keep secret tales of sorrowed souls that darkly wail. In the stillness where shadows play, the ticking time of night holds sway. Veiled whispers float in the night's breath, thread the needle through life and death.
The moon overhead casting silver light in the mist-filled air where the secrets lie. Dark roads sleep where the brave fear to tread in the heart of night where the shadows spread. Shattered dreams rest upon these stones, echoing the cries of hearts unknown. Each step draws you closer to the void, where silence is the sound one can't avoid. Shadows where the night survives, the whispers call from the other side. A fading echo through the ancient trees, in silence the darkness feeds. Shadows dance around the flame, the lost souls calling out your name. Feel the cold eternal screams in this world where nothing is as it seems.
Awaken, feel my fire, our spirits unshaken. Lightning strikes, must reunite. When I've been gone to take flight. In the arena of hearts of stone, we fought our path all alone. Whispers of wood from the electric days. We ride together down fearless blaze. Riding down the edge of the night, thunder streams in the darkest sky. Let our hearts in the fire seal. We're not alive, our destiny's real. Feel the power, feel the flame. Rise above, we'll never be the same. Electric force, hear our name in the nightmare game. The stars we carve our tale with sacred rifts and armor's wail. Boundless currents in every strum. In this storm we become the drum. The storm is roaring, we take control. Unseen forces driving our soul. Steel and thunder are guiding light. In the chaos we serve your might. Raging storm, just fear to ashes. Under fire until it crashes. In the heat of the divine. In this moment we entwine. Set a wiry light I can't contain. With every riff our spirit
shadows cold and bare, a ghostly vision beyond storm clear. Your voice is calling, whispered so low, pulling me closer to face eternal. I felt my one response, hiding off a wound I wear inside. And in the darkness we meet once again, and bound by silence like whispers of sin. Forever at midnight where shadows collide, leaving me chained to the arch of pain. Of what we were, to lovers lost without a cure. Under the stars I lay beside the ghost of you, my haunted bride. And in the dark lakes we meet once again, unbound by the silence like whispers of sin. Forever midnight where shadows collide, leaving me chained to the odds coming.
In the quaint village of Elder Grove, nestled between ancient oaks and winding streams, the autumn leaves fell like golden whispers. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and spice, signaling the approach of the harvest festival. For me, it was not the celebration that drew my attention. It was the eerie legend of my grandmother, Granny Mabel, and her infamous secret recipe. Granny Mabel was both revered and feared in Elder Grove. Her cooking was legendary. Her pies could summon neighbors from miles around, and her stews were said to have mystical powers. However, as I delved deeper into the family lore, I discovered that her culinary prowess came at a price, one that had haunted our family for generations. The stories told of a shadowy figure that lingered at the edge of the forest, a specter that was drawn to the scent of her cooking. Elders in the village whispered that Granny Mabel had made a pact with the darkness, offering her soul in exchange for the ability to craft dishes that captivated the senses. They said she had once called upon a forbidden recipe, one that awakened an insatiable hunger within her, a hunger that demanded to be fed. Despite the warnings, I found myself drawn to Granny's cottage as the festival approached. The towering trees and rustling leaves seemed to beckon me closer, and the familiar smell of spices filled the air, mingling with the scent of impending rain. As I stepped through the threshold, the door creaked ominously, echoing through the dimly lit room. Inside the cottage was a labyrinth of jars and bottles, each labeled with ingredients both familiar and strange. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling, casting flickering shadows across the walls. In the center of the room stood Granny Mabel, hunched over her counter, stirring a bubbling cauldron with an air of ancient knowledge. Her gnarled hands moved gracefully as if guided by unseen forces. Ah, my dear, she exclaimed, her voice raspy yet warm. Come to learn the art of cooking, have you? You are just in time for the festival. I hesitated, my heart racing. Granny, I have heard the stories about the darkness that comes with your recipes. Granny Mabel looked up, her eyes glinting with a mix of mischief and something darker. Every recipe has a story, child. Some are sweeter than others, but this, she gestured to the cauldron, is a recipe that can change everything. As she spoke, I felt a pull towards the cauldron. The steam rising from it formed tendrils that curled around my senses, intoxicating and alluring. What is it? I asked, drawn in despite my better judgment. My family recipe, she replied, a sly smile creeping across her lips. A dish that brings power to those who dare to taste it. But remember, my dear, not all power comes without consequence. I felt the weight of her words settle over me like a fog, but curiosity gnawed at my insides. Can I help? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Granny Mabel's eyes sparkled with delight. Of course, you shall be my apprentice for this evening, but heed my warning. Do not stray too far from the light, for the darkness lurks at the edge of the flame. The hours passed in a blur of chopping, stirring, and laughter. Granny Mabel shared tales of her youth, of the villagers who would gather for feasts, and the secrets hidden within the recipes passed down through generations. As she spoke, the cauldron's contents darkened, swirling with a depth that seemed almost alive. The air thickened with an intoxicating aroma that seeped into my bones, igniting a primal hunger within me. Now, my dear, Granny Mabel said, her voice dropping to a whisper, it is time for the final ingredient. What is it? I asked, my heart pounding. She reached for a small, ornate box hidden away on the top shelf. As she opened it, I caught a glimpse of something shimmering within a dark powder like crushed shadows. This is the heart of the recipe, she said reverently. It is said to be the essence of life itself, drawn from the very fabric of the earth, but it is also a fragment of the darkness that dwells in the void. I felt a chill run down my spine. Granny, are you sure? She placed a hand on my shoulder, her grip firm and reassuring. Without it, the dish will lack the power it needs. It is a small sacrifice for a great reward. With a steady hand, she sprinkled the dark powder into the cauldron. A hiss erupted, and the mixture bubbled violently, sending plumes of smoke spiraling toward the ceiling. The shadows in the room deepened, dancing along the walls, as if awakening to the power that had been unleashed. Now stir, Granny commanded, and I obeyed, feeling the heat radiate from the cauldron. The mixture transformed before my eyes, taking on a rich obsidian hue that shimmered ominously. I could feel the hunger within it, an insatiable desire that thrummed in the air. As we finished the final touches, a distant thunder rumbled, shaking the very foundation of the cottage. The wind howled outside, clawing at the windows as if warning us of the storm to come. Granny, we should take this outside, I suggested, glancing nervously at the swirling shadows. It feels wrong. Nonsense, she replied, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Tonight we feast, and the village shall remember us. With that, she led the dark concoction into bowls, each serving glistening like liquid night. The moment I took my first bite, an explosion of flavors erupted in my mouth, sweet, savory, and yet something else, something primal. A warmth spread through my body, igniting a hunger that had long lain dormant. But with the ecstasy came a sense of foreboding. The shadows around us pulsed with life, and I felt eyes watching from the corners of the room, waiting, hungering. Granny, I don't feel so well. I stammered, my heart racing. I think. Suddenly the walls of the cottage trembled, and the air thickened with a palpable tension. The shadows writhed and twisted, taking on grotesque shapes as if embodying the very essence of the darkness that had been summoned. Do not fear, child, Granny Mabel shouted, her voice booming. Embrace it. Feel the power coursing through you. But it was too late. The darkness surged forth, enveloping me in a suffocating embrace. I stumbled back, clutching my head, as visions of horror danced before my eyes. Fingers emerging from the shadows, their hollow eyes filled with hunger, reaching for me. No, I cried out, fighting against the encroaching void. I refused to be part of this. Granny Mabel's laughter echoed through the chaos, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. You cannot escape it. The hunger is in your blood. With a surge of adrenaline, I broke free from the grip of the darkness and bolted from the door. I could hear the shadows closing in behind me, their whispers clawing at my sanity. I burst outside, the storm raging around me, wind whipping through the trees and rain pouring from the heavens. The village was alive with the sound of the festival, oblivious to the horrors unfolding within Granny Mabel's cottage. I stumbled down to the path, seeking refuge among the revelers, but the darkness clung to me like a shroud. As I fled, I caught glimpses of the shadows pursuing me, their forms shifting and swirling as they moved through the storm. My heart raced as I stumbled through the village, the cacophony of laughter and music feeling like a cruel joke against the chaos that threatened to consume me. In the distance, I saw a flicker of light, an old church, its doors wide open, inviting me to seek sanctuary. I dashed towards it, desperation fueling my flight. As I crossed the threshold, the shadows recoiled, unable to breach the sanctity of the space. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, and looking up to see the villagers gathered for the festival, their faces painted with joy. They had no idea of the darkness that lurked just beyond the walls. Help me, I cried out, but my voice was lost among the revelry. The shadows pressed against the edges of the church, a dark tide waiting for the moment when the barrier would falter. I felt their hunger, the insatiable craving that demanded to be fed. They wanted me, wanted my fear, my essence, and I could feel their presence seeping into my mind, whispering sweet promises of power and knowledge. Suddenly the door swung shut with a resounding thud, and the laughter outside faded into an eerie silence. The villagers turned, their faces not twisted in confusion and fear. Their faces now twisted in confusion and fear. The shadows had breached the sanctity of the church, and I could feel their weight pressing down on us. "Stay close," I shouted, but my voice trembled with uncertainty. "We need to resist them." The villagers clustered together, their eyes wide with terror. "What is happening?" one of them asked, a tremor in her voice. "The recipe, the darkness, it's coming for us," I stammered, realizing too late that I had unleashed a horror far greater than I could comprehend. In that moment the air grew thick, and a palpable tension had in that moment the air grew thick with a palpable tension, and the shadows surged forward, coiling around us like serpents. The villagers screamed, the sound of piercing through the darkness as panic erupted. "Do not succumb," I shouted, drawing on every ounce of strength I had left. "We must fight." But the shadows had their own will, dragging the villagers towards the darkness. Their screams mingled with the whispers that promised power and transcendence. I fought against the pull, clawing my way back towards the light, but it was an uphill battle. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, a blinding light erupted from the altar at the front of the church. It pierced through the shadows, illuminating the dark corners of the room and pushing the darkness back. The villagers hesitated, their fear momentarily quelled by the radiant glow. "Together," I shouted, rallying them with the last remnants of my strength, "we can banish it." We joined hands, forming a circle around the light, drawing upon the shared warmth of our collective resolve. Shadows writhed in protest, hissing and snapping as they tried to break through our barrier. "Focus your thoughts on the light," I urged. "We are stronger together." As we concentrated, the light intensified, driving the shadows further back. The whispers turned to howls, and the darkness began to recede, revealing the grotesque figure that had been lurking within. With a final surge of energy, we unleashed our collective will, pushing the darkness out of the church. It roared in fury, a cacophony of anguish and rage, as it retreated into the night. As the last remnants of the shadow dissipated, the villagers collapsed to the floor, panting heavily. The church was filled with an overwhelming silence, broken only by the distant sounds of the festival resuming outside. "We did it," I whispered, disbelief washing over me. "We fought it off." But as I looked around at the weary faces, I realized the victory came at a price. The darkness may have been repelled for now, but the hunger still lingered in the air, a reminder of the horror that had been unleashed. "Granny, what have you done?" I murmured, the weight of my choices crashing down upon me. As the villagers began to gather themselves, I knew I had to confront Granny Mabel, to face the source of the darkness and the legacy that had been thrust upon me. I had to end this cycle before it consumed me entirely. With renewed determination, I left the sanctuary of the church, stepping out into the stormy night. The festival lights twinkled in the distance, but the shadows were still lurking, waiting for the moment when hunger would once again reign supreme. As I made my way back to the cottage, I vowed to uncover the truth behind Granny's secret recipe, to confront the darkness that had haunted my family for generations. No longer would I be a pawn in its game. I would reclaim my destiny and put an end to the malevolence that threatened to consume not just me, but the entire village of Elder Grove. With every step I took, I could feel the darkness whispering at my heels, reminding me of the hunger that lay in wait. but I was ready to face whatever lay ahead, ready to confront my fears and the shadows that sought to claim my soul. I was the last of Granny Mabel's bloodline, and I would not let the darkness win.
In the distant realms of the universe, where time folds upon itself and reality intertwines with dreams, there existed a dimension known as the nexus of creation. Here, the essence of life flowed through ethereal streams, connecting the thoughts of beings across galaxies. At the heart of this nexus was the Temple of Equilibrium, a sanctuary dedicated to the balance of all forces, physical, mental, and spiritual. In this temple, the energy of life pulsated like a heartbeat. It was a sacred ground where the ancient wisdom of the core of existence, the center of consciousness, resided. The High Alchemist, a figure cloaked in iridescent scales reminiscent of the reptilian kind, stood before the grand altar. His eyes glowed with the knowledge of millennia, reflecting the secrets of the universe. Today, we explore the intricate dance of elements, he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the hallowed halls. The energies of simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation weave the fabric of our existence, a tapestry rich with the potential for change. As he spoke, he summoned the essences of these elements, each representing a unique aspect of creation. The spirit of simplicity, a basic yet powerful entity, embodied creativity and transformation. The alchemist visualized it as a swirling vortex, drawing in energies from the surrounding cosmos. It was a reminder that from simplicity, complexity could arise. With a wave of his hand, he conjured the essence of stability. This long-chain entity represented strength and structure, a foundation upon which life could build. The alchemist observed how the molecules aligned, forming chains that shimmered with potential. From stability flows the spirit of resilience, he said, crafting intricate patterns in the air. It reminds us that even in the vastness of the void, we must anchor ourselves, creating pathways that lead to growth. Versatility emerged next, a sister to stability, embodying adaptability. The alchemist manipulated the essence, showcasing its ability to transform and fit into various forms. Versatility is the bridge between realms, he explained. It teaches us to navigate the complexities of existence, finding harmony in change. As the spirit of purification joined the ethereal gathering, its essence danced with the energy of life itself. The alchemist noted its dual nature, both a cleansing agent and a facilitator of transformation. Purification is the liquid of dreams, he mused, washing away the impurities of the soul, allowing us to connect with our true selves. Finally, the essence of transformation appeared, shimmering with alchemical potential. This is the catalyst of change, the alchemist declared. It binds disparate elements together, forging new paths and creating unity from chaos. As the elements swirl together, the alchemist orchestrated a cosmic dance. Each essence pulsed with energy, resonating with the frequencies of the universe. In this dance lies the essence of core movements, he explained. The flow of energy is crucial for our survival, just as it is for the stars and planets. The Temple of Equilibrium transformed into a grand arena, where the energies of creation merged. The alchemist watched as the elements collaborated, forming structures that mirrored the intricate designs of the universe. This is the manifestation of duality, he noted. From chaos emerges order, from simplicity arises complexity. As the cosmic dance unfolded, the alchemist felt the presence of ancient beings, the guardians of knowledge. They appeared as reptilian entities, their scales glimmering with wisdom. They observed the alchemist's work, their eyes reflecting the duality of their existence, creatures of both light and shadow. "Do you understand the significance of your creations?" one of the guardians asked, its voice echoing with authority. "The essence of simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation connects us all. They are the building blocks of existence, the strands of the cosmic web." The alchemist nodded, feeling the weight of the guardian's gaze. "I seek to understand how these elements shape our reality," he replied. "How do they influence our journey through the cosmos?" The guardian smiled, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Every essence tells a story," it said. "Stability teaches us resilience, versatility imparts adaptability, purification offers cleansing, and transformation reveals the power of change. Together, they embody the dance of life." Suddenly, a vision enveloped the alchemist. He found himself in a vast expanse of swirling colors and energies, each hue representing a different essence. The nexus of creation unfolded before him, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. He witnessed the birth of stars, the formation of planets, and the evolution of life. As he traveled through this vision, he understood the role of the core of existence, the center of consciousness that united all beings. It is the bridge between the physical and spiritual realms, he realized. Through it, we access the vast reservoir of knowledge. Returning to the temple of equilibrium, the alchemist stood before the altar once more. "I see now," he declared, his voice filled with conviction. "We must embrace the lessons of these elements, allowing their energies to guide us on our journey." The guardians nodded in approval. "Your understanding has deepened, but remember, knowledge alone is not enough. You must embody these teachings and share them with others." As the energies of simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation resonated within him, the alchemist felt a surge of purpose. He would become a beacon of wisdom, guiding others through the complexities of existence. In the end, the alchemist understood that the journey was eternal. The energies of creation continued to flow, shaping the universe in an infinite cycle. The lessons learned in the Temple of Equilibrium would ripple through time, inspiring countless beings to explore the depths of their own existence. With newfound determination, he stepped into the cosmic dance, embracing the alchemy of life. Each moment became a chance to create, to transform, and to connect with the vast tapestry of the universe. But as the alchemist embraced his path, the guardians posed a challenge that tested his resolve. To fully understand the essence of these elements, you must embark on a journey through the realms of existence, one guardian announced. Only by experiencing their power firsthand can you truly comprehend their significance. Your first trial will take you to the realm of simplicity, another guardian declared. Here, you will encounter the primordial essence of creation. Embrace its purity and learn to harness its potential. With a wave of their hands, the guardians opened a shimmering portal. The alchemist stepped through, finding himself in a serene landscape bathed in soft light. The air was thick with the essence of creation, and every breath filled him with energy. In this realm, the alchemist encountered beings of pure light, dancing and celebrating the beauty of existence. They exuded joy and harmony, reminding him of the simplicity that underpins the complexity of life. He joined their dance, allowing the essence of simplicity to flow through him. After a time, the alchemist felt a tug within him, urging him to move forward. As he followed the call, he arrived at the next portal, which glimmered with the essence of stability. This will lead you to the realm of strength, the Guardian's voice echoed in his mind. Stepping through the portal, he found himself in a world of mountains and valleys, a testament to the enduring power of nature. The air crackled with energy, and the ground felt solid beneath his feet. Here, he learned the importance of being grounded, of cultivating strength in the face of adversity. In this realm, the alchemist met beings of great stature, their forms resembling the mountains around them. They shared their wisdom, teaching him the value of resilience and the importance of building a strong foundation in life. He practiced this lesson through trials, climbing steep cliffs and navigating treacherous paths, always reminding himself of the strength he had gained. With the lesson of stability ingrained in his being, the alchemist moved toward the next portal, which shimmered with the essence of versatility. Prepare yourself for the realm of adaptation, he heard the Guardian's voice again. Crossing the threshold, he found himself in a vibrant landscape where the environment constantly shifted. One moment he walked through lush forests, the next, he was traversing sandy deserts. Here, he met beings who could change their forms at will, adapting to the ever-changing surroundings. Life is a series of transformations, they told him. To thrive, you must learn to flow with the currents of existence. The alchemist embraced this lesson, practicing the art of adaptability by becoming one with the shifting landscape. He learned to adjust his approach, using the environment to his advantage and flowing seamlessly with the rhythm of life. Emerging from the realm of adaptation, the alchemist stood before the portal to the realm of purification. The air shimmered with the essence of cleansing energies. Prepare to enter the waters of transformation, the Guardian intoned. Upon stepping through the portal, he found himself on the shores of a tranquil lake, its waters sparkling under the sun. This realm was filled with beings who exuded serenity and grace, embodying the power of purification. As he approached the water, the alchemist felt a pull towards its crystalline surface. The beings of purification invited him to immerse himself in the lake, assuring him that it would wash away his burdens and reveal his true essence. Hesitant but determined, he stepped into the water. The moment he entered, he felt an intense wave of energy enveloping him. The water was cool and refreshing, a soothing balm that calmed his racing thoughts and worries. As he submerged, memories of past struggles and failures began to fade, leaving only clarity and insight. The beings of purification surrounded him, guiding him to release all negativity. This is a sacred space for renewal, they explained. Embrace the cleansing waters and let go of what no longer serves you. With each breath, he exhaled tension and fear, feeling lighter as he floated in the tranquil embrace of the lake. When he finally emerged, he felt transformed. The water had not only cleansed his body but had also rejuvenated his spirit. He realized the importance of purification, not just as a physical act but as a necessity for the soul. Armed with this newfound clarity, the alchemist prepared to face the final lesson. The last portal shimmered before him, pulsating with the essence of transformation. Step into the realm of change, the Guardian's voice echoed, carrying the weight of wisdom. The alchemist approached with a mixture of excitement and reverence, knowing that this was the culmination of his journey. As he stepped through, he found himself in a world where colors danced and shapes morphed with every thought. Here, everything was in a state of flux, mountains turned to rivers, trees transformed into crystalline structures, and the air shimmered with potential. In this realm, he encountered the embodiment of transformation, a magnificent being of light that radiated power and creativity. Welcome, Seeker, it said, its voice a harmonious blend of many tones. You have come to understand the essence of change. Are you ready to embrace your role as a catalyst in the dance of creation? The alchemist nodded, eager to learn. How can I best serve the flow of transformation? He asked. The being of light gestured towards a canvas of stars, each point of light representing a potential outcome. Every choice you make sends ripples through the fabric of existence, it explained. As you create, you also destroy, and as you destroy, you give way to new beginnings. Embrace this duality, and understand that every ending is a precursor to a new beginning. Armed with this wisdom, the alchemist experimented with the energies surrounding him. He shaped realities, conjured possibilities, and witnessed the consequences of his choices. With each creation, he learned the delicate balance between holding on to what was and letting go to embrace what could be. After what felt like an eternity of exploration and learning, the alchemist felt a pull guiding him back to the Temple of Equilibrium. He stepped through the final portal, returning to the familiar space where the energies of creation awaited him. "Welcome back, Seeker," the High Alchemist said, a proud smile gracing his face. "You have journeyed through the realms, learned the essence of existence, and embraced your role in the cosmic dance." The alchemist felt a surge of gratitude. "I have seen the interconnectedness of all things, the power of simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation. I understand now that each essence has its purpose in the grand tapestry of life." "Indeed," the High Alchemist replied. "You carry within you the knowledge to guide others. It is time to share what you have learned, to be a beacon of light in the shadows of confusion." With renewed determination, the alchemist set forth from the Temple of Equilibrium. He traveled through realms and dimensions, sharing the lessons he had learned with all who would listen. He became a guide for those seeking balance, helping them navigate the complexities of existence. As he journeyed, he encountered various beings, some lost in the chaos of their lives, others yearning for transformation. He spoke of the power of simplicity, teaching them to find clarity amidst confusion. He emphasized the importance of stability, encouraging them to build strong foundations. He shared the wisdom of versatility, inspiring them to adapt and flow with life's currents. He highlighted the significance of purification, urging them to cleanse their spirits. And he celebrated transformation, reminding them that every ending leads to a new beginning. In time, the alchemist became a revered figure, a master of the cosmic dance. His presence inspired hope, encouraging beings across the galaxies to embrace their own journeys and awaken to their potential. As the years passed, the alchemist realized that his journey was far from over. He understood that the dance of life continued, and he was but one thread in the vast tapestry of existence. The elements he had encountered, simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation, were ever present, guiding him as he moved through time and space. He traveled to distant realms, encountering challenges and adventures that tested his resolve. He met others who shared his quest for knowledge, and together they explored the mysteries of the universe. The alchemist embraced the lessons of the past while remaining open to new experiences, understanding that each moment held the potential for growth. With every encounter, he deepened his connection to the core of existence, realizing that the journey was not just about knowledge but about love, compassion, and unity. He witnessed the beauty of diversity, learning from those who walked different paths. Each interaction enriched his understanding of the cosmic dance and reminded him of the interconnectedness of all beings. As time flowed onward, the alchemist knew that his journey would eventually lead him back to the nexus of creation. However, he also understood that his legacy would live on through those he had touched. The wisdom he had shared would inspire generations, creating ripples of transformation that would echo through the cosmos. And so, he continued his travels, weaving stories and teachings into the fabric of existence. He became a storyteller, a sage, a guide for those seeking their own paths through the universe. His name became synonymous with the essence of creation, a reminder of the alchemical power that resides within every being. In the end, the alchemist realized that the true essence of existence lay not in the pursuit of knowledge alone, but in the connections forged along the way. The bonds of love, empathy, and understanding formed the foundation of the cosmic dance, propelling each being toward their unique destinies. As the alchemist gazed upon the stars, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. The journey had led him to the depths of his own soul, revealing the beauty of existence. He understood that he was a co-creator in the grand tapestry of life, a participant in the endless cycle of creation and transformation. With every breath, he embraced the flow of the universe, honoring the lessons of simplicity, stability, versatility, purification, and transformation. The cosmic dance continued, and he was ready to embrace whatever came next, knowing that the journey was eternal and filled with infinite possibilities. In this mystical realm, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, the alchemist found his purpose, to be a light in the darkness, guiding others through the vast expanse of the cosmos, celebrating the alchemy of life and the wonders that awaited them in the journey ahead.
Jupiter's rising in the dawn. Foretold by mystics in their scroll.
tunes from outer space. Have some bass in your face. Mr. Robot, hey, bet your poker, where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. Have some bass in your face. Mr. Robot, where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. Have some bass in your face. Yeah, hacking into your data stream. stream. Ready to lock and load. Get ready to explode. Mr. Robot, yeah. In your face, where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space, from outer space. Have some bass in your face, bass, 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 bass. Yeah. Hacking into your data stream, ready to lock and load. You're ready to explode, Mr. Robot, yeah. Hacking into your data stream, ready to lock and load. Get ready to explode, Mr. Robot, yeah. Mr. Robot, yeah. I know, where did it come from? I know, serving up tunes. No, from outer space. Have some bass in your face. In your face. Yeah. Oh, have some bass in your face, Mr. Robot, yeah. Where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. From outer space, from outer space, from outer space. Have some bass in your face.
Living in a world where shadows creep. Ooh, yeah. Parasitic elites got us in too deep. They pulling all the strings. Deep state puppets dance. Time to open up our eyes, take a stand. Got a chance. Oh, rise up, let's break these chains. Hey, unity and strength, we're making gains. Ooh, yeah. We came up to tyranny. Systems of control. Together we're unstoppable. Heart and soul. Let's go. They spread their lies like butter on toast. Yeah. But we the people, we fight the most. No more sleepwalking, get in the zone. Come on, we're breaking free, taking back the throne. Rise up, let's break these chains. Hey, unity and strength, we're making systems of control. Together we're unstoppable, heart and soul. Let's go. They spread their lies like butter on toast. Oh yeah. But we the people, we fight the most. No more sleepwalking, get in the zone. Come on, we're breaking free, taking back the throne. Rise up, let's break these chains. Hey, unity and strength, we're making gains. Waking up to tyranny, systems of control. Together we're unstoppable, heart and soul. Let's go. All around the world, let's raise our fists. Oh yeah. Fighting for freedom, can't resist. We're stronger together, can't you see? Come on. In this fight for justice, we will be free. Rise up. Whoa. Rise up. Gotta break these chains. Yeah, free my soul. Fighting for the right, feeling whole. Rising to the beat, never losing control. Shoulder to the groove, let the freedom flow. Come on, come on. Bass drums hard like a lion's roar. Drums rolling back, shake you to the core. Jazz horns blaring, make the spirit soar. World rhythms going, open up the door. Bass drums hard like a lion's roar. Drums rolling back, shake you to the core. Jazz horns blaring, make the spirit soar. World rhythms going, open up the door. Stand up, dance for your freedom. Build the group, break down the kingdom. Come on, hold the line, fight for your wisdom. United, moving like a system. Glitches and breaks, glitch in the fight. Jump, step, drop, feeling slow. Fight, drop it. Drum and bass like dynamite. Jazz and funk, grooving all night. Hand in hand, break the barriers down. Break it, voices loud, lifting up the town. Feel it, funk, pop, glitches, hearts pounding proud. Fight for freedom, we standing our ground. Hard like a lion's roar. Drums rolling fast, shake you to the core. Jazz horns blaring, make your spirit soar. World rhythms showing, open up the door. Now stand up, dance for your freedom. Drums rolling through the door. Bring it up, feel the groove, break down the kingdom. Come on, hold the line, fight for your wisdom. United, moving like a system. Together. Glitches and breaks, glitch in the fight. Glitch, up, step, drop, feeling so right. Drop it, drum and bass like dynamite. Jazz and funk, grooving all night. sunshine, microdot in my mind. Double vision, raindrops, pop. Down the rabbit hole we go. Reality's untold. Lose control in a wormhole as the colors explode. Raindrops, raindrops, rain from the sky. Take the ride, expanding our minds on high. Square, circle, drop, dot. Feel the trip, don't pop, hop, hop, hop. Double drop, don't let the music stop. Hey, 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 it's a fun run. Hey, hey, it's okay. Let the liquid play, let the liquid play. Flowers bloom, hearts expand, minds in the eternal. Raindrops on the petals, on this journey we continue. Mushroom clouds, candy cane, hooray, we fade away. Close your eyes, it's okay, let the beat make your body drop. Raindrops, raindrops like a balloon bust. Dust is microdots and it's free. Circle, circle, dot, dot. Feel the groove get hot, white and rabbit, hop, hop, hop. Double drop to take the next shot. Sunshine on a rainy day, everybody come and play. Drift, drift, fade away in the psychedelic maze. Hey, hey, sunny day, let the music be the way. Acid drops, brain pops, dancing on these microdots. Raindrops, raindrops falling down a baseline. LSD colored rainbow, tracing down the yellow brick road. Circle, circle, dot, dot, let the rhythm take the shot. Hop, 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 double drop, this is bigger than hip hop. Bigger than hip hop, it's a microdot. Take the liquid fly, as worlds collide. Circle, circle, dot, dot, let the music be your shot. Hop, 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 the body drop in this epic dance spot. Microdot, take the liquid slide as worlds collide. Circle, circle, dot, dot, let the music be our shot. Hop, hop, body drop in this epic dance spot.
house with a marching.
But that's the aim. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm making my own way. I got a keyring full of wallet data, ASICs burning every day. Oh, crypto minded, I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm scaring the status quo. Got the crypto dough, we got the file ready to go. I'm collecting the spice like a Freeman in the night. Got my pools and my wallets, everything's feeling just right. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with the grain. I generated address, then I generated SQL spin. Oh, I'm a crypto minded, I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with a grin. I generated address, then I generated SQL spin. Oh, I'm a crypto minded, I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. I'm collecting the spice like a Freeman in the night. Got my pools and my wallets, everything's feeling just right. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with the grand. I generated address, then I generated sequels. Spin and spin, I'm collecting the spice like a Freeman in the night. Got my pools and my wallets, everything's feeling just right. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with a grin. Got that crypto dough and that file ready to go. I'm not selling no dope, I'm not on no street. I'm making my money online where the Silk Road meets. I'm anonymous, I'm free, I'm making my own way. Got my onion layers and my encrypted batches every day. Hash functions pumping, manipulating the market high, flooding it from the dark, they keeping it a secret, don't you cry. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent. Wonder where the league went, they left the cement, all I'm beaming. Oh, I'm a crypto mod and I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. What? I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm scaring the status quo. Got that crypto dough and that file ready to go. Rappers can't pay bills, face the tax implications too. But I got a homie Phil Deuce, one taught me what to do. Dumping all his knowledge from the booth, son, it's true. Anyone can learn it if you put in the work and research. It's brand new. Oh, I'm a crypto mod and I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. What? I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm scaring the status quo. Got that crypto dough and that file ready to go. Now my money's all tied up in hashes and batches too. Long gone is the cash in the mattress, now it's all brand new. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm making my own way. Got my crypto dough and my banjo every single day. the general in his bed, overthrow dictators if they're red. The CIA man with the license to kill, leaving a trail of blood and a legacy to fulfill. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. Who can buy a government so cheap? Change a cabinet without a squeak. The CIA man with a wallet full of cash, buying influence and crushing dissent with a crash. But we will be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. Who can buy a government so cheap? Change a cabinet without a squeak. The CIA man with a wallet full of cash, buying influence and crushing dissent with a crash. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. They've been caught smuggling cocaine from Guatemala to Florida shore, and overthrowing governments in South America and more. But we won't be silenced, we won't be tamed. We'll rise up against them and reclaim our freedom's name. Who can train guerrillas by the dozens, send them out to kill their untrained cousins? The CIA man with a heart of stone, creating chaos and leaving death to atone. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. RFK Jr.'s on the case with Donald Trump by his side, taking on the deep state with a courageous stride. We'll take down the CIA and their shadow government too, and the world will be free from their sinister crew. RFK Jr.'s on the case with Donald Trump by his side, taking on the deep state with a courageous stride. We'll take down the CIA and their shadow government too, and the world will be free from their sinister crew. Say goodbye. Who can buy a government so cheap? Change a cabinet without a squeak. The CIA man with a wallet full of cash, buying influence and crushing dissent with a crash. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. In a swanky penthouse where the martinis flow, lurks a secret that only the hip cats know. Gray and Draco, a sophisticated pair, collaborating with governments without a single care. They're reptilian ETs with a swinging plan, shape-shifting into hipsters taking over the land. In the jet-set complex they hold sway, a clandestine partnership in a major way. Baby, put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in their human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place, politics, business, and institutions. What a reptilian face. From band's the star that guides their way. In the Draco constellation they hold court each day, 303 light years from our earthly sight, but their influence is strong in the hipster night. From 3942 BC to 1793 BC, Ben was the pole star, don't you think? A significant place in astronomical lore, but now they're here and we can't ignore. No more, put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in their human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place, politics, business, and institutions. What a reptilian face. Where it's hope, put on your sunglasses and the truth will unfold. A hidden world where reptilians swing, but we won't be fooled, we'll take back our thing. Intelligence experts spill the beans, a secret partnership that's making us snap our fingers. Gray and Draco, an alien crew, working with governments, what's a hip cat to do? Put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in their human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions, what a reptilian face. Put on your shades and take a look around. You might just see a reptilian in town, but don't be a square, just take a stand. We'll take back our world from their reptilian hand. In a swanky penthouse where the martinis flow lurks a secret that only the hip cats know. Gray and Draco, a sophisticated pair collaborating with governments without a single care. Reptilian ETs with a swinging plan, shape-shifting into hipsters taking over the land. In the jet set complex they hold sway, a clandestine partnership in a major way, baby. Put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in the human disguise, darling, vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions with a reptilian face. Who bands the star that guides their way? In the Draco constellation they hold court each day. 303 light years from our earthly sight, but their influence is strong in the hipster night. From ancient Egypt to modern days, old goat kings from Thuban got the trickster ways. Alpha Draconians from another universe, but now they're here and we can't ignore no more. Put on those shades and take a gander at the reptilians in the human disguise, darling, vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions with a reptilian face. Through the movie they live, we are told to put on your sunglasses and the truth will unfold. A hidden world where reptilians swing, but we won't be fooled, we'll take back our thing. Intelligence experts spill the beans, a secret partnership that's making us snap our fingers. Gray and Draco, an alien crew working with governments, what's a hip cat to do? Slip on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in the human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions with a reptilian face. So put on your shades and take a look around. You might just see a reptilian in town, but don't be a sheep, just take a stand. We'll take back our world from their reptilian hand.
To see if this damn thing decides it's going to crash on me again, because every time I try and send a voice or a video message, it decides, hey, we're not going to work for 5 days or longer. But yeah, no, my primary concern was just like, egads, if I'm stuck at work again and we gotta extract your ass, it's like, okay, this is going to be a long wait in the dark.
Jupiter's rising in the dawn. Foretold by mystics in their scroll.
Stool softeners. Used for constipation. Surfactant lowers stool surface tension equal water moves more easily into stool equal stool is easier to pass. Side effects: diarrhea, throat irritation, cramps. Stimulant laxatives. Used for constipation. Irritates bowel equal promotes peristalsis plus secretion of water into bowel equal movement of feces increases and softens. Rapid effect used as prep prior to surgery. Side effects: weakness, cramps, mild inflammation of rectum. Osmotic laxatives. Used for constipation. Osmotically draws water into bowel. Risk of dehydration. Side effects: weakness, fatigue, distension, electrolyte imbalance, dehydration. Antiemetic and anti-nausea drugs. Ondansetron, Zofran, is the medication of choice. Antihistamines block H1 receptor prevents SEH from binding to receptor. Phenothiazines block dopaminergic receptors in chemoreceptor trigger zone, normally stimulates vomiting. Serotonin receptor antagonist blocks serotonin stimulation in chemoreceptor trigger zone and in vagal nerve terminals, both of these normally stimulate vomiting. Side effects: antihistamines, drowsiness. Phenothiazines plus serotonin receptor antagonists, confusion, anxiety, agitation, depression, headache, restlessness, weakness. Anticholinergic effects of antiemetics, constipation, dry mouth, urine retention. Genitourinary drugs. GU system, reproductive system plus urinary system, kidneys, ureters, bladder, urethra. Kidneys dispose of waste in the form of urine, filter blood, maintain fluid, electrolyte balance, produce hormones plus enzymes, convert vitamin D to a more active form, and help regulate blood pressure plus volume by secreting renin. Diuretics. Thiazides, hydrochlorothiazide. Used for edema, diabetes insipidus. Reduce reabsorption by inhibiting NO+, Cl, cotransporter in the ascending loop of Henle prevent reabsorption of NO in kidneys increased excretion of NO, and thus water. There is also an increase in excretion. Side effects: hypokalemia, hypoglycemia, hypolipidemia, hyponatremia, hypercalcemia, low blood pressure, orthostatic hypotension. Decreases responsiveness to oral hypoglycemics.
Can you imagine living in a world where everybody was loved and accepted?
The Lost Son. Years ago, when I was a little boy, I went to visit my grandfather in the nursing home with my parents. And as I was heading down the hallway to his room, an elderly woman who was a patient there saw me from her darkened room and rushed out of her bed and out into the hallway to greet me. And with a psychotic grin on her face, she said, "It's so great to see you again, my son," and proceeded to chase me down the hallway trying to hug me, asking me where I had been and telling me repeatedly how glad she was that I was there. Finally, a couple nurses got her off of me and led her back to her room. But as she walked down the hallway, she kept looking back at me with that psychotic grin that to this day still haunts me. After visiting my grandfather, I walked back down the hallway towards the lobby, and I saw a couple women coming out of that old lady's room. And as I was walking towards them, they stopped and stared at me and started crying. And one of them said to me, "I can't believe how much you look like our brother. We were just here visiting our mother, and she wouldn't quit talking about him." At that moment, I asked the women if their brother was with them so I could see how much he looked like me. But they started crying harder, and one of them pulled out an older picture of him and told me that he had been killed in Vietnam in 1968.
The principle of a vacuum refers to a space entirely devoid of matter, including air, particles, and atoms. It is a concept that plays a crucial role in various fields, including physics, engineering, and astronomy. Here's a detailed explanation. A vacuum is a region of space where the pressure is significantly lower than the atmospheric pressure, meaning it has very little matter or no matter at all. In an ideal vacuum, there would be no particles of any kind, no atoms, molecules, or any other substance. In practice, it's challenging to create or find a perfect vacuum, so vacuums are often classified based on how much matter remains, partial vacuum with some air or gas remaining. Significantly reduced pressure, often used in scientific experiments. Extremely low pressure, used in advanced research and technologies. Theoretical concept with no matter at all, impossible to achieve practically. In a vacuum, the absence of matter means there is no air pressure. If a vacuum is created inside a container, the higher pressure outside will exert a force on the container. This principle is used in various applications, such as suction devices and vacuum pumps. Even in a vacuum, gravity still operates. This means that objects within a vacuum will still fall towards a gravitational source, like Earth. However, without air resistance, they will fall at the same rate regardless of their mass. Space is often considered a near-perfect vacuum because it has extremely low densities of particles, mainly hydrogen and helium atoms. However, it's not a perfect vacuum, as it still contains cosmic dust, solar wind particles, and other matter, albeit in very low concentrations. The vacuum of space is crucial in allowing light and other electromagnetic waves to travel long distances without scattering, which is why we can observe distant stars and galaxies. Even in a perfect vacuum, quantum field theory suggests that it is not entirely empty. The vacuum is filled with fluctuating energy fields that give rise to virtual particles popping in and out of existence. This concept is known as vacuum fluctuations or quantum vacuum. One consequence of quantum vacuum fluctuations is the Casimir effect, where two uncharged, closely spaced metal plates attract each other due to the altered quantum vacuum between them. Creating and maintaining a vacuum is essential in many scientific and industrial processes. For example, vacuum chambers are used in material science, electron microscopy, and space simulation. Early electronic devices used vacuum tubes, where the absence of air allowed electrons to move freely between electrodes without colliding with gas molecules. Vacuum packaging is a method used to preserve food by removing air from the packaging to reduce the growth of bacteria and oxidation. Achieving a perfect vacuum is impossible because even in the most advanced systems, some molecules or particles will remain. The best vacuums are those that have the least amount of residual gas or matter. Containers or systems that maintain a vacuum must be strong enough to withstand the external atmospheric pressure trying to collapse them. The principle of a vacuum revolves around the concept of an empty space, devoid of matter, where pressure is significantly lower than normal atmospheric pressure. While a perfect vacuum is theoretical, practical vacuums are used in many areas of science and technology. The concept extends to quantum mechanics, where even a vacuum isn't truly empty but filled with fluctuating energy fields. The study and application of vacuums are fundamental in understanding both the macrocosm of space and the microcosm of quantum phenomena.
This one's called Numbers and Letters. First of all, we need to know where we have our feet. We're just a particle inside the hole doing its job. It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. Go deeper and deeper, so we can understand the mechanism that rules over ourselves. Go deeper and deeper, so we can understand the mechanism that rules over ourselves. That rules over ourselves. Da 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 Numbers and letters, rewiring my body. Numbers and letters, rewiring my body. Numbers and letters, rewiring my body. Numbers and letters, rewiring my body.
Nut, in Egyptian religion, a goddess of the sky, vault of the heavens, often depicted as a woman arched over the earth god, Geb. And Geb is the god of earth god. So I was mentioning that before you got on here, where that's important too, because like the Sumerians are probably the only ones that did that. It was always the sky god and the earth goddess, even the Greeks had an earth goddess,
I'm reading it now. But yeah, I know.
Egypt had a sky goddess and an earth god, you know what I mean? And Nut was the earth god or sky goddess, and Geb was the earth god. So I wanted to point that out.
But it says too here that earth god was Geb, and depicted as a woman arched over the earth. Yep.
She was his sister, the second generation in the Enid group of 9 gods of Heliopolis, which that is Memphis. That's the ancient name for Memphis. In Egyptian art, Geb as a portrayal of the earth was often depicted laying by the feet of Shu, the air god. And Shu was the one that separated Geb from Nut. In Nut, the goddess of the sky arched above them. Geb was usually portrayed as a man without any distinguishing characteristics, but at times he was represented with his head surmounted by a goose, the hieroglyph of his name. He was the third divine ruler among the gods. The human pharaohs claimed to be descended from him, and the royal throne was referred to as the throne of Geb.
And you said that was his sister. That Nut was his sister. Okay. And in Memphis, though,
Nut was his sister, and then eventually he married her. And that's why they separated them with the frickin' the sky was because they were procreating too much, and the gods felt that they needed to be separated.
Out of their procreation, this is where Memphis comes from? Because it says Memphis, but it says Memphis. Okay, Ptah was an Egyptian god of creation and craftsmanship. Didn't we talk about him as well?
Yeah,
Ptah.
Now,
Memphis was named.
Ptah is actually in the writings too.
Yeah, I see him here, and it says an Egyptian god of creation and craftsman. And then it says he's becoming the creator, and then Memphis became the creator of the universe. So I guess Memphis was the naiad nymph of the main well of fountain of the Egyptian city of Memphis. She's the daughter of the river Nile and the wife of King Epaphus. Apophis. Okay.
Apophis is the god of the underworld. He's and a lot of people that when they picture him, they depict him as being evil, but he really wasn't evil at all. I mean, like just because he was, god of the underworld, everybody thought that, but that's not.
It's the same with Baphomet, but go ahead.
But they didn't portray him like that back when he was first.
See, when I look up why doesn't he show me? Maybe I spelled it wrong. Epaphos. Oh, I forgot the H. Okay.
No.
I was wondering why I didn't see him.
I do believe Apophis was.
There he is.
Apophis may have been jealous of Horus, but I'm not quite sure about all that.
In Greek mythology, Apophis, also called Apius or Montanius, was the son of the Greek god Zeus and the kingdom of Egypt. He transferred her hatred to the sun and ordered him hidden away by the curate so the low could not find him.
See where I've got this too. They don't give you the option to search in the words, so I could easily just search it out, but they don't have the option on there. Actually, let me see. No.
Is this stuff that you're unable to share? You cannot share your screen. It's okay if not. I understand someone.
I've got it on there right now. It's
mine just shows mine.
Well,
the other people can show it. I know what you mean.
I'll have it up there in a minute, but it'll show it.
Okay.
Just when it's done. This is off of my notepad. I use notebook on Microsoft to keep records and stuff. Yeah, I'm into it.
I told you attempting to organize it on Notion, but Notion is low key. I guess an easier way for you to do it, and I have not figured out the easier way because you can type the formula and it kind of does it yourself. But not to go off topic, I apologize. I'm good for that. Good for the good differ.
So that was something I wanted to go over there with that, and then it says besides Geb, there's Nut. And Nut is the Egyptian, in the Egyptian religion, a goddess of the sky vault of heaven. Did I already go over this?
Yeah, you said this already.
Right, so Geb.
And then to Geb. But go ahead.
In ancient Egyptian religion, the god of earth, the physical support of the world. Geb constituted, along with Nut, his sister, the second generation of the Ennead, group of 9 gods of Heliopolis. That's all it is. It's just the same stuff. Yeah.
That's wild. They don't even link him as his wife. Link met as his wife. It says that it's his sibling.
Yeah. Well, that's in the creation story is how it starts, and then it starts talking about how Osiris, okay.
Yeah, that's how we got here because that's the father of Osiris and Isis. Yeah, and I remember.
That gave birth to Osiris, Horus, Seth, Isis, and Nephthys. And then Osiris became jealous of Horus because Horus
got the sun.
Was able to hook up with Isis, his sister.
I know, that's some wild stuff. But look,
so
did you hear a story about Isis really being Jesus's mom? No, not Jesus's mom.
Isis, they believe that she was actually like, and this is a part of the whole conspiracy thing. So, like,
yeah, so tomorrow,
but Isis, some of the people believe is actually Mary, is what they're saying.
Yeah. And then she got a job because she wasn't a royal, but she not faked her way, but like she got a job. No, that's wrong. That's somebody else. I think Moses. Never mind. I'm getting my stories mixed up. Continue.
But the gods, with the exception of Horus, was commonly referred to as the children of Nut. And the reason why they don't say that Horus is the children of Nut probably is because he was like a major player in the pantheon, you know what I mean? He's the one that took top stage in the beginning. Like you know the story about Horus, right?
The sun god?
No, Horus. After he hooked up
the Eye of Horus. No, not Ra, the sun god. I apologize. The Eye of Horus.
Yeah, you know about the Eye of Horus probably. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Now when he got with Isis, Osiris became jealous and plotted his death. So he ended up killing Horus. And what happened is Isis took his body after Horus or Osiris had cut it up into little pieces and separated it and hid it away in different parts of Egypt. And according to the story, she took and had his penis, and she was on a ship, and she freaking dropped it into the water, and a fish ate it.
You know, I know, because like, and then Tiana, it's like a Tiana, Isis, it's kind of like the same trail, no? Not yet.
Wait, no, Osiris hid his body parts all over Egypt.
Oh, it was Osiris that did it. I thought it was Isis.
She had to collect it.
What?
She collected each part of his body, put it together.
Except the one that was eaten.
Yeah, except for the penis.
So she brought back a penisless man?
Well, this is the story. It gets better. But you know how
it gets better.
You know how they have the mummies all wrapped up?
Yeah.
That's a representation of Horus, because what they did with Horus is she took the body parts and she put them together and then she wrapped them in linens. And then, forgot which god it was, but one of the gods freaking made it to where she was able to procreate with Horus and have a child.
Now that's weird. That's just okay. Yeah. You remember how you're talking about the guy who could procreate with women through their mind and controlling their sexual energy and them? Yeah. Yo, that sounds like really something like that. Which would be crazy, because would that not make it real? Something that could actually happen?
Well, what do you think Christians are saying with Jesus too?
Well, I mean, yeah, but
I mean, he didn't have a father, so I mean, how was he? How was Mary pregnant?
Come on, let's just but we know that. All right, well, we're not going to go there because it's not Wednesday.
If you go through all the stuff in think about what they're talking about. You know what I mean? It just is a common thread, you know. Like they always do. They've always.
But
done.
asexual procreation, yeah, asexual procreation is definitely possible for a woman. And like, I mean, I
Not
get
without
that
some
part.
scientific help.
What? Are you kidding me? Okay, here we go. We're not gonna do that because I already know where that's gonna go.
Birth of the twins. An Omaha woman was pregnant with twins. Before her husband went out hunting, he used to warn her, "If any strange person comes here while I'm out, just don't look at him. You could be in danger." One day an old man came to the lodge while the man was hunting, and the woman sat with her back to him. She didn't look at him. He came back the next day, and she still did not look at him. On the third day, he came back to the lodge again, but the woman still would not look at him. But on the fourth day, when he came back, she couldn't stand it anymore, and she peeked. She saw a two-face, a man-eating ogre. Everyone who looked at him died. The Omaha woman died as soon as she laid her eyes on him, and the two-face cut her up and ate her. He took one of her babies out of her body and threw it in the woods, but he didn't notice the other one. When the woman's husband came back and saw her remains, he knew what had happened. He started to grieve, but then he noticed the baby was still alive, so he'd better take care of him. He didn't know that there were two babies. The other one was still in the woods. A bean mouse adopted him and fed him on beans, so the first twin grew up wild. When the twins got older, they met each other again and knew they were brothers. They grew up to become heroes and have many adventures together. But that is another story for another day.
All intelligent beings live within the known planes of existence, and there are 6 known realms within these planes. The first 3 are ruled by Lisha and are called the higher heavens of Lisha, Protean, and the cardinal realm. Then there are the 3 darker realms, ruled by the Draco, a reptilian race of beings. These are the Ophidian, Serpentine, and Saurian realms. There is a lot of diversity throughout all of these realms, with many environments, cultures, civilizations, and beasts that run wild within them. Within these cultures and civilizations, some people live basic lives, day to day, while others travel the stars. Some travel between the realms, while others know nothing outside their own world. Some realms are uncivilized, primal, and filled with every kind of crawling thing, but some are more civilized. Tribal beings are spread within every realm, culture, and civilization abroad. Civilizations travel the stars and have advanced civilizations, while other civilizations, without technology, are everywhere too. some with a moral outlook on things, while others can travel the stars and have advanced technologies, but have no value for life. The dominant species within Lisha are humans, while the dominant species within Draco are the Draconian, of course. Slavery is practiced throughout all of the realms, except for the higher heavens of Lisha. Not every culture and civilization within each of the realms practice the use of slaves though, and are against it. Others destroy cities and villages for the single purpose of collecting slaves. It is the survival of the fittest, and only the strong shall survive in unforgiving and barren environments that are able to kill. Just as much cruelty is committed by humans as well as by the Draco.
The Mogollon monster is a 7-foot-tall, bipedal, humanoid creature with large reddish wild eyes and inhuman strength. Witnesses claim that the creature's body is fully covered with long reddish brown or black hair, except its feet, hands, face, and chest. The earliest known documented sighting of this cryptid dates back to 1903. It was reported in the Arizona Republican, in which I.W. Stevens described the beast seen near the Grand Canyon as having a long matted beard and white hair. It did not wear any clothes and had talent-like fingers with 2-inch long claws. He later stated that the monster was drinking the blood of 2 cougars and threatened him with a club. It had an unearthly, wildest scream. Over the years, many reports of Mogollon monsters, footprints, hair samples, etc. have been documented by cryptid enthusiasts, but no decisive evidence has been found to date. Mainstream biologists remain skeptical about the creature's existence, but there are locals who still tell the tales of the Mogollon monster, and many believe them. Beware of the Night Walkers, deadly ghost warriors who kill with just one look. When darkness falls, they rise from burial places in the ocean. They start to march in large groups, and they move until just before sunrise. If you encounter them, never look into their eyes, because they can kill any mortal with only one glance. They are known as the Night Marchers, or Spirit Ranks, in ancient Hawaiian legends, and their stories have been passed down for generations. The Night Marchers are believed to be deadly ghosts of Hawaiian warriors. There are many interesting aspects of the Night Marcher, who occasionally can also appear during the day. This happens when they are coming to escort a dying relative to the spirit world. In most cases, however, they enter the realm of our existence when it is dark. Being ghosts, they leave no visible physical evidence of their visit. They move, often suspended through the air, and their feet don't ever touch the ground or water. They simply float through the air. Stories of ghosts and spirits are often encountered in Hawaiian mythology. A ghost can be human or non-human, but their existence testifies to people's beliefs in life after death. The Hawaiians said the Lapu ghosts are not supposed to watch over the welfare of the persons they met. They never went into the heavens to become black clouds, bringing rain for the benefit of their households. They did not go out after winds to blow the destructive force against their enemies. This was the earnest work of the ancestor ghost, and was not done by the Lapu. Another name for ghost was Wailua, which referred especially to the spirit leaving the body and supposed to have been seen by someone. This Wailua spirit could have driven back into the body by other ghosts, or persuaded to come back through offerings or incantations given by living friends, so that the dead person could come alive again. It was firmly believed that a person could endure many deaths, and that if anyone lost consciousness, he was dead, and that when life, even to this day, the Lapu comes at night. Their ghost drums the sacred chants can be heard, and their misty forms seen as they hover about the ruins of the oldest halas, or temples. All Hawaiians believe in the power of spirits to return to the scene they knew on earth in the form in which they appeared while they were alive. Especially is the true of the procession of gods and spirits who come on certain sacred nights to visit the sacred places, or to welcome a dying relative and conduct him within Amaka world. Many people say they have seen or heard the chanting voices of the night marcher, who are always dressed as ancient chiefs or gods. It's possible to witness the march of these deadly ghost warriors on sacred nights of Ku, Lono, Kane, or Kanalua. Some of these horrible and frightening beings are deceased Koa warriors. It also happens that Hawaiian gods are present in some marches. In the procession is one of gods. The marchers move 5 abreast with 5 torches burning red between the ranks, and without music, save that of the voice raised in chant. Processions of chiefs are accompanied by Amakahua and march in silence, or to the accompaniment of drum, nose flute, and chanting. Legends tell us that encountering the night marchers can have deadly consequences, but it's possible to survive the anger of these fierce ancient warriors. If a mortal catches a glimpse of one of the night marchers, he or she should hide indoors as quickly as possible. By removing all clothing and laying motionless on the floor with the face down, a person shows proper respect, fear, and deference to the night marchers. This behavior will spare the life of the mortal because, in Hawaiian tradition, one may never look at a king or chief's face. Building defense against night marchers is a waste of time because they can pass through any barrier. The only thing that night marchers stay away from is Hawaiian tea plants. In the shadows of the old town, perched upon a lonely hill, stood the crumbling remains of Eldrick Manor. It was a place shrouded in whispers and rumors, a home to stories as dark as the night itself. They said the manor was haunted by the ghost of Lady Eldritch, a woman of beauty and tragedy. Her spirit was bound to the manor, cursed to wander its halls for eternity, searching for something lost in the echoes of time. One stormy night, a group of daring souls decided to uncover the truth. They were skeptics, each one seeking to dispel the myths that cling to the manor like cobwebs. As they entered the ground foyer, the air grew cold. The candles flickered with a life of their own. The group pressed on, their footsteps the only sound amidst the silence. In the heart of the manor, they found the portrait of Lady Eldridge, her eyes seeming to follow them with a mournful gaze. It was then that the air shifted and a soft lament filled the room, a melody of sorrow and longing. The bravest of the group, a young man named Thomas, approached the portrait. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the canvas, the room spun into darkness. When the lights returned, Thomas was gone. In his place stood Lady Eldridge, as real as any of them, her eyes brimming with tears. She spoke of her love, a soldier lost to war, and her heart, which had been stopped with the news of his death. The ghost of Lady Eldridge implored the group to help her find peace. She led them to a hidden chamber where a locket containing a strand of her beloved's hair lay forgotten. With the locket in hand, Lady Eldridge's spirit was finally set free. She thanked the group with a smile that held the warmth of 1,000 suns and vanished into the ether. Thomas returned unharmed, but forever changed. The group left Eldridge Manor, the truth of the ghost story now a part of their own. And so the tale of the Phantom of Eldridge Manor lives on, a reminder that sometimes things that haunt us are not malice or fear, but love and memories that refuse to fade. In the heart of the Illinois wilderness, there's a place where the shadows linger longer and the nights hold onto every whisper. They call it Frankfurt Woods, a place where the trees are so dense they seem to swallow the light. Long ago, the woods were home to a small settlement, thriving and full of life. But as the story goes, one fateful night, a thick fog rolled in, unlike any seen before. It was an unnatural mist. They said one that glowed with a faint, eerie light. From within the fog, there emerged a figure, draped in tattered robes, its face hidden beneath the hood. The villagers named this apparition the Phantom of Frankfurt Woods. It roamed the settlement, and wherever it passed, the crops withered, the animals grew sick, and the air turned cold. Panic took hold on the villagers, and one by one they fled, leaving behind their homes to the mercy of the woods. But not all made it out. Some say they saw the Phantom's face, a visage so horrible that their hearts stopped on the spot. The settlement was abandoned, reclaimed by the forest, but the Phantom remained. To this day, hikers tell tales of a chill that creeps in their spines, of a fog that seems to follow, and of a figure that watches from the trees. So if you ever find yourself in Frankfurt Woods as the sun dips low, be wary, for the Phantom might just be waiting, and you might just become part of the legend. The Red Spot. One night, a young girl was sleeping in her bed when a spider crawled across her face. It stopped for a few minutes on her left cheek, then went on its way. When she woke up the next morning and looked in the mirror, she noticed a red spot on her cheek. "What is this?" she asked her mother. "It looks like a spider bite," her mother replied. "It will go away. Just don't scratch it." Soon the red spot grew into a big red boil. "Look at it now," the girl said. "It's getting bigger." "That sometimes happens," her mother said. "It's coming to a head." In a few days, the red spot was even larger. "Look at it now," the girl said. "It hurts so much, and it makes me look so ugly." "We'll have the doctor look at it," her mother said. "Maybe it's infected." But the doctor couldn't see the girl until the next day. That night, she decided to take a nice, relaxing bath. As she lay soaking in the warm water, the boil suddenly burst. Out poured a swarm of tiny spiders from the eggs their mother had laid in her cheek. Slumber, what the fuck's wrong? Like they're having a siesta or some shit.
Yeah, a siesta. Right. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. You get it. You totally get it. And I'm just sitting here like, no, it's not happening. It's not happening. And it is, you know, and they can't do anything to me because you have, it's like being a made man or a made woman. You have to have just cause, and just cause cannot be her stand on righteousness. So that's what kind of, I don't want to say untouchable, but it's kind of one of those things like, if you touch her, that's going to be bad karma. And it always is because people attack and they think that they can get away with it, and then they find I am, and then they're like, oh, wait a minute, you know what I mean, type of thing. So it's,
for me,
but they still get pissed.
I think they can get to you. It's just like people don't look at it at the more significant. If the Illuminati in today's time and age wants to get to you, they're not going to like actually go out and hurt you. First of all, they're going to see how important you are. No, I mean, like, say weird shit starts happening to you, like all of a sudden, you know, money ends up disappearing out of your bank account, or freaking the next thing you know,
you're losing your job, you don't have opportunities. Yes.
Okay, and stuff like that, and you know, people are,
all your endorsements go out of the way. Yeah, no, trust me.
I mean, I think if an organization like that is going on, then those are the kind of things that are happening, you know. On a different scale. Now, if it was somebody that was important, you know, then that'd be something different. But and don't get me wrong, I don't believe that freaking the Illuminati were fairy tales. I think that what I found is that
these people are not. I mean,
they did. It was created, but there's no evidence showing that they went as far as what everybody makes them out to be. But then again, secret societies change names. You know what I mean? They've always changed names. So
different sectors. I mean, there's so many different branches, and different branches are able to incorporate their own rules, which is why it's just kind of like how Washington D.C. is not a part of the United States, but is in charge of the United States. It's kind of one of those things, you know what I mean? You got you have your Shriners, you have your Skull and Bones. I mean, you have your Prince Hall, Mace. Like, you have so many different branches, and like and from the Masons themselves. From Illuminati, Masons, and honestly, it's Masons then Illuminati. People tend to get that mixed up because they feel like the Illuminati came first, and then the Masons kind of fall under that one. But it's really, again, just a branch of people having a form or knowledge of power and understanding that what they can do with this form of knowledge of power. Same with even this Crowley guy. The stuff that he says, the stuff that he does, so true. Like, people think 666 is such an evil number, but 666 is not an evil number. 666 is 18. Yes, it can be channeled for evil. We understand that. We understand who Baphomet is, but we also understand that we are Baphomet within the inside. It's just our lower level of light. The only evil that exists is the evil that we are able to create. If we do not create evil, evil does not exist, and that's just the truth. So it's a choice to manifest and to be able to actually associate with and understand and to kind of internalize and then project evil. And so it's not a matter of this devil with horns or some crazy looking goat. Like, I remember for a long time I got a lot of backlash because
you're talking about Beelzebub.
Huh?
When you mention the horns and stuff, you're mentioning Beelzebub. He's the one that has the horns.
Yes, but people feel like it's some guy with a pitchfork. That's the thing, they get mixed up. So this is what I'm saying though, because I got a long time I got backlash because I had a picture of Baphomet. Because I mean, not to say submit, but to understand who Baphomet is within me, because I have an evil side. I have a side of me that's lower light. We all do. And we can deny it all we'd like to, but it's not the truth. I stand in truth. The only true religion is truth. And that's another thing. I agree with this guy, Crowley. Like, yeah, he says some psycho stuff, but truth be told, the only truth is truth. Now, how they acquire their knowledge, this is my problem. No offense to anyone, but a lot of the knowledge and ancient teachings come from Africa, come from melanin, and it is then taken, stripped, and kind of condensed, or even I don't want to say it's concentrated. It's not concentrated at all. It's kind of diluted, and it's kind of, we use it as a way to make, and it looks like when you hear the truth that what you're saying isn't mean, because we heard this guy do it and he was worshiping the devil. But who is the devil? He was praising the fact that he recognizes his lower light self. He's showing you that this is the side of him, that who he chooses to be, and portraying it in a godlike concept or a godlike image. But the thing about it is, that's where your discernment comes in. You know who you are. You know that you're not an evil person, even if you've done evil things, or maybe you associate with being an evil person. Like I said, there's no such thing as evil. It is only the lower light, the opposite self. When something quote unquote bad happens, that's you projecting this bad situation. And I do it a lot, especially with relationships. I'm really bad. Go too far off into the deep end, but like, I'm really, really bad with, okay, you can show me one sign from something that I've already witnessed, and I'm not watching this rerun. I'm going to change the whole channel completely. So now I'm not even who you expected me to be anymore, because you showed me something I've already seen before, and I didn't like that show. So I'm going to show you something you don't want to watch anymore in order for you to turn away your attention, and then I can go back to my regularly scheduled program.
That's what it's all about, though. Like, even in today's world, I was telling you about sheeple. You know what I mean? And what do you think I mean by the term sheeple? You know what I mean? How do you train freaking
sleeping people, sheep, sleeping people?
How do you train a freaking herd of sheep? You know, I mentioned that before too, and it's very simple. You know what I mean? Nothing has to be complicated when it comes to this stuff. If you just open your eyes and you see things for what they really are. Okay, and I think that's a hard thing for people to comprehend, because it has to be romantic. It has to be exciting. You have to have some kind of adventure in the things that you look for. And the truth of the matter is if you want to find a real conspiracy, you look at the boring stuff. You know, these people aren't running around freaking trying to put things in front of your face so that you can see it. They want to go back into the backgrounds, and they want to set things up in the background to make it to where you don't know what's going on. Okay, so what they do is they go into these governments and they write up these boring freaking laws that freaking nobody wants to go through and read. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, tell me about it. We civil all today and for history, and like, we all were bored, so we took a shortcut.
But no, yeah, right. You see what I mean? Take a shortcut. Nobody wants to read that shit.
We took a shortcut because I wasn't gonna sit there with a 7 and 8 year old reading civil law.
But that's where it is, and they can't relate that is actually a part of the conspiracy. You know what I mean? Like consent laws. All right. People today can finally agree that consent laws exist, but there was a time where they're like, you're so full of shit. And no, it's the truth. You consent to certain things when you freaking do things. Like when you go into a courtroom, if you don't have the money to freaking afford an attorney for yourself, they'll give you one. They'll give you this public defender, and they'll have him speak for you. Well,
who you have to do the job for.
But see, here's
I've won more cases for public defenders than public defenders have won for public defenders, and that's not by choice.
Here's the clincher about that, okay? What a lot of people aren't aware of. It's like when you get an attorney, you give up your right to speak to the court. Okay, the attorney has to speak for you on your behalf, and you have to sit next to him and shut your mouth.
Yep, and swear on the Bible. But if you affirm and you represent yourself, which you're able to, because we are sovereigns, but we forget, we don't realize that we're sovereigns. Like, this is a corporation.
Here's another thing it goes even further. If you listen to these people run their mouth, they'll also tell you that freaking anybody who tries to defend themselves in court is defending an idiot. You know, little comments like that, because they don't freaking want you to go into court and speak for yourself.
And be smart. Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean? They don't want you to educate yourself to what's being said in court. They want you to get a paid trainer to come in and say the shit for you. You know what I mean?
Because no matter what side you're on, they all work together. See, what happens is your lawyer is going to go to, your public defender is going to go to lunch with his judge buddies and his other lawyer buddies on the other side. It doesn't matter, plaintiff or defendant. In most cases, they're going to eat together. You're going to be the outcast. I learned this from having a ex-husband who lived in the judicial system. I mean, literally lived there. And so the stuff that, I mean, we won more cases on our own, just doing stuff in the law library and me helping him, and then him, like I said, doing the law library, me doing my research, than any lawyer has ever assisted us with. It was me always doing his lawyer's job. It was me finding the information, me telling him what laws need to be read. I was lowering sentences, but because you have a lawyer, you have to present them all the information and have them present it to the court. That's why it's better to not have a lawyer.
And it's the same as standing right there in front
like
of
I'll
the
never
judge.
swear on the Bible.
It's the same thing as sitting there
When
next to the
yeah.
judge. Okay, if you're sitting in the courtroom, you can't say a word unless the judge asks you to say something, or if your public defender asks for you to have the right to speak. Other than that, you just keep your mouth shut. And they don't always go to lunch, man. They'll just step on back into the back room, make a quick decision, come out, and this is the way it is. You know, they don't even have to go to lunch together. So, and
that's
my,
the truth.
My whole point, though, is the fact that this is just one thing. This is one example, and people have a hard time understanding why that would be a conspiracy. And it's because it's trying to separate you from the
giving up your right.
Yeah, you're giving up your right.
Yeah.
Heard.
You're giving up your rights. That's why it's a conspiracy. Consensually saying, hey, what, I don't mind, you handle it for me. Like it's like when my mom, it's taking power of attorney, like it's the same thing. And then pretty much, and if you are aware of this, anyone in the medical field, my mother, like I said, is a physician, anyone in the medical field with power of attorney, even if it's in cases of death, power of attorney rights actually extend through death. If you're in the medical field only. So the only time it stops is if you're not in the medical field. But my mother, being a physician and being power of attorney, allows her to make choices after death of something that she may have had power of attorney over. It gives her that opportunity to make choices and say, oh, what do you mean he's back alive? Well, let's give him instead, type of thing.
That reaches to like examining the bodies and stuff too. So like say they have to exhume a body that's...
Wait, hold on. Your thing goes crazy. Say it again.
Exhuming a body. Like if you're in the medical profession and you have to exhume a body that's been put in the grave, then the physician can okay that. You know what I mean? So you have that going on as well. So say somebody died and they don't have family members, they can go to the physician and the physicians can give them the permission to exhume the body for
Robin Melton.
So stuff like that. Which, I mean, I've actually heard of that. I think that's kind of strange.
Yeah, it does. It really, and it makes you wonder. But that's because they do so many like experiments and stuff on corpses, and there's so much of the sacrificing that we pretend is non-existent. But the truth of the matter is, this sacrifice exists so that way people can sustain their life because we are able to have a continuation. Especially when you're looking at like that's why I'm not an organ donor. People are like, oh, you're so selfish. You're not an organ donor, but they're not going to attempt to save your life at all if you are an organ donor. If you're an organ donor, they're going to kindly tell your family they did everything they can. If they feel like somebody who's a better fit, because we're stocks and bonds, we're all stocks and bond system. The capitalists bet on what they feel like based on certain type of outcomes, certain type of strategies implemented into our existences, how we will respond to them. And so, whether or not this happens, this person will still be successful. But if this happens, this person will no longer be successful. If we put this into this factor, and it literally the stock market, and that's why we're a number. That's our social. That's what our social is. Because again, we're a corporation, which is why all of our letters on our IDs are capitalized because you are a corporation. You won't, if it's a proper noun, it's just going to have the first letter capitalized. Like,
Well, see, that's why I was talking about Maxwell last week, because you know how I was talking about birthing, ship
number
birthing,
your
a ship birthing in the port. That's kind of what he was always.
Mhm.
That's what that's about. Also, in the late 7th millennium BC, but a little later than the time referred to above, imported goats and sheep, apparently from Southwest Asia, appear. Many large hearth also appear. Okay. Apparently from Southwest Asia appear. Many large hearth also appear. Archaeological discoveries revealed that these prehistoric people led livelihoods seemingly at a higher level of organization than their contemporaries who lived closer to the Nile Valley. The people of Nabta Playa had above ground and below ground stone constructions, villages designed in a pre-planned arrangement, and deep wells that held water throughout the year. Findings also indicate that the region was occupied only seasonally, most likely only in the summer period when the local lake filled with water for grazing cattle. Careful comparative research indicates that the indigenous inhabitants may have a significantly more advanced knowledge of astronomy and mathematics than previous thought possible. By the 6th millennium BC, evidence of a prehistoric religion or cult appears, with a number of sacrificed cattle buried in stone roof chambers lined with clay. It has been suggested that the associated cattle cult indicated in Nabta Playa marks an early evolution of ancient Egypt's Hathor cult. For example, Hathor was worshipped as a nighttime protector in desert regions. To directly quote Professor Windorf and Schild, there are many aspects of political and ceremonial life in the pre-dynastic and Old Kingdom that reflect a strong impact from Saharan cattle pastoralists. Nevertheless, though, the religious practices of the region involving cattle suggest ties to ancient Egypt. Egyptologist Mark Lerner cautions it makes sense, but not in a facile, direct way. You can't go straight from these megaliths to the pyramid of Djoser, Djoser. Other subterranean complexes are also found in Nebtoplia, one of which includes evidence of perhaps an early Nubian attempt at sculpture. Astrophysicist Thomas G. Brophy suggests the hypothesis that the southerly line of three stones inside the calendar circle represents the three stars of Orion's belt, and other three stones inside the calendar circle represents the shoulders and head stars of Orion as they append in the sky. Now, before I get started, this is about the early alignments and the star maps of these early calendars that were created out of stones and in the sand, which were found in these areas. And these people that worship cattle were worshiping cattle and sacrificing them in this area, and they're telling you right here that the calendar circle represented astronomical Thomas G. Brophy suggests the hypothesis that the southerly line of the three stones, these stones represent parts of the Orion cluster, is what he's trying to say. If you want to check that out, they have a lot of really good YouTube videos from ancient astronaut theorists that describe that in full, and it's really good. So if you guys want to check that out, you can. Okay, let me figure out where I was. These correspondences were for two dates, circa 4800 BC, and at precessional opposition representing how the sky moves long term. Brophy proposes that the circle was constructed and used circa the later date, and the dual date representation was a conceptual representation of the motion of the sky over a precession cycle. Near the calendar circle, which is made of smaller stones, there are alignments of large megalithic stones. The southerly lines of these megaliths, Brophy shows are aligned to the same stars as represented in the calendar circle, all at the same epoch, circa 6270 BC. The calendar circle correlation with Orion's belt occurred between 6400 BC and 4900 BC, matching the radiocarbon dating of campfires around the circle. Yeah, these circles are pretty interesting if you guys ever want to check them out. It's something to find out about. In 2007 article by a team of University of Colorado astronomers and archaeologists. 3 members had been involved in the original discovery of the site, and its astronomical alignment has responded to the work of Brophy and Rosen, in particular their claims for an alignment with Sirius in 6088 and other alignments which they dated to 6270, saying alignment. Hold up, let me figure out where I'm at here. Claims of the alignment in 6088 and other alignments which they dated to 62-7, saying that these dates were about 1500 years earlier than the estimated dates. The Sirius alignment in question was originally proposed by Windorf and Melville for one of the most prominent alignments of megaliths labeled the sea line, which they said aligned to the rising of Sirius circa 4820 BC. Brophy and Rosen showed in 2005 that megalith orientations and star positions reported by Windorf and Melville were in error. Nothing that, given these corrected datas, we see that Sirius actually aligned with the sea line circa 6000 BC. We estimate that 6088 BC Sirius had a declination of negative 36.51 deg or DEG for a rising azimuth exactly on the sea line average. Melville acknowledged the corrections made by Brophy and Rosen, but concluded the sea line of megaliths may not represent the original set of aligned stele. We refrain from interpreting that alignment. They also criticized suggestions made by Brophy in his book, The Origin Map, that there was a representation of the Milky Way as it was in 17,500 BC in maps of Orion at 16,500 BC, saying these extremely early dates are as well as the proposition that the nomads had contact with extragalactic aliens are inconsistent with the archaeological record. Inference in archaeoastronomy must always be guided by informed by archaeology, especially with substantial fieldwork has been performed in the region. They proposed that the area was first used as what they called a region ceremonial center around 6100 to 5600 BC, with people coming from various locations to gather on the dunes surrounding the playa, where there is archaeological evidence for gathering, which involved large numbers of cattle bones, as cattle were normally only killed on important occasions. Around 5500 BC, a new, more organized group began to use the site, burying cattle in clay-lined chambers and building other tumuli. Around 4800 BC, a stone circle was constructed with narrow slabs approximately aligned to the summer solstice near the beginning of the rainy season. More complex structures followed during the megalith period. The researchers dated to between about 4500 BC to 3600 BC. Using their original measurements and measurements by satellite and GPS measurements by Brophy and Rosen, they confirmed possible alignment with Sirius. Arcturus, Alpha Centauri, and the Belt of Orion. They suggest that there are 3 pieces of evidence suggesting astronomical observation by the herdsmen using the site, which may have functioned as a necropolis. The repetitive. I lost my spot. The repetitive orientation of megaliths, still human burials, and cattle burials reveal a very early symbolic connection to the north. Secondly, there is the orientation of the cromlech mentioned above. The third piece of evidence is the 5th millennium alignment to stele to when I say stele too, it's spelled Stele, so I could be mispronouncing that. Millennium alignments to stele to bright stars. They conclude their report by writing that the symbolism embedded in the archaeological records of Nabta Playa in the 5th millennium BC is very basic, focused on issues of major practical importance to the nomads: cattle, water, death, earth, sun, and stars. But yeah, that is the part that I was talking about that kind of goes into the Osirian too, where before the pyramids were even built, there were these people who were cattle cults basically, and they worshipped and sacrificed cattle, and they used these rings as calendars, and they would literally sacrifice cattle. Black Forest of Germany, known as Schwarzwald, is a place where time seems suspended under a thick canopy of trees. The dense and towering pines create an eternal twilight, even in the brightest parts of the day. Deep within the forest, paths disappear into an oppressive darkness where ancient and forgotten forces slumber. For centuries, villagers and travelers alike spoke in hushed tones of this haunted place, a forest where magic, creatures of myth, and dark spirits roamed freely, but few dared to venture far for the fear of never returning. The most whispered about legend was that of the Black Forest Gatekeeper, an immortal guardian of the woods, part man, part spirit. His figure was said to be one with the forest, his eyes glowing like the embers, and his voice carried by the wind. It was said that he roamed the forest at night, ensuring that no outsider penetrated the heart of the forest, an area that contained ancient pagan relics and the power of the old gods. But the story truly begins long before the gatekeeper himself was cursed, in a time when pagan tribes inhabited the edge of the Black Forest, practicing ancient rituals dedicated to the gods of nature, the earth, and death. On the darkest night of winter, under a sky devoid of stars, the people of the forest would gather for the winter solstice ritual. This was a time when they believed the veil between the living world and the realm of the spirits was thinnest, allowing for a brief moment of communion with the gods. The ritual was not only to honor the gods, but to ensure that the harsh winter would not claim too many lives. The villagers built a massive pyre in the center of a hidden grove, nestled deep in the Black Forest beyond the site of any Christian settlements. The fire would burn for hours, consuming wood and bone alike, sending plumes of smoke into the air as an offering to the gods. Around the pyre, 12 men and women, one for each month of the year, danced in a circle, their faces painted with the symbols of the earth and sky. Their chanting grew louder as the fire roared. They called upon the spirits of Fru Holly, the ancient matron of fertility, harvest, and death. To them, Fru Holly was the embodiment of life's cycles, birth, death, and rebirth. As the solstice marked the longest night of the year, it was also a time of hope, for it signified the eventual return of the sun and the renewal of life. But on this particular night, something went terribly wrong as the villagers chanted, calling to Frau Holly. Their voices reached a place they should never have touched, a place deep within the Black Forest, where the old magic still lingered. The earth beneath them trembled, and the wind carried a low, menacing growl. The Black Forest gatekeeper had been awakened by his long slumber, or from his long slumber. The gatekeeper was once a druid, a man chosen by the spirits of the forest to serve as its eternal protector. In life, he had been a powerful figure, revered by the pagan tribes for his wisdom and connection to the earth. But with his power came a curse. He was bound to the forest for all of eternity, neither dead nor alive. A spirit tethered to the land he once protected. His task was to guard the deepest parts of the forest where the ancient gods still slept, ensuring that no mortal ever ventured too far into their sacred domain. Over the centuries, he had become a forgotten myth, known only to the trees and the whispers of the wind. But now the villagers had disturbed the delicate balance, summoning something they could not control. The ground beneath their feet cracked open, and from the shadows of the forest the gatekeeper emerged. His form was towering, cloaked in dark and shadow, his eyes glowing a fierce red. He carried a staff made from the twisted branches of the oldest trees in the forest, and with each step the ground beneath him shuddered. The villagers froze in terror. They knew they had summoned something far older, far more dangerous than Frau Holly. The gatekeeper's voice boomed through the clearing, though his lips never moved. He spoke the language of the forest, a language no human had heard in centuries. With a single motion, the gatekeeper raised his staff, and the trees around the clearing began to twist and writhe. The roots of the ancient oaks and pines snaked from the ground, wrapping around the villagers' legs, pulling them into the earth. Their screams echoed through the forest, but there was no escape. The gatekeeper had returned to his vigil, and the villagers who had disturbed the old magic were never seen again. Yet this was not the end. Their ritual had done more than summon the gatekeeper. It had torn open a passage between worlds, a portal that allowed spirits and creatures from the other side to cross into the mortal realm. And from the depths of the Black Forest, the ancient spirits stirred. Deep beneath the roots of the forest lived the dwarves and gnomes, creatures of the earth who had guarded the treasures of the underworld for centuries. They were master craftsmen, known for their ability to forge powerful artifacts from the metals of the earth, but they were also mischievous and vengeful, known to curse those who ventured too close to their hidden tunnels. When the portal opened, the dwarves felt the disturbance immediately. The earth trembled, and the air filled with the scent of magic. Curious and greedy by nature, the dwarves emerged from their underground lairs, eager to see what new power had been unleashed in the forest. Their beady eyes gleamed in the moonlight as they crept through the underbrush, watching as the gatekeeper drug the last of the villagers into the ground. The gnomes, smaller and more mischievous than the dwarves, followed closely behind. They had little interest in the conflict itself, but were drawn to the chaos, sensing an opportunity for mischief and trickery. They whispered to one another in their strange sing-song language, planning how they might use the disruption to their advantage. But the opening of the portal had awakened more than just the dwarves and gnomes. It had also stirred the ancient werewolves that had long prowled the darkest corners of the Black Forest. The werewolves of the Black Forest were not like the wolves of legend who transformed only with the full moon. These creatures were cursed to walk between human and beast at all times, their souls trapped in the liminal state. They had once been men and women who had offended the gods, condemned to a life of eternal hunger and bloodlust. They roamed the forest in packs, hunting anything unfortunate enough to cross their paths. The werewolves sensed the opening of the portal immediately. They could feel the magic in the air, the magic that called to their primal nature. It filled them with a wild hunger, and they began to converge on the clearing where the ritual had taken place. Their eyes glowed in darkness, and their low growls echoed through the forest. As they prowled closer, they caught the scent of the dwarves and gnomes, but paid them little mind. Their true prey lay elsewhere. As the chaos unfolded in the forest, the spirit of Frau Holly began to stir. She was not bound to the forest in the same way the gatekeeper was, but she had long watched over the land, ensuring the cycles of life and death were respected. Though she was often depicted as a nurturing figure, her true nature was far more complex. Frau Holly was as much a goddess of death as she was of fertility. She controlled the seasons, bringing life with the spring and taking it away with the winter. The villagers had invoked her name, and though they had been consumed by their folly, her presence was now felt in the forest. Her form materialized in the heart of the forest, a tall, imposing figure with flowing silver hair and eyes that gleamed like the moon. She wore a cloak of snow and leaves, and her breath brought a cold wind that swept through the trees. The animals of the forest fell silent at her arrival, for they knew she was not a spirit to be trifled with. Frau Holly had been summoned, and she would not return to the underworld without taking what was owed to her. In the distance, the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the forest. The wild hunt had been summoned, its spectral riders galloping through the trees, led by an ancient nameless figure. The wild hunt was a force of chaos and death sweeping through the mortal realms to claim the souls of the living and the dead alike. They had no allegiance, no purpose beyond their endless hunt. The wild hunt had been called forth by the opening of the portal, and now they roamed the black forest, their ghostly forms flickering in and out of sight. The leader of the hunt, a figure cloaked in shadow with glowing red eyes, rode at the front. His hounds bang at his side, their howls echoing through the trees, sending shivers down the spines of anyone who heard them. The gatekeeper watched as the wild hunt approached, his glowing eyes narrowing. He knew that their presence meant only one thing. The balance of the forest had been irrevocably disturbed. There would be no peace until the portal was closed, and the spirits and creatures that had been unleashed were returned to their realms. But the gatekeeper had no intention of letting that happen. As the wild hunt closed in, the gatekeeper stood his ground, his staff raised high. The ground beneath him trembled, and the trees around him seemed to come to life, their branches twisted and reaching towards the sky. The dwarves and gnomes scattered, sensing the imminent danger, while the werewolves howled in fury. Frau Holly watched from a distance, her eyes gleaming with cold indifference. She had no stake in this battle. She was merely an observer, watching as the forces of the forest clashed. The leaders of the wild hunt dismounted. The leader of the wild hunt dismounted, his spectral form towering over the gatekeeper. For a moment, the two figures stood in silence, their eyes locked in a silent challenge. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, the wild hunt charged. The forest erupted into chaos as the gatekeeper and the wild hunt clashed, their battle shaking the very foundations of the earth. The trees groaned and creaked as they were torn apart, and the ground split open as the magic of the forest surged. But in the end, the gatekeeper stood victorious. The leader of the wild hunt fell. His spectral form dissipated into the air, and the remaining riders fled into the darkness. The portal began to close, and the creatures of the forest retreated to their hiding places, leaving the gatekeeper alone in the clearing. His glowing eyes dimmed, and his staff sank into the earth. The black forest was silent once more. The gatekeeper returned to his eternal vigil, watching over the black forest as he had for centuries. The villagers who had disturbed the balance were gone, their bones claimed by the earth, but the legend of the gatekeeper lived on, passed down through generations as a warning to all who ventured too close to the forest, or to the heart of the forest. For the black forest was not just a place of trees and shadows. It was a place of ancient power, a place where the veil between the worlds was thin, and where the spirits of the old gods still roamed. And the gatekeeper would always be there, watching, waiting, and ensuring that the balance was never disturbed again.
In the vast nothingness before time, there existed no stars, no planets, no light, only an endless void where space and time were indistinguishable. In this boundless expanse of darkness, the universe slumbered, waiting for the spark that would awaken it. There was, however, a single constant, a force neither seen nor understood by the few beings that would later emerge from the cosmic currents. This force was the primordial ooze, the formless, timeless essence of creation, destruction, and transformation. The primordial ooze was no mere substance. It pulsed with an ancient, ineffable power, a cosmic energy that existed in perfect tension between the opposing forces of life and death. Within it resided every possibility, every form of life that could be created, and every structure that could be dismantled. It was the building block of existence, but it was also its undoing. From it, entire galaxies could be born, only to collapse again into dust. The universe had not yet found its rhythm, but in the heart of the void, the ooze simmered, waiting for the moment when it would be called forth to shape reality. And deep within the primordial darkness, an ancient force began to stir, the Tikar, the guardians of the cosmic balance. These beings had existed long before the first light of the stars, before the very concept of time had meaning. They were ancient, serpentine entities whose forms shimmered with the colors of the universe itself, each scale reflecting the endless expanse of creation. The Tikar were not gods, though they were often mistaken for such. They were not creators, nor were they destroyers. They were keepers of balance, the eternal watchers of the great cosmic dance. At the center of this great emptiness lay the nexus of Icthala, an incomprehensible focal point where the energies of the universe converged. It was a place where the boundaries between dimensions blurred, where time folded in on itself, and where the forces of creation and destruction swirled together in an eternal spiral. Within the nexus, floating in the vast expanse, was the center of harmony, a radiant sphere of energy that acted as the universe's guiding star, directing the flow of the primordial ooze. Nisara, the eldest of the Tikar, coiled herself around the center of harmony. Her long, serpentine body glowed with a deep violet light, and her scales shimmered like the stars that had yet to be born. She had felt it, the subtle shifting of the cosmic tides. It was time once again for the great ritual, the ancient process by which the universe would be reshaped, and life would be given form. But this time, Nisara sensed that something was different. The ooze was restless. It pulsed with a force that felt older and wilder than ever before, and she knew that this ritual would not proceed as it always had. "The time has come," Nisara whispered, her voice vibrating through the void, resonating with the cosmic forces around her. Her kin, the other Tikar, heard her call, and they began to gather. From the farthest reaches of the universe, they came, their bodies long and sinewy, their eyes glowing with the light of the galaxies they had watched over for eons. As the Tikar assembled, Nisara began the ancient chant. Her voice, though soft, reverberated through the ether, setting the universe in motion. The primordial ooze responded to her call, rising from the depths of the nexus in swirling, chaotic waves. It was as though the ooze itself was alive, conscious in a way that transcended mortal understanding. It wanted to be shaped, to be given form, but it also resisted, as if it feared the order that would be imposed upon it. "We are the architects of balance," Nisara intoned, her voice rising above the chaotic waves of the ooze. "Through our alchemy, we guide the forces of creation and destruction. In this dance, we weave the fabric of existence." The Tikar formed a circle around Nisara, their serpentine bodies weaving through the void in intricate patterns. Each movement they made was part of a grand design, a dance that had been performed since the beginning of time. Their scales shimmered with the light of the cosmos, reflecting the primordial energies that flowed through the nexus. Together, they were the guardians of the delicate balance that held the universe together. Among the Tikar stood Drakfire, a being whose scales burned with the heat of 1,000 suns. His eyes, molten gold, flickered with the energy of creation, and his very presence seemed to ignite the void around him. He was the embodiment of the cosmic flame, the force of life that brought stars to life and ignited the spark of consciousness in the universe. Opposite him stood Veshlan, her scales pale as ice, shimmering with a soft blue glow. She was the guardian of stillness, the force of order and preservation. Where Drakfire was the fire of creation, Veshlan was the cold embrace of destruction, the force that brought an end to the stars and allowed the cycle to begin anew. Together, they represented the duality that defined the universe, the endless cycle of birth and death, creation and destruction. As the Tikar danced, the primordial ooze began to take shape. It coiled and twisted, responding to the will of the ancient serpents. From the chaotic mass, faint outlines began to emerge, stars, planets, galaxies, all forming in the void, drawn forth by the alchemy of the Tikar. "We are the balance," Drakfire spoke, his voice a deep rumble that echoed through the nexus. "Through our flame, we ignite the fires of life." And through the cold, Veshlan added, her voice as soft as the falling snow, "we bring rest to all things." Their words were part of the ritual, a chant as old as time itself, passed down through the Tikar since the first stirrings of the universe. Together, they represented the cosmic balance, the harmony that allowed the universe to exist. The tides of the cosmos ebbed and flowed around them, guided by their movements, shaping the primordial ooze into the very fabric of existence. But even as they worked, Nisara felt the disturbance grow stronger. It was subtle at first, a faint ripple in the cosmic currents, but it soon became impossible to ignore. The ooze was shifting, moving in ways it had never done before. It was as though it had a will of its own, a force that resisted the careful shaping of the Tikar. "The ooze," Nisara whispered, her eyes narrowing. "It is different this time." The others felt it too. The primordial ooze, which had always been a neutral force, neither good nor evil, now pulsed with a strange energy. It was as if it contained within it the potential for something entirely new, something neither the Tikar nor the cosmos had ever seen before. The Tikar moved cautiously now, their once fluid dance becoming more deliberate, more controlled. They had always guided the primordial ooze with ease, shaping it into stars and worlds, breathing life into the universe with their ancient rituals. But now, the ooze seemed to resist their guidance, moving with a chaotic force that defied their will. Nisara focused her mind, reaching out to the core of the ooze, trying to understand the source of the disturbance. As her consciousness touched the depths of the primordial substance, she was met with a vision of stars being born and dying in rapid succession, of entire galaxies spinning out of control, only to collapse into nothingness. The vision was overwhelming, a rush of images and sensations that left her breathless. But through it all, one thing became clear: the primordial ooze was not just the essence of creation and destruction. It was also the essence of transformation, a force that could reshape the universe in ways even the Tikar had not foreseen. "The ooze is alive," Nisara whispered, her voice trembling with awe. "It holds within it the potential for more than we ever imagined. It is not just the substance of creation and destruction, it is the force of transformation." Her kin listened in silence, their eyes glowing with the light of distant stars. They, too, had sensed the shift in the cosmic forces, but they had not yet understood its full implications. Now, as Nisara spoke, they began to realize the truth: the universe was not static. It was not something to be preserved, to be maintained in perfect balance. It was alive, constantly shifting, constantly transforming. "We must adapt," Nisara declared, her voice growing stronger. "We are no longer just the guardians of balance. We are the agents of transformation. The cosmos is changing, and we must change with it." The realization that the primordial ooze was a force of transformation, not just creation and destruction, changed everything for the Tikar. Their ancient rituals, once performed with precision and control, now felt inadequate. The universe was no longer a static construct to be shaped and maintained. It was a living, breathing entity, constantly evolving, constantly shifting. The Tikar had always been the alchemists of the cosmos, guiding the flow of energy and matter, ensuring the balance between creation and destruction. But now, they had a new role to play. They were no longer just the weavers of the cosmic fabric. They were the shapers of transformation, the agents of change who would guide the universe through its ever-evolving cycles. Nisara led the Tikar in a new dance, one that embraced the chaos of the primordial ooze, rather than trying to control it. Their movements were no longer precise and measured. Instead, they flowed with the shifting tides of the cosmos, their serpentine bodies moving in harmony with the chaotic forces around them. As they danced, the ooze responded, swirling and coiling in intricate patterns, reshaping itself into new forms. Stars were born and died in rapid succession, galaxies spun into existence and collapsed again, but through it all, a new order began to emerge, one that embraced the chaos, one that allowed for infinite possibilities. In the heart of the nexus of Icthala, the Tikar stood at the edge of a new cycle. The universe had been reshaped, not into a static, balanced system, but into something far more dynamic, an ever-changing, ever-evolving entity that would continue to transform for eternity. The primordial ooze, once a chaotic, formless mass, had become the essence of transformation itself. It was no longer just the building block of existence, it was the force that would drive the universe forward, constantly shifting, constantly evolving. Nisara gazed out at the vast expanse of the cosmos, her eyes glowing with the light of the stars. She knew that the universe would never again be the same. The Tikar were no longer just the keepers of balance. They were the agents of change, the shapers of transformation, guiding the cosmos through its endless cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The tides of the cosmos had shifted, and the universe was alive with the potential for infinite possibilities.
Long Meg and her daughters, Cumbria, England. Dated to be around 3,500 years old, the stone circle known as Long Meg and her daughters is the second largest in England. The monument is comprised of 59 stones, though it's believed that there were originally as many as 77 as well as 2 cairns, which have disappeared. The smallest stone is known as Long Meg, which stands 12.5 feet tall and is positioned outside the circle itself. It's said that Meg refers to a local witch known as Meg of Meldon, who was turned to stone for disrespecting the sanctity of the Sabbath and dancing on the sacred day. The smaller stones are her daughters, or her coven, who joined her in her sacrilegious dance. One version of the story states that legendary Scottish wizard Michael Scott turned the coven to stone. Scott was a real person. He was a monk and scholar whose work in astronomy, the occult, and demonology, along with his ability to read and speak languages like Arabic and Greek, turned him into someone who walked the line between magician, monk, and witch himself. Like a number of stone circles across Britain, it's claimed to be impossible to accurately count all the stones. This is good, because it's said that if anyone ever succeeded, it would break Scott's spell, and the witches would return to the land of the living. Some stories suggest that if a piece of a stone is chipped away, it'll bleed as though it were alive. Legend also says that the stones are quite capable of protecting themselves against anyone who would want to move or destroy them. Sometime in the 1700s, a local man named Colonel Lacey tried to blow up the stones in the circle, likely thinking that he was going to find the buried treasure sometimes said to be beneath them. A terrible storm tore through the area, thwarting his plans and making it clear that the circle had powerful protectors.
Jupiter's rising in the dawn, foretold by mystics in their scroll.
Where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. Have some bass in your face. Mr. Robot, David Jacogo, where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. Have some bass in your face. Mr. Robot, where did he come from? Serving up truth from outer space. Have some bass in your face. Bass, bass, bass. Yeah, hacking into your data stream. Ready to lock and load. Get ready to explode. bass in your face. Where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. From outer space. Have some bass in your face. Bass, bass, bass. Bass, bass, bass. Yeah. Hacking into your data stream, ready to lock and load. You're ready to explode, Mr. Robot. Yeah. Hacking into your data stream, ready to lock and load. Get ready to explode, Mr. Robot. Yeah. Mr. Robot, yeah. I know, where did it come from? I know, serving up tunes. No, from outer space. Have some bass in your face. In your face. Yeah. Oh, have some bass in your face, Mr. Robot. Yeah. Where did he come from? Serving up tunes from outer space. From outer space. From outer space. From outer space. Have some bass in your face.
We living in a world where shadows creep. Ooh, yeah. Parasitic elites got us in too deep. They pulling all the strings. Deep state puppets dance. Time to open up our eyes, take a stand. Got a chance. Oh, rise up, let's break these chains. Hey, unity and strength, we're making gains. We came up to tyranny, systems of control. Together we're unstoppable, heart and soul. Let's go. They spread their lies like butter on toast. But we the people, we fight the most. No more sleepwalking, get in the zone. Come on, we're breaking free, taking back the throne. Oh, rise up, let's break these chains. Hey, unity and strength, we're making gains. We came up to tyranny, systems of control. Together we're unstoppable, heart and soul. Let's go. They spread their lies like butter on toast. Oh yeah. But we the people, we fight the most. No more sleepwalking, get in the zone. Come on, we're breaking free, taking back the throne. Oh, rise up, let's break these chains. Hey, we're making gains. We can up to tyranny, systems of control. Together we're unstoppable, heart and soul. Let's go! All around the world, let's raise our fists. Fighting for freedom, can't resist. We're stronger together, can't you see? Come on! In this fight for justice, we will be free. Rise up! Whoa! Rise up! Gotta break these chains. Yeah, free my soul. Fighting for the right, feeling whole. Rising to the beat, never losing control. Shoulder to the groove, let the freedom flow. Come on, come on. Bass drums hard like a lion's roar. Drums rolling back, shake you to the core. Jazz horns blaring, make the spirit soar. World rhythms going, open up the door. Bass drums hard like a lion's roar. Drums rolling back, shake you to the core. Jazz horns blaring, make the spirit soar. World rhythms going, open up the door. Stand up, dance for your freedom. Build the group, break down the kingdom. Come on, hold the line, fight for your wisdom. United, moving like a system. Glitches and breaks, glitch in the fight. One step, drop, feeling slow. Fight, drop it. Drum and bass like dynamite. Jazz and funk, grooving all night. Hand in hand, break the barriers down. Break it, voices loud, lifting up the town. Feel it, funk, pop, glitches, hearts pounding proud. Fight for freedom, we standing our ground. Hard like a lion's roar. Drums rolling fast, shake you to the core. Jazz horns blaring, make your spirit soar. World rhythms showing, open up the door. Now stand up, dance for your freedom. You're strong and freedom. Get up, feel the groove, break down the kingdom. Come on, hold the line, fight for your wisdom. Yeah, 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 united, moving like a system. Together, together. Glitches and breaks, glitch in the fight. Glitch, up, step, drop, feeling so right. Drop it, drum and bass like dynamite. Jazz and funk, grooving all night.
sunshine, micro dot in my mind. Double vision, raindrops pop, pop. Down the rabbit hole we go.
Realities untold, lose control in a wormhole as the colors explode. Raindrops, raindrops, falling from the sky. Take the ride, expanding our minds on high. Square, circle, drop, dot, feel the trip, don't pop, hop, hop, hop. Double drop, don't let the music stop. Hey, 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 it's a fun fun. Hey, hey, it's okay, baby. Let the liquid play, let the liquid play. Flowers bloom, hearts expand, minds in the eternal. Raindrops on the petals, on this journey we continue. Mushroom clouds, candy cane, hooray, we fade away. Close your eyes, it's okay, let the beat make your body drop. Raindrops, raindrops like a balloon bust. Dust is microdots and it's free. Circle, circle, dot, dot, feel the groove get hot. White and rabbit, hop, hop, hop. Double drop to take the next shot. Sunshine on a rainy day, everybody come and play. Drift, drift, fade away in the psychedelic maze. Hey, hey, sunny day, let the music be the way. Acid drops, brain pops, dancing on these microdrops. Raindrops, raindrops falling down a baseline. LSD colored rainbow, tracing down the yellow brick road. Circle, circle, dot, dot, let the rhythm take the shot. Hop, 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 double drop, this is bigger than hip hop. Bigger than hip hop, it's a microdot. Take the liquid fly, as worlds collide. Circle, circle, dot, dot, let the music be your shot. Hop, 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 a body drop in this epic dance spot. Bigger than hip hop, it's a micro dot. Take the liquid slide as worlds collide. Circle, circle, dot, dot, let the music be our shot. Hop, hop, body drop in this epic dance spot.
swinging place, politics, business, and institutions with the reptilian base. The swing and house where the
burning every day. Oh, crypto mining, I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm scaring the status quo. Got the crypto dough, and FFI ready to go. I'm collecting the spice like a Freeman in the night. Got my pools and my wallets, everything's feeling just right. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with the grain. I generated address, then I generated SQL spin. Oh, I'm a crypto mining, I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with a grin. I generated address, then I generated SQL spin. Oh, I'm a crypto mining, I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. I'm collecting the spice like a Freeman in the night. Got my pools and my wallets, everything's feeling just right. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm taking payments with the grand. I generated address, then I generated SQL spin. I'm collecting the spice like a Freeman in the night. Got my pools and my wallets, everything's feeling just right. I'm a Bitcoin
I'm taking payments with a grin. Got that crypto dough and that file ready to go. I'm not selling no dope, I'm not on no street. I'm making my money online where the Silk Road meets. I'm anonymous, I'm free, I'm making my own way. Got my onion layers and my encrypted batches every day. Hash functions pumping, manipulating the market high, flooding it from the dark, they keeping it a secret, don't you cry. Every exchange got the nerdy brains trading on the frequent. Wonder where the league went, they left the cement, all I'm beaming. Oh, I'm a crypto mod and I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. What? I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm scaring the status quo. Got that crypto dough and that file ready to go. Rappers can't pay bills, face the tax implications too. But I got a homie Phil Deuce, one taught me what to do. Dumping all his knowledge from the booth, son, it's true. Anyone can learn it if you put in the work and research. It's brand new. Oh, I'm a crypto mod and I'm a bluegrass singing too. Got my banjo and my circuits, they're all brand new. What? I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm scaring the status quo. Got that crypto dough and that file ready to go. Now my money's all tied up in hashes and batches too. Long gone is the cash in the mattress, now it's all brand new. I'm a Bitcoin baron, I'm making my own way. Got my crypto dough and my banjo every single day.
the general in his bed, overthrow dictators if they're red. The CIA man with the license to kill, leaving a trail of blood and a legacy to fulfill. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. Who can buy a government so cheap? Change a cabinet without a squeak. The CIA man with the wallet full of cash, buying influence and crushing dissent with a crash. But we will be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. Who can buy a government so cheap? Change a cabinet without a squeak. The CIA man with a wallet full of cash, buying influence and crushing dissent with a crash. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. They've been caught smuggling cocaine from Guatemala to Florida shore, and overthrowing governments in South America and more. But we won't be silenced, we won't be tamed. We'll rise up against them and reclaim our freedom's name. Who can train guerrillas by the dozens, send them out to kill their untrained cousins? The CIA man with a heart of stone, creating chaos and leaving death to atone. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. RFK Jr.'s on the case with Donald Trump by his side, taking on the deep state with a courageous stride. We'll take down the CIA and their shadow government too, and the world will be free from their sinister crew. RFK Jr.'s on the case with Donald Trump by his side, taking on the deep state with a courageous stride. We'll take down the CIA and their shadow government too, and the world will be free from their sinister crew. Say goodbye. Who can buy a government so cheap? Change a cabinet without a squeak. The CIA man with a wallet full of cash, buying influence and crushing dissent with a crash. But we won't be fooled by the lies and the spin. We'll take back our world and let the truth begin. No more secrets, no more lies. It's time for the CIA to say goodbye. In a swanky penthouse with a Martini's floor lurks a secret that only the hip cats know. Gray and Draco, a sophisticated pair, collaborating with governments without a single care. They're reptilian ETs with a swinging plan, shape-shifting into hipsters taking over the land. In the jet-set complex they hold sway, a clandestine partnership in a major way. Baby, put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in their human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place, politics, business, and institutions. What a reptilian face! Van's the star that guides their way. In the Draco constellation they hold court each day, 303 light years from our earthly sight, but their influence is strong in the hipster night. From 3942 BC to 1793 BC, Ben was the pole star, don't you think? A significant place in astronomical lore, but now they're here and we can't ignore. No more, put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in their human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place, politics, business, and institutions. What a reptilian face! Where it's hope, put on your sunglasses and the truth will unfold. A hidden in a world where reptilians swing, but we won't be fooled, we'll take back our thing. Intelligence experts spill the beans, a secret partnership that's making us snap our fingers. Gray and Draco, an alien crew, working with governments, what's a hip cat to do? Put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in their human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions, what a reptilian face. Put on your shades and take a look around. You might just see a reptilian in town, but don't be a square, just take a stand. We'll take back our world from their reptilian hand. In a swanky penthouse where the martinis flow lurks a secret that only the hip cats know. Gray and Draco, a sophisticated pair collaborating with governments without a single care. Reptilian ETs with a swinging plan, shape-shifting into hipsters taking over the land. In the jet set complex they hold sway, a clandestine partnership in a major way, baby. Put on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in the human disguise, darling, vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions with a reptilian face. Who bands the star that guides their way? In the Draco constellation they hold court each day. 303 light years from our earthly sight, but their influence is strong in the hipster night. From ancient Egypt to modern days, old goat kings from Thuban got the trickster ways. Alpha Draconians from another universe, but now they're here and we can't ignore no more. Put on those shades and take a gander at the reptilians in the human disguise, darling, vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions with a reptilian face. Through the movie they live, we are told to put on your sunglasses and the truth will unfold. A hidden world where reptilians swing, but we won't be fooled, we'll take back our thing. Intelligence experts spill the beans, a secret partnership that's making us snap our fingers. Gray and Draco, an alien crew working with governments, what's a hip cat to do? Slip on your shades and take a gander at the reptilians in the human disguise, darling. Vying for power in every swinging place. Politics, business, and institutions with a reptilian face. So put on your shades and take a look around. You might just see a reptilian in town, but don't be a sheep, just take a stand. We'll take back our world from their reptilian hand.
To see if this damn thing decides it's going to crash on me again, because every time I try and send a voice or a video message, it decides, hey, we're not going to work for 5 days or longer. But yeah, no, my primary concern was just like, egads, if I'm stuck at work again and we gotta extract your ass, it's like, okay, this is going to be a long wait in the dark.